around that time, we turn our attention to topside. Regieleki on the board. Infamous Gaming had a free Regieleki mode, but there is another Mega Charizard Unite move.
And that's what you want to see, buddy. The second you get grouped up in this team fight, you're going to throw that Seismic Slam and use that advantage of having the Mega Evolution as they take the Regieleki. I mean, it is quite a low cooldown. They're probably going to need to farm a little bit up before that Groudon takes to the field, but they're taking the advantage whilst they have it, and Spinal have brought this to an extremely close game with the final battle about to break through in about 50 seconds.
I mean, we have entered that final stretch, just like you talk about 45 seconds to go to a ground, and they're going to shred this Regieleki right down. Pure is going to be a nuisance in that enemy team centric area. Even Overheat is not going to be able to secure that. Going to turn their attention to the Blissey. Having a Miraidon with a blue buff is also very, very scary. We have a level 13 Charizard on the board, as well as level 13 Buzzwole for Spinal, but no level 13s for the side of Infamous Gaming, as we've got another fight breaking out with 20 seconds right before Charizard, before Groudon shows its face. Bliss Assistance has to come out early, but to no avail. Did Charizard get taken down there? They did. A nice quick KO, 2 Unite moves used by the side of Spinal as Miraidon's Bright Future Meteor Storm came down, and they could go for the rip straight away right now, Tana.
Straight on the rip. No Mystical Mirage ready to go on the side of Yuri either. They are trying to see what they can do here, but guess what? The Umbreon has pulled all the attention. Seaver's taking Flareon's attention away. Means we will have another team fight. As Infamous Gaming get their squad back, they won't have Seavers, but here comes Blaziken. The rip continues on the side of the Groudon. We still have that Seismic Slam ready to go as Mega Charizard gets prepared to do just that. Enhanced Charge Beam does come through. Spinal manages to take the Groudon and completely annihilate Infamous Gaming. We've got a minute 20 left, Lobo, but we might be going to game 3.
I definitely think we're going to a game 3. Umbreon can hold this pad for as long as they want, but with the power of those Groudon buffs, Spinal are gonna march right on in to that home pad with a minute and 11 to go. You can't take anything away from Infamous Gaming. If they're able to steal 1 or 2 buffs away from Spinal, they could manage to put manage to try and get a push down with only 300 points left on the board. But mate, that's a tough task, especially when you've got this enhanced Charge Beam Miraidon and the Mega Charizard looking you down.
Yeah, this is not an easy task at all, and I think Spinal have done what needs to be done for them to be able to take us to a game 3. I liked the adjustments on their team there, buddy. Infamous Gaming trying to hold strong. It did feel like they had the better team fight capability, but it was all about that final push in that fight just before Groudon came in, and they managed to wipe out all of the HP on the side of that Blaziken and that Clefable.
I agree with you, and it's just now damage control as Charizard takes to the skies once again. Gotta show the power of the Mega Charizard. We have been questioning it for these entire broadcasts. We actually question it every time we see the Mega Charizard, but finally it's showing its worth, and of course, in the hands of a team as capable as Spinal, it was eventual, it was imminent that we would see the power of Mega Charizard X.
It was. Again, though, did feel like it took quite a bit to get to that position. We saw it, buddy. We didn't feel like we saw, like, what, 2 Unite moves out of Vin Diesel, the entirety of that. It didn't feel like they used the Mega enough. So, again, a lot of experience to get that at that level, but it was all about that final team fight. Spinal did enough to keep themselves in the game up until that moment, and then just won the most important fight of the game for them to take this second victory. Look at Flareon's again, mate. 112k damage on Miraidon, 13k taken is ridiculous.
That's actually ridiculous. And I think the point that you made right now in game number 1 is kind of going to hold true a little bit more. The double all-rounder picks are once again interesting. Look, we saw the Zacian doing 52k damage, not bad at all, but getting 0 KOs is a big problem. Aramis not able to pop off as much as we saw them in the original game. We saw them take a few objectives very cleanly, as well as the Groudon in game 1. Almost took it in game number 2, but again, up against Flareon's on that Miraidon, it's a problem. I mean, Glaceon was banned off this game, so we didn't have the double shred. But maybe, like, do you waste a second ban on the Miraidon? Do you take it for yourself, or do you? There has to be a target on that Miraidon's back that Infamous Gaming have to figure out, because for the last 2 games, it has done a ridiculous amount of damage, and it has to be stopped, because that seems to be where Spinal are going for. How did Infamous Gaming deal with that Miraidon, buddy?
Well, I think the simple fact is you've got Yuri completely comfortable on the Mew and putting in a very good session each game. So leave them on the Mew. I think what you do, the double all-rounders, you haven't quite found the combo that you want. They keep banning out this Mimikyu. And I think, Lobo, take it. I think do not ban out the Mimikyu. Try and take it yourself and ban out the Miraidon instead, because you haven't quite found that combo of double all-rounders that you're looking for. We've seen that Spinal love to use these ranged attackers that are completely uncontested. Throw a Mimikyu into the mix. They will be very comfortable taking on those ranged attackers, trying to get into that backline, and then you can just ban out the most powerful one, that is Miraidon.
Look, it makes me very, very happy when you say, don't ban the Mimikyu, take the Mimikyu. We know it's one of my favorite Pokemon, but I have to point out right now, do we go with the Trick Room Mimikyu? You're not taking damage when you're in Trick Room, especially when you're taking damage from a Pokemon outside of Trick Room. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I love a good Trick Room Mimikyu. I can't wait to see what we're going to see coming through, but we're going to go to the head-to-heads right now. Fortunately, we didn't get to see the amount of healing that we're going to do. KOs on these supporters. Not exactly what we're looking at for supporters, but assists 6 versus 2. I want to say, though, 162k damage taken from the Blissey is kind of crazy. However, I want to talk about the Unite move difference between these two Pokemon right now, Tano, because Bliss Assistance, it just has to be the better Unite move between these two Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, you're running the RNG over on the side of Clefable anyway. You either get something really, really good or really, really bad. And sometimes even if you get something really good, like the fly that we saw, you can end up with a pavement one. So, you know, you compare that to definitely giving a massive shield and a lot of damage to your team. It's easy to see which one wins that, mate.
No, I agree. However, I did find the utility of Clefable just a little bit better on this one. We did see the Follow Me moveset come through from Clefable, which was a surprise to me. However, it did prove effective because Clefable did take a decent amount of damage, or they were able to redirect those enhanced charge beams. However, for that Mega Charizard in the background, I would have preferred to see Gravity over this one.
Yeah, I think I'm with you, to be honest with you, buddy. We're looking at the tanks here, and Seabus with a much better session on the side of this Umbreon. It did feel like that Mamoswine took so much to get online, even though you do have good crowd control, even as a Swinub and a Piloswine, but it was all about this Umbreon here, buddy. I know I feel like it was Snarl Foul Play that we saw them playing, just going for complete disrupt, which I'm 100% on board with, is my favorite way to play Umbreon. But again, it felt like they could have used something to limit the Charizard a little bit more, although was it that effective, Lobo? I feel like in the final fight, absolutely, but throughout the game, I'm not sure.
And this is the thing we talked about. Like, we talked about at the very start of game number 2, we talked about Gravity and we talked about Mean Look to really stop the Charizard from doing what it needs to do. Whether that Charizard got online early game or late game, you still needed those 2 moves to probably help it out. Whether Mean Look was, I guess Foul Play with the disruption was important, but I don't know. It's sometimes what are these players thinking? We can only make our suggestions, you know? So, but as we head on in to our another head-to-head, the all-rounder battle in this one, and 100%, I gotta admit, Zacian felt powerful in the early game. It felt like it fell off a little bit in the late game, whereas Boswell, mate, they just keep taking that protein, take that pre-workout. it came to play in the later stages of this game, and that's why I think Boswell, I mean, Mimikyu's still taking that central lane sometimes when we see it, but Boswell probably the most prominent top laner right now in this, unless we can think of something else.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like there's not a lot you can do to stop Dwayne the Bugson here, buddy, because it's just completely cleaning up. They got 4 KOs there, 7 assists. It did feel like Zacian had the better early game paired with that Clefable, but then fell off a little bit in the later stages. As we have a look at this head-to-head here, actually should be the other way around. I believe Aramis was on the Blaziken, and we have Vin Diesel on that Mega Charizard X. Doesn't feel that impactful looking at these stats here, but it's all about that Unite move. But then again, can we say that if the final fight was won purely on the back of that Unite move getting a good cleanup?
Yeah, I agree with you. It was the Charizard won that fight on purely on the background because it was in that Groudon pit doing the damage. However, Aramis was in there with the Blaziken. I thought the Blaziken was gonna get a steal on the Groudon, but the healing and the regeneration coming out from Mega Charizard ZX, just too much. But here, come on, Flareons, what are you doing, man? This is ridiculous. This is actually ridiculous.
This is illegal, bro. 112k damage whilst only taking 13. That is bizarre. And you have to look at that if you're Infamous Gaming thinking, we need to do something about this, because that's the second game that Flareons has got the least amount of damage on their team whilst dealing the most. They've got to look at that and think, do we really want to allow them to keep taking this Miraidon?
It's one of those things, Tana, like we could sit here all the live long day and just trying to kind of figure out what these teams are thinking. Maybe they're thinking that the Miraidon isn't that dangerous, but we're looking at these stats and what they've done in both of these games, and yeah, it's dangerous.
Facts. It is a problem, and you need to think about it.
Plain and simple, it's a problem. Just deal with it, will ya? But going on into these bans, my friend, Blissey's going to get banned off. Hooper's going to get banned off. They do not want Infamous Gaming playing any supports in this game. But Mimikyu, they're not going to listen to us. Mimikyu, as much as I would like to see it, is not going to get played. Mega Lucario is not going to be allowed, and they're going to take the Glaceon away. So now Spinal probably just going to insta-lock this Miraidon.
Yeah, and the thing is, we talk about taking Pokemon away from players. I mean, come on, Flareon's a very comfortable player, one of the best, so they're going to be comfortable on pretty much any ranged attacker you put them on. Give them an Inteleon instead. But it's the fact that Miraidon's the best ranged attacker in the game, bro. And why would you give the best ranged attacker over to one of the best players on it? You've got to do something to limit them in some way. You can take it yourselves, for Christ's sake. Right now, Spinal, they're going to be happy with Pure getting back on this Crustle.
I love the fact that the insta lock is Crustle. It's just feels like, nope, it's mine. It's mine. It's going first pick. I don't care what you say. It's going first pick. But I like the 2 picks coming out from the side of Infamous Gaming. Aramis, again, very effective on that boss Blaziken in the first game. Not so effective in the second game. I mean, we're only talking about stats, but what we saw, it was very effective. But Flareons has decided that the games must end, and they have decided that Inteleon is the way to go. Enough of the Miraidon fluff. He's going to show us exactly who the best attacker in the game is.
Bro's definitely listened to this broadcast. He's like, you know what? They keep blazing my Miraidon. Let me get on this Inteleon and show them what's what as they take that out now. They do have the Suicune on the side of Infamous Gaming. That is definitely huge for them. But right now, no easy way to get onto Flareons yet again. Tint4 is going to bring out the Blastoise all-rounder plan here instead. But we finally have a Speedster on the field. And where is Jonathan Hyde? Because Sableye is coming in for Spinal.
I just had a tingle down my spine because I see a Sableye on my screen. Funny enough, to me, Tony, Sableye players are getting more and more intelligent. I'm seeing it more and more in my solo queue games. Sableye players have been watching the pros go because Sableye is so incredibly effective when it wants to be. Just has that ability to hindrance and just annoy opponents at every stage of the game. I'm here to see it. An effective Sableye player is always an absolute joy to watch. However, Cebus is going to be looking for them Tint on that damage Blastoise, which I'm going to assume, but it is going to be Hydro Spin. But Yuru has finally decided to go for the genetically modified version of Mew this time around. The humans have taken over, and the genetic scientific experiment with Mega Mewtwo Y is going to come to play. And that damage that Mewtwo Y can put down, it's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it really is. And I do like the maneuverability that Yuri's going to have on the side of that Mewtwo Y. But Vin Diesel's on Dodrio, mate. And the thing is, there's only one target for Vin Diesel, and that is taking out Yuri here. That is the difficulty that they're going to come under. They don't really have a threat to try and take down Flareons on the side of Infamous Gaming. Maybe Tint4 trying to go in if they want to go for that Spinstoise build that we see so many people play at the moment. But this is going to be one heck of a matchup, buddy. It is the battle again of the front line, taking on the ranged attackers here as we go into the final game of this set.
I mean, our upper bracket semi-finals, game number 3. We love a game 3 situation. Blaziken is going to be in that central lane. I wonder if Eldegoss is going to take that red buff. It looks like it is because Sableye is lurking. We almost saw a steal of the red buff. Blastoise. Little Squirtle is going to have to take on the big beefy bug all by themselves, but they don't care. Uncle wants to get a dunk in, and it's going to do that with 8 points on the board. The little Torchic also going to help out Sableye. I wonder, did they get away with the blue buff? They might have, Tana.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Torch's got it, does it? And we do see Sableye coming in. They don't have the blue buff either. Let's have a look as we do go in here for more stacks on the side of Infamous Gaming. Unk trying to find the Torchic. Doesn't at the moment with a good push coming in from Tint, but Sableye's looking for it, buddy. And that's the power of the Gremlin.
Oh my god, it's just giving me I've just got a tingle. I can't stop shivering when I see a Sableye, but I'm more confused as to where is the blue buff for the side of Infamous Gaming. Sableye is proving to be effective, stunning everything, confusing everything, which is just going to make it even easier for Vin Diesel to come in as a Dodrio and clean up. Unfortunately, Infamous Gaming have just decided that they want to go into this basement lane. They decided to target Pure, but there is where that blue buff has gone. It has gone to Seabus on that Suicune.
Mate, I'm so glad we got to the bottom of the case of the infamous blue buff. It's now going to be taken over by Vin Diesel as they... Well, I think it actually expired, but nevertheless, 15 seconds before we see the Regidrago take to the field here. A very close early game, but I gotta say, the matchup in this top lane is an interesting one. The battle of the War Turtle versus Buzzwole, and we don't see Buzzwole winning the way that we usually do.
But why does War Turtle has a red buff as well? There's the confusion coming out from the Sableye, and beautifully Spinal have turned the chaos of this Sableye on the field into a winning formula. They, for the first time in these first 2 games, they have taken a lead past the 7-minute mark, and now they're holding it because it's 70-25. Sableye making the difference for Spinal because Infamous Gaming have to figure out how to deal with this little gremlin. Flareon's going to try it with a snipe shot from downtown, but who else to secure? But Blaziken, buddy. 7:30 on the clock. Little Altara is about to show up in 7 seconds. Sableye, my eyes are on you.
Yeah, you just see Sableye getting so ready to be a nuisance, but instead, they're actually going to go to the top lane here, or grab the farm and come back down. Infamous Gaming, though, they've got 4 in this bottom lane. They're very comfortable down here, just allowing that battle of Buzzwole and War Turtle to continue in the top lane, while Vin Diesel takes all of the farm away from Infamous Gaming. And this is what I was concerned about, Lobo, is being able to keep on top of your own experience farm here, because Vin Diesel's taking it.
I mean, War Turtle trying to do a great job. Great job also by Eldegoss Gohan as well to be able to block that snipe shot coming through from Flareon to actually make sure that they weren't able to secure the Regieleki. Regieleki gonna march on in to tier number 1. However, Buzzwole is going to give Spinal a buff of their own, and with that buff, the Azure Spy Vision is gonna come on out with the triple trample, and the defense of this pad, even though that Regieleki walked right on in, has been done beautifully by Spinal. Whoo, with those points, they're going to maintain this lead, and what an overcap they're about to get.
Yeah, very good overcap. 193 points to 59 now at the moment, and that is why you have a Sableye. You can cause a lot of crowd control issues, but you can also score. And if you can outscore, you can outwin. That is how you take a game of Pokemon Unite. Right now, though, Blastoise holding strong in the top lane for Infamous Gaming, while Spinal rotates the majority of their team to put the pressure on up here.
Yeah, no Rapid Spin coming out from the side of Blastoise either. No access to Hydro Typhoon as well. It's the first time I've seen Surf happen in a little while, but Blaziken is going to go hunting, but this could be problematic. This Sableye Unite plus the Snipe Shot plus the Tri-Attack. Spinal were having absolutely none of it. And Blaziken, oh my god, that's a little bit of egg on that face from that chicken.
I mean, Sableye is so frustrating. Like, this is why people hate to see the Gremlin on the field, but it is such a good Pokemon. Not only for just being a nuisance, the power of greed, and takes quite a bit of damage itself, but it means that they have to use quite a lot of resources. I mean, most people do. They don't take the attention of, let's keep away from the Sableye. They just want to take it down, as we see the Focus Blast do that here on the side of Blaziken. But Spinal are outscoring Infamous Gaming right now with another 30 overcap coming in from the Buzzwole.
They have taken this lead. The Inzor Spy Binge are going to have Flareon said, fine, I'll do it myself. But unfortunately, they're going to get pushed right into a wall by this Blastoise. The Endless Ice Spy is going to try and hold Pure down. But as we know, nothing can hold Pure for long. The Hydro Typhoon, there are 3 Unite moves used on Pure alone. Gets finally frozen by the Suicune, but Crossel is still alive. Dodrio gonna backcap as well to keep their point lead at 200. And Sableye is just gonna go get a 6 just for that. But nope, Blastoise says, no, get off my pad. We're at the halfway point. 4 minutes on the clock, 300 to 119. Infamous Gaming have kept in this one right now, Tano, and they're just trying to get as much farm as they can. Doesn't matter who gets it, because Eldegoss has got a blue buff right now. Ultra Soul Slam comes through, and Blaziken gets sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Ooh, Seabus was going to go as well, but Buzzwole had a word to say about that as Unk finds the KO. It's a double for them right now. OG is annihilating Infamous Gaming here. Good surf is going to come through from the Blastoise, but not a lot more you can do when Dwayne the Bug Bugson will take you back to Nurse Joy, as Infamous Gaming seem to be on the back foot of all of these team fights.
And it irks me to say it, but it is Sableye making the difference right now. You said it before, it's a good Pokemon. People would have disagreed with you previously. Tri-Tac is going to go in on it to Blaziken. Buzzwole gets frozen and taken out as well. Finally, Infamous Gaming get one back, but Seabus is dangerously low right now as Flareon is putting on the damage with the snipe shots. Blastoise is able to hop over a wall. Who knew the big Shelly boy could be that mobile? Just hopping everywhere that they can go. Sableye once again going to try and steal a blue buff away. These points have not changed. 1 minute to go. Final stretch. Game 3, Tano. This could be an exciting team fight.
Yeah, Spinal are being very aggressive here as well, mate. I wouldn't surprise me if this ends up being the Groudon fight as you look at Sableye and Dodrio here, but they were caught in the back of the enemy lines here. Infamous Gaming is going to find Sableye. The Regieleki is going to be ripped. Seabus trying to see if they can take it with the freeze. Aramis coming in with the Focus Blast, prepares the overheat kick, but wise by Unk just to throw them away, as OG did not want to end up going back into that fight. And now we're 10 seconds away from Groudon taking to the field, and the mighty fight of the game come down to this.
5 seconds to go. It's in the bag. Sableye has 19. Not gonna try and break that tier 2 with this. And the rip could be on straight away. Buzzwole almost getting caught up. Beautiful Rock Tomb by Pure. Surf is gonna go in from Blastoise just to back on everybody off. The heals are there. The Mewtwo Unite is gonna come out very quickly here, Tano. That might have just been too quick, and the fight pops off. Buzzwole's going to go in, slamming everything down. Sableye going to try and send everyone back. Hydro Typhoon sends everybody back up. 2 members down for the side of Spinal. Triple is going to fire on in from Dodrio, and 3 members are down for Spinal. Infamous Gaming have to rip. They have the heals. They have the advantage, but Spinal, they have Flareons and Pure right here.
That they do. All Unite moves have been used as well, realistically. I mean, you do have the Blaziken here, so they've got that combo of using both, as we see Pure going in with the X-Scissor again. And of course, would it be anyone else? Flareon takes the Groudon, whilst all the fight is breaking loose in the Groudon den. Infamous Gaming are falling one by one. Aramis is going to find Pure, but there's not enough that they can do. With a minute left on the board, Spinal, the might of NA, is going to defeat Infamous Gaming.
Oh, what? What? There were 3 members down for Spinal. Pure did a fantastic job in that Groudon pit, distracting and making sure that Infamous Gaming couldn't have a clean rip on that. Anybody else but Flareon, it had to be Flareon's not only securing the Groudon, but picking up a 4 KO streak to boot. and a 3 KO streak not to be outdone. OG is here. Blaziken has a buff, but with 18 seconds left to go, I think that is as good as done for this Spinal showing up in these last 2 games and putting on a dominant performance.
That they have. And I tell you what, buddy, I cannot wait to see who they come up against in the winners final, because it will be one heck of a matchup. Right now, Spinal and Lost MTZ have been my teams to watch in the entirety of this, and we might see them next. We're just waiting for the results of Kakam Esports and Lost MTZ. Right now, though, it's all about Spinal, and look at Flareon's yet again putting in a showing on this Intellion.
Ridiculous. That's 2. Hang on. Just breathe. Just take a breath. Take a breath. That's 2 games in a row that Flareon's has done 110k damage. It's absolutely nuts. Honestly, for this one, there's so many talking points for this game number 3, but one, we got to talk about JL on that Sableye. You absolute nuisance over person. What are you doing? But also, we talked about it before, just the lack of speedster on the side of Infamous Gaming to deal with those ranged attackers coming out from Spinal was a big problem for Infamous Gaming. And not even a speedster, honestly. It didn't have to be a speedster, but just something to deal with that. Because I don't know if you saw it, I didn't get a chance to see what Flareon's damage taken was. We might get that when we go through the head-to-heads, but 110k damage. I think you also do 100 plus in the first game as well. So that's 3 games of 100k plus damage coming out, mate. Flareon's is a player that, oh, mate, we get to watch EU all the time. Maybe we should take a flight on over to NA for a little bit, and so we can go watch them.
If only, mate. I wish the time zone wasn't so bad for me casting some of the NA, because I love getting to watch these teams play, honestly. And I think it was 30k damage that Flareon's took. And this is it, Lobo. Like, they are one of the best ranged attackers here in the NA region. Everybody loves them. We blaze them every time that they're on the screen. But you've got to put pressures onto players like this. Flareon's was uncontested all of this set. There was no pressure that Infamous Gaming managed to find on Flareon's, so they're just comfortably landing those snipe shots all day long, mate. They're not having to think about, I need to reposition, I need to make sure that I'm out of place. As you see, it's actually 20k damage that they took with another 110k dealt. Something had to be put on to really put some pressure on Flareon's and make them think about what position they were in, so they can't just continue to drop those snipe shots.
I mean, this is also, it has to come down to the rest of the team right now. The reason Flareon's took 20k damage is not only the fact that JL on that Sableye was causing such a problem for the rest of the team, but let's not take anything away. The 2 members remaining for Spinal in the final moments were Flareon's and Pure. And there were 4 members of Infamous Gaming in that ground pit, and I don't know what kind of ridiculous that you're doing. You threaded the needle between all 4 members and secured that ground on. So you got to give a shout out as well to Pure, because the defense coming through as well, but also Vin Diesel on the Dodrio was so invasive into the enemy team's central area as we go through our next head-to-head, that once you look at the entirety of the team of Spinal, Flareon's is the last person you're thinking about. He's so far away. You have to deal with everybody in front of you to get to him. And so, again, it was just a beautiful team performance coming out from Spinal. So, well done as we go through this head-to-head from Omari versus Vin Diesel. Dodrio, such a problem to deal with. Still think one of the best pieces in the game. I want to see it more.
Yeah, I agree, buddy. It's very good at putting that pressure on. As we see, OG was taken here versus Tintfall. That was an interesting matchup. I actually enjoyed watching that throughout that game. It felt like that was pretty even between the 2 teams, especially up in that top lane, until finally we do see some assistance coming to the Buzzwall as JL came up and got some good stuns through. But I think you're absolutely right. I think Pure realistically managed to open the door for Flareons to do what they needed to do in that game, and a lot of the other games as well. I know Zero in on Alex is a huge fan of Pure, finds them to be one of the most exciting defender players in NA, and you can really see why on the back of that, buddy. I think the X's have managed to pick up like 3 or 4 members of Infamous Gaming to allow that snipe shot to come through. It was incredibly impressive play.
And again, we talk about incredibly impressive play. This is a Pokemon Sableye that we curse when we see it in our solo queue games. However, we have been seeing it come through for the competitive scene. It's such a problem Pokemon to deal with. Not only does it have the ability to disrupt, it has the ability to stun. It creates moments of openings that we saw. I believe we saw it on the War Turtle early in the game. It got stunned, then it got slammed, and then it got tri-attacked. And at that point, you're just thinking, I like to move at some point, but no, I guess I'm not allowed to move in this game. But again, there he is, Pure. Zero and Alex talks about him all the time, leading from the front. The first choice selection, Crossel, had to push everybody out of the way for Spinal Gaming for Flareons to thread that needle as well. So again, it's going to be a fun, journey to see Spinal go all the way through to this one, my friend. Whew.
It is. So now we see Infamous Gaming go down into that losers quarterfinal versus SOB. Laberger New are currently through, and they're waiting to see who they're going to be going up against versus Lost MTZ or CACM Esports. I am honestly really hoping that we end up seeing Spinal versus Lost MTZ. I think that would be an absolute belter of a game, Lobo.
I mean, you and I, of course, we want to see the EU go up against Spinal, don't we? Of course we do, because it is a team that we have followed for a long time. It's a team that you and I have been a fan of for a long time, and watching them go up against a team like Spinal, again, even if you're not from the NA region, they're a team that you cannot deny has the excitement, has the ability to draw in just, even the casual player base, just how well they play in this game, because some of the things that we see them do are absolutely audacious. But before we get on to our next game, we're going to throw it back to our lovely hosts of the Engage Ultra Series. They are absolutely fantastic. So we'll see you guys soon for the next game. But enjoy the lovely hosts for this time around.
I'm shooketh. That was absolutely incredible. Also, I want to welcome All Might to our co-host panel here. Welcome in. It is wonderful to have you. Just
hello,
getting
Etika.
to
Hello,
see
Bridget.
Pure create that opening, and Flareons. I think I saw this in the chat. We're pretty sure Flareons is playing Call of Duty and the rest of us are playing Unite. That was just the most incredible wombo combo I've ever seen in my life. But Bridget, tell me your thoughts on those last 3 matches that we got to watch. That was incredible.
Yeah, I just feel like Spinal kind of bounced back so well after that game number 1. I am guiltily a big Infamous fan. I love the LATAM South teams. I think they're looking very nasty this year, but it was cool to see the bounce back from Spinal in this set. I mean, I gotta give it up to my GOAT Flareons, like you were saying. I mean, he looked really nasty on that Inteleon in both those games. No, he was Marion game 2, but the third game, he was Inteleon, and I think Inteleon is a little bit slept on, I would say. We don't see it as much over here, but we do have All Might representing India for us today. What did you think of that set, if you were able to catch any of it?
Personally, I felt, the endgame fights, especially when the Groudon spawned, Infamous, they were pretty good for all the initial ones. Like, they took the first fight very well, but, they gave the chance to Spinal to reset. Especially in the third game, Flareons and Pure, they took charge, and, it was a 2v4, I think, and they did a pretty well job and got the secure in the end with that amazing play.
Yeah, I didn't even see the same shot. Incredible. I was like, what just happened?
Yeah.
Maybe it was an auto. I don't even know what it was, but he got it. It was crazy.
Definitely the same boat. I couldn't believe when I saw their health bars go up. I was like, wait, how did they get that? and I had to check it back. So
Yep.
absolutely incredible plays by both teams, honestly. Can we talk about that secret ingredient of the Sableye, though? What are your all's thoughts on Sableye and what we just saw that little Gemlin do on the Thea Sky Ruins?
Well,
Go ahead,
like
Almighty.
in the first engage, yeah, he stopped the, I think it was the Blaziken from getting his level 5 in the jungle. And after that, all those little engages, getting those attackers in the, the wrong positions, stopping them from making, using their abilities, and then making the play for Dodrio to, get the KOs and engage for the team. So those, those small things, the little plays that, make the impact. That little gremlin was like playing a very big role in that.
Absolutely. I completely
Yeah.
agree. And then, of course, the Miraidon games in the beginning there, those were absolutely incredible. Just an absolute masterclass. I know I was not a Miraidon believer going into yesterday. I'm sold. That's great. That's fine. So definitely looking forward to the next games that we have coming up here. But what is a Pokemon you are hoping to see today that we have not seen so far? And I'm going to go ahead and send this to All Might.
I think I might be hoping to see some Duraludon flips. What do you think?
Yes.
Is that what you guys are doing over there? The Dura?
I would be
Yep.
so down to see that, though. I miss that Pokemon, truly. And then, Bridget, is there a Pokemon that you would love to be seeing today?
I don't know. I know we saw the Mewtwo Y come out, but I'm kind of interested in what Mewtwo X can do. I don't think we've seen it today. We might have seen it yesterday. I can't remember, if I'm being honest, but we haven't seen it a lot nonetheless. And I actually think it's kind of a sleeper pick right now. So I would love to see some Mewtwo X. I can't believe I'm saying that after what he's put me through, but I would like to see it.
You know what's wild is Mewtwo X was always my favorite of the two. I know it really didn't have its time in the spotlight. Like we saw the Mewtwo Y Blissey meta go crazy, especially if you're a solo queuer like me. But I'm with you on that one. I'd like to see some Mewtwo X. You all know I'm a huge Delmise believer, so of course I want to see some Delmise
True.
today. I'm gonna throw it back to Cram though. Where's my Cram? I know it's not great right now, but I want to see the Derp Bird, okay? Like, I'm going to throw that in with the Duraludon pick, but I trust All Might more than I would trust my picks because All Might is from Team Soul, and they're actually just one of the biggest Unite esports teams and one of the best players, by the way, with us today from India. So absolutely amazing to hear you talk about Duraludon. I'm on cloud 9 right now. I'm so excited.
Look
My
what you've
pleasure.
done.
I know. I mean, I love all the Pokemon that we don't get to see a lot. I know I'm an underdog believer, but you know, if y'all are cooking with Duraludon, I want to see it. Definitely. And then was there any play that you all saw in these last 3 games that just blew your mind? Of course, I know we already talked about that snipe shot secure on Groudon there. Was there anything else that you feel like we should just really focus on that I may have missed, somebody that a solo queuer may have missed? Anything specific that stuck out to you, All Might?
The second game, I think, again the Groudon fight. The Zacian was aiming for the secure with his Unite move, but Mega Charizard came in time, I think, and he united the Zacian and cancelled his Unite, and thus Spinal was able to take the last state as Infamous were not ready for that. I think that's kind of the key moment for me in all the best of 3.
That was an absolutely incredible play. Honestly, I was watching that Zacian Unite charging up and I was like, oh my God, that's going to be the secure right there. And then it wasn't. So absolutely incredible. I completely agree with you there. Bridget, was there anything you noticed that I may have missed?
One of the things I did write down that I thought was interesting, I noticed in game 1 for Infamous, they actually sent their Clefable bot lane and they sent the Mamoswine top lane, which is a little unconventional, I guess you could say. But sometimes it's just nice to have that surprise factor in the lane. Obviously, you typically expect the support up top and the tank down bot, so I thought it was kind of cool they paired that little Swinub with the Buzzwole for just kind of a demon top lane to kind of make sure they got ahead in that game 1, which did pan out pretty well for them considering they did win the game 1, but I thought that was kind of cool. I kind of like to see the unconventional like early game things teams want to cook up.
Absolutely with you on that one. And I'm a huge Mamoswine believer. And by that, I mean, I get abused by Mamoswines all of the time in my games. So not a Pokemon I'm great at, but definitely a Pokemon that I respect. Right up there with Sableye, of course. Love that for us. And basically from there, it sounds like we are ready for our next game, if I'm not mistaken here. And it does look like we are going to have Lobo and zero in on Alex for our next casters. So that should be great. Very excited to see our next game. I'm excited to see what they pick, what they're drafting, what they're banning. And sounds like that's going to be where we're headed to. So looking forward to it. Let's see what other kind of spicy plays we can see today. And thank you again, All Might, for joining us on the host panel. It was awesome to get to talk with you. Awesome to get to meet you. You're absolutely incredible.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
All right, Lobo, mi hermano, it is time to party. It is time to get down. Hermano, I'm excited to be here. I mean, it's the INGAGE Ultra Series, man, and we get to cover CACM Esports and Los MTZ. I'm hyped.
Bro, I think it's the funniest thing in our semifinals, the fact that you're here covering Los MTZ while Tana was here covering Spinal as well.
Yep.
We got the flipperoo. We can't let you have all the NA fun, my friend. You get to have enough of them. Let us watch a little bit of the Flareons, but we're going to turn our attention to this next game. Our next winners semi-final, CACM Esports, like you mentioned, taking on Los MTZ. Now, this is going to be a fun one because it's the team, especially from the EU side, my friend, that Tano and I, or specifically Tano, is very, very hyped to see. He wants to see the Spinal versus Los MTZ match come to fruition because that is going to be a banger. But for that, they have to get through a very, very strong CACM Esports side, which I'm really, really excited to see. But give me your thoughts on that previous semifinals. I mean, Sableye, Miraidon, I mean, Pure. Give me a quick recap of your thoughts. I mean, that must have been very,
you got it.
Day in, day out for you.
The recap is Pure is amazing. Flareons is my demon. That is all you need to know that lives inside my brain when it comes to Spinal and those two players. So at the end of the day, they're goated. They're amazing. You know what's also crazy is that Gengar is being banned out by the side by Los MTZ, which is a direct ban on Reggie because Reggie likes to bring out those weird Pokemon. But CACM is a top contender. Let's not forget how well they placed at LAIC. So to see them here, you know, making it to the grand finals at LAIC, going up against a powerhouse in Los MTZ, this is going to be a banger of a fight.
It's very funny that you say that they banned out Gengar as a target ban because our other co-caster right now, Tana, loves Gengar, and I'm a big Mimikyu fan, so both of our Pokemon getting banned out straight away by our region. What is going on here? But we're seeing Mega Lucario come to play from Relic. Double all-rounders coming out from the side of Los MTZ. First time we're seeing Latios come to the play, as well as little Psyduck. I haven't seen Psyduck in so long, hermano. I'm so excited to see it. But this defender battle between Ranma and Jerui is going to be one for the ages. I mean, look at this right now. We've got a defender battle. We've got a ranged attacker battle. And now I believe that is a Scyther that's coming out from 195.
Yes. Yeah, Reggie is a absolute powerhouse on the Scyther. They know how to move around, but let's not count out what Relly and Jose had so many playmakers yesterday in day one, and Blissey was still on the table. A good Pokemon in general. It can help to kind of slow down things for Psyduck with Texas being over there. But you have two major players on both sides. Reggie, just an absolute dominant Scyther, but you have Jose, who made amazing plays yesterday on broadcast. Now you have this matchup of Bertie going up against Don Lux. Just those two just have the absolute range of a century. That is not to count out Jirari versus Ranma in any way, shape, or form, but these are the names that you should be accustomed to for both of these teams.
I mean, it's such a fun way to see the head-to-heads go through. There's no typical all-rounder coming through for the side of CAMC Esports, but if you've got a Pokemon that, for your words, I'm gonna echo your words that you are a demon on, why not play it? Especially it is a powerful because Scyther, we saw it. Tano and I were talking about Miraidon in that previous game, Alex. There was no real hindrance to the Miraidon in those first 2 games with Spinal, but a Scyther is probably one of the best ways that you can deal with a Miraidon with the insane burst damage. However, Miraidon does have the ability to defend itself with that enhanced charge beam, and that Bright Future Meteor Storm is such an I want to say, for me personally, an underrated Unite move. Such a big area of effect, a knock up as well, but multiple hits across the board. This is going to be such an interesting game 1, and I can't wait to see the head-to-head stats towards the end, because we love a little bit of competition here in Pokemon Unite as we head on in to this game 1 of our second upper bracket semifinals. Plus MTZ gonna be on your purple side, CAMC Esports gonna be on your orange side.
Super excited to see this match go down. As you said, Scyther's going to be heading to the side of and Reggie getting up and already poking away at this Pokemon. The Lucario, I do believe, ran over to get a stack or 2, that which leads me to believe Night is going to be going more with the soft foil set, having those stacks. Big help. As you know, your healing does scale with the special attack, so you're not going to find themselves in a little bit of a trouble as they get taken out by Texas.
Yeah, it is running those special attack specs as well. Really running that Mega Lucario as well. So we're going to see Power Up Punch and Close Combat, just the ability to heal. The Focus Punch is going to punch everybody away before we head in to these Mil Altares. Central laners loving the chance to go top lane at any chance they get. It just seems to be the place to be heading on into this, as we got a 4v4 in the top lane. And there you go. We've got the Scyther targeting the Miraidon straight away. And that is a big amount of damage coming through. The Electro Ball trying to get the execute, but Scyther will not be denied, hermano. But it is going to take a big amount of damage as Mew is the one doing the defending and the coaching, able to heal them up, let them survive.
Hermano, this is what I'm telling you about. If you have not had the pleasure to be able to watch Reggie from CACMC Sports, everybody is sleeping on this GOAT. I know LATAM has a lot of great players, and so does EU, but one of the most entertaining, in my opinion, is Reggie. The way they are able to survive in CACM Esports, the way they play, it's almost like a dance. They're always on top of another, always in this fluid motion. You had Don Lux with the coaching, you had Psyduck slowing things down with the surf, allowing Reggie to scale, get the stacks that they need to get this powerhouse going. And already with 2 minutes and a half already in, Reggie is already approaching level 8.
I mean, level 7 is kind of ridiculous, dude. Just the amount of team play that was going on inside that top path. We lost our minds considering that there were 4 members of each team in that top path. Looks like Lost FTZ want to just avoid Scyther at this point. Level 8 right now. Blaziken not too far behind on that level 7. Jirawe trying to go after the Mew as well, but the Surf from the Slowbro is going to try and take as much of the Altares with them. 25 to 65 early minutes. CAMC Esports, you're right. If I haven't had the pleasure, I'm definitely getting it right now. And Reggie wants more. Gonna go after Jirawe, taking down the tree, cutting down that forest.
This is where you want to be if you're Reggie. You are level 9, you have your Unite move, you are ready to rock and roll. You have your partner in crime, Don Lux, just kind of at your side. Meanwhile, Miraidon just can't answer the call. What's up, Danger? Here comes Slowbro, trying to slow things down, but Reggie's always hungry. They are looking for more. While Los MTZ are just trying to pivot onto this Regieleki. Jose charging up that overheat, but Psyduck not going to let it go that easy. But a big close combat from Lucario, able to get the big ol' secure.
I mean, Psyduck had a beautiful pull there, Alex, trying to take Blaziken out of the way. But the problem is, when you're dealing with the Psyduck, you just have the Aeon Burst coming out from Latios. Regieleki walks in because Mew had to pull the Mystical Mirage, and now they have a chance to get some points back in. However, Reggie just doing their own thing in the basement lane, scoring for fun as Lucario gets taken down, and Blissey has to pop that X speed. Get the flip on out of there, because who is looming in the enemy team's center area? None other than Reggie, as Blissey takes a quick trip back to Nurse Joy.
Nurse Joy is going to be very busy without their assistant Little Blissey, though. But here comes the Eon energy coming out from Latios. Look at this Eon. The way they have these little missiles, the Luster Purge, the Dragon Pulse. This team is firing on all cylinders. EU, Los MTZ are just trying to hold things down as best as they could. And they are doing a pretty good job keeping up. But look at where Reggie's going, getting a little extra Dunkaroo going, sweeten up their day, get a couple more stacks to be able to go full power, because if you thought they were ready to rock and roll, oh, they're just getting started.
I mean, getting started is exactly what Los MTZ want to do right now, whilst we see Latios and Reggie just not there to help their team out right now. But Reggie is here. They were able to score and come back to their home pad. I am really enjoying what I'm seeing right now, Alex, because Reggie's playing this speedster in a way that I'm not really used to seeing Scythers being played. They're all over the map. We saw, I mean, what an addition a heat map could be. I would love to see Reggie's distance traveled in this game, because they went down, they went back, and now they're back up at tier 2 in the bottom path as Phantom Forest comes down. We have a Reg Ice on the board, and Mega Lucario is going to start it by going Mega.
Mega Evolve Reggie Steel is just being protected the present, but it's actually Latios who's able to steal it away. My goodness gracious. Frank the Tank, no needed. Oh, here comes Reggie, though, finally joining up with the squad. They said, well, Reggie's our carry. No need to fret. We have Frank. Don Looks able to get 2 KOs. Reggie's going to keep things going for the squad. Going to go head back into the central path, and all of CAMC Esports is just raining down AOs, so we are still 2 minutes away from Groudon. But look at Reggie. Consistently, Reggie is always at level 14, if not 15, by the time Groudon comes up when they play this Pokemon in Scyther. And like you said, the way this team travels, specifically Reggie, they are all over the place. They could have lapped Thea Sky Ruins a billion times already with how quickly they are at cutting things down.
I mean, it's kind of crazy to witness. Level 13 already, but not only that, the pickouts from Reggie are just so incredibly smart. Avoided that entire front line, went straight for the Miraidon as we've got another battle coming down onto this basement pad. The 2 ranged attackers went, nah, Regileckies, that's our way to go. Here we go. Overheat's going to try and put some damage on. Slowbro is right in their face. The Aura Cannon's going to get fired. Lucario turns Mega, but they decide to turn their attention to a Slowbro who is just walking away from the fist, but finally gets felled by an Overheat in the backline. Jeraway gets cut down once again. I think we need to find Reggie for a little bit of deforestation action. The Green Illusion Dive is going to try hunting for Miraidon, and it does just that.
Reggie is unbeatable. Look at the plan. You had Ranma, who was just trying to get them to get away to try to make a play with this Regieleki, unable to do so, but Reggie was still able to get value where they could. Try to get a KO here. They're trying to take down Reggie. Reggie's in a little bit of trouble, though. You don't want to go down, but it doesn't matter because Frank and Don Looks are always there at the back. A guarda espalda, a bodyguard, if you will, to try to keep them alive. Psyduck gonna help Ranma get out of here. Ranma at this point is just kind of stalling things out while Texas is just trying to make sure Ranma gets out. And look at Reggie. They are just less than a quarter away from reaching that level 15. This is Scyther Mania, and it's running wild, brother.
I mean, that is kind of crazy, but what do we say about the Don? He's all in it for the family. He is doing the Lord's work, just defending from everywhere that they can. This combination of Slowbro and Psyduck is pretty problematic, as well as Latias in the back. There we go. Reggie's going to go in even before the Groudon spawns, but could Reggie be taken out? They do get taken out with a Bliss assistance alongside a bright future Meteor Storm, but now Los MTZ have a way back into this game. Latias is going to fire off that Unite Move, but so is Lucario. They're going to go Mega, as well as the Mew going to fire off that Unite Move. Groudon is dangerously low, and it is going to go to the side of MTZ, Los MTZ, with the assistance of Mega Lucario, taking that Groudon off the pad. But Alex, they're being felled very quickly with Jeraway, the only one alive.
Well, you know, listen, I was about to say, if you need a place to be, let it be MTZ. But right now, CACM is still not only holding down the fort with over 100 points, they also still have a buff. They have Frank, who is now just going to be doing massive amounts of damage. So now, Los MTZ needs to find a way to either, 1, take Frank down, or 2, find a way to get Gerari to go score or get some points on the board, but they might be able to do it. Green Illusion Dive is going in, Reggie's going ape, and they are going wild. They're going unga wunga bunga. Blissey and a Dream, it gets taken down, and CACM Sports loses the Groudon, but they're gonna be winning the war, as that is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, an ace for CACM Esports.
Oh, team wipe in every sense of the word. Holy, what did I just witness in this game one? If that is your first introduction to CACM Esports, holy, what a way to make an introduction. That is a fantastic game. They lost the Groudon, but they said, Groudon buffs who? We have a Scyther, we have a Mew, we have a Latios. We ain't gonna be felled by no Groudon buff, and they managed to take down everybody but Cherry in that original exchange there. But Relly was actually the first one that went down, and as we count down, CACM, they're gonna take game number 1, and in an incredible fashion, my friend.
Unga bunga all the way across the sky. If you've been sleeping on CACM Esports, you are taking a big old nap, because again, they were in fact the runner-ups at LAIC, but again, this is a squad that is not meant to be messed with, man. This is a squad that is so good. And the crazy part is, and I didn't get to talk about it too much going into the draft, the thing is, Los MTZ prepared for Reggie because they got rid of the Gengar, because that's Reggie's ace. You thought Scyther was his ace. Oh, no, it's good and it's amazing, but it's their Gengar that you need to be scared of. So they banned it outright. But now Los MTZ is put in a position of, well, do we get rid of the Scyther and the Gengar? Then you're leaving a lot more Pokemon that CACM could take, as of the fact, look at Frank, 141k damage. And mind you, Reggie was all over the place gaining value. And that's the thing about this game, value. And Don Lux and Frank might have the biggest damage numbers, but when you look at value, Reggie was constantly in the enemy's central farm, taking resources away from them, slowing them down. Even though Los MTZ won the Groudon, they still stayed at level 14. Nobody ever reached the level 15 point. Reggie was already there because they were farming resources away.
It's insane, but the thing that really stuns me throughout this entire thing right now, Alex, is 141k damage dealt, 17k damage taken. I talked about as well the combination of Rama and on that Slowbro, and I believe the Psyduck as well. I need to familiarize myself with these players. Texas on that Psyduck and Rama on that Slowbro, just providing the walls for you said it was Frank on the Latios to just do what they needed to do. I do want to, like, again, they had the right game plan. I think Los MTZ did go in. They went in for that fight before Groudon even spawned. It was actually on the back of Reggie that went in with the Green Illusion Dive to try and take out Birdilo on that Miraidon. Again, Birdilo had a very, very hard time in this game. It was on sight right now for Reggie when they saw that mechanical dragon come through. But I mean, Frank on that Latias, man, that's a lot of damage to deal. I mean, I know Miraidon is able to deal a great deal of damage, but when you've just got damage coming back at you, a big problem. And Jeroe is no slouch on that Trevenant, but just, it felt that like we barely saw them because they were just cut down by Reggie and Frank the entirety of that game. I think we have the head-to-head stats. I can't wait to see these if we do have the head-to-head stats, because again, the head-to-head stats are always the funnest part for me when it comes to seeing Unite. We see how these players in the same roles act in different team comps, different scenarios, and everything else like that. So I can't wait to see it. But mate, we need to start getting heat mats implemented in Unite, because I want to see the distance traveled by Reggie.
I mean, we had it at LAIC, so yeah. I mean, hopefully moving forward in the UCS season, we'll be able to see more of it. And Reggie, I mean, CACM, and that's the thing. And there's so many things in my brain right now. It's one, of course, they bring two hermanos together to watch a LATAM, to put on a show for CACM. But also, I mean, when LATAM as a region has just become so much stronger over time, they are building up, they are getting better. And like you said, you had this head-to-head thing, and you saw how good CACM worked. Yes, Don Lux and Latios had the most damage, but the way they were kind of doing this whole dance, Don Lux was also an enabler. We saw in the early game how the coaching was able to save Reggie, and even when you take Reggie down, CACM is more like a Hydra. You take one head down, that's fine. That wasn't even our biggest asset. You still had Frank, who, thanks to Don Lux, was able to get so many KOs, was meant they were able to increase the amount of Eon stacks that they had, which then resulted in the heavy amounts of damage that we were able to see.
I mean, what's that saying? Cut off one head and two shall take its place. Good old Marvel reference for you there. But Nyat also doing a brilliant job. Again, almost acting as a pseudo tank in that way. The Blissey, again, Bliss assistance is enough, but when you're getting attacked from all angles, I want to say an AoE style healing might just be a little bit better. We did see the eggs come through. I know Blissey is considered, one of the best supporters right now. Mostly, we're not even seeing the eggs anymore, but it's mostly for that safeguard because we are in a crowd-controlled meta right now. Everything has crowd control. Even the Eos energy has crowd control because if you're playing Saberlight, you're gonna get poisoned with it. That is always annoying. But Texas, again, we haven't seen too much Psyduck. When it first got released, Alex, it was such a problem to deal with. No one wanted to deal with Psyduck, and it kind of became a little bit irrelevant in the last couple of months. However, players that like this little quirky duck, they know how to play it, and it can be such a problem, especially when you pair it with a more, I want to say, damage absorbing, damage soaking tank like a Slowbro like we saw in this game.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Psyduck fits a niche that certain players want to master. The fact that Psychic can do what it does to kind of pull opponents away, or Surf has two uses. You can push enemies away, or sometimes your Surf can be used to help your teammates move in a certain direction. So that's why Psyduck fits a perfect little niche that is really good to use, but it's very hard to master. And CACM Sports, especially with Texas Luna, they were able to show off what they're able to do. So Los MTZ gonna still have the first pick, and they still are going to choose to take away one of Reggie's aces in the Gengar. We're seeing very similar bans to game number one, at least for the side of MTZ. But I gotta imagine, does MTZ go back to what they know best, or do they switch up their plan? Because as of right now, Mimikyu would be next on the board for Los MTZ if they decide, but they could decide to go for a Slowbro to slow down Ranma.
There's the Slowbro ban coming through, which means Mimikyu could be on the board. But honestly, if you're going to take away... after watching what Reggie was just able to accomplish with the movement and the ability on the Scyther, I mean, if you're saying that Gengar is ace in the hole, I don't want to see what he's going to do on that Gengar, I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of terrified. But Umbreon Suicune getting banned, no crowd control coming through as well. Jose's going to stick with the tried and tested Blaziken. Still, I don't think anyone's gonna tell me that I'm wrong when I say it's probably one of the best secure Pokemon in the game, if not the best secure Pokemon in the game. I feel like Flareons would disagree with an Inteleon Snipe Shot saying that is the best secure tool in the game. But Texas is going to go right back to that Psyduck. Ranma going to pick up that Crossel. I don't know if they go back to the Mega Lucario this time, Alex, because I don't know how effective it was as opposed to the Blaziken. I'd love to see a speedster battle come out between MTZ and CACM, but Jeroe going to pick up Snorlax. Really looking for the Lati Red. They got done in by the Lati Blue before. Maybe if they take the siblings on opposite ends of the team, it'll give them a little bit of an advantage.
Man, look how quickly Estrella's BF was able to just immediately, that's Frank right there, just immediately saying, I'm sorry, you want to leave, Latios? Did you not see what I do? Am I a joke to you? But this is where things change up a little bit too. As Ranma, a great defender pick here, they take away Slowbro, that's fine. I have another Pokemon up my sleeve that can kind of do the same thing, kind of just stall things out, have good movement. And we saw it in game, set number one with Pure. Ranma's on that same mentality. mentality of like, I know what my mission is to keep people alive and move things around a little bit. Dawn looks, instead of the Mew, they're going to go with the Rhydon. Rhydon is just so good with range. We talk about it before. Instead of Mew range and having that extra little bit of coaching, well, why don't you bring in a little bit of powerhouse to the table with this? And Reggie, gonna surprise everybody, not bringing the Scyther still available on the table. It's a speedster duel. They're trying to catch that little mouse known as Birdie on the Raichu, and they're gonna try to catch Relly on that Leafeon.
I mean, I am always in contention with Tano. Every time I say this, Leafeon gets buffs that are really just undeserved sometimes. But in this situation right now with those two attackers on the side of CACM, it's going to be Relly's job to really deal with them. And I am a Raichu believer. I have said I think Raichu is one of the best attackers in the game. Even the nerf to Electro Ball just a little bit has still put this attacker in a great place. It's still able to do a lot of damage. It's still able to ignite those little landmines whenever they want, but also its ability to dash in and out is so good. We have seen people pick up stored power as well for that more direct kind of attacking approach instead of, I want to say, the let's call it area of effect, because it is area of effect. Honestly, you walk into those mines, especially as a speedster, you're looking at half your damage almost being gone. And this, maybe you're better in the mindset of CACM than I am right now. But seeing that Raichu, probably a little bit hesitation, because when you have that Scyther that likes to move around freely, being almost shackled because you have to be very careful about what bushes you fall into is going to be a problem. So taking to the skies with a Talonflame might seem like the best idea to avoid all of that ground, those ground traps that Los MTZ could set. We're at game number 2, upper bracket semi-final number 2. It is Los MTZ, CSM Esports on your orange side. Let's take it away, Alex.
Taking it away, we do it, mano. Another key piece is knowing that Reggie decided to go with the talent. Because just like Gengar, if you go Dream Eater, you live or get sent to the Pokemon Center by you if you can hit or not. Due to the fact that Alolan Raichu just has great mobility, if you miss a dual wing beat, well, you are just going to be not a sitting duck, but more like a sitting praying mantis, and you get absolutely knocked out. Reggie now has a little bit more movement and availability to be able to get out, because Reggie's playstyle still remains the same. Very aggressive, very speedy, wants to be around. Did see Relly here. They're going to push him out as the teams get ready for these first birds to kind of flock into the center.
Single buff taken as well by Relly as well. Again, we've got 4v4 in his top side. That Leafeon has to go and try and fight onto that Latias, but dealing with that Talonflame, that Fletchinder is going to be a big problem. We got a victory coming through. Those Aeon energies are just hitting right now, and the last thing you want to do is let Frank get those stacks on, because we could see another 145 game. Do we have to ask you, Alex, as we head on in, as Talonflame is about to get its evolution, as we see, Relly has gone to go after Donlox, trying to attack, but the support is here. Beautiful work by CACM. The question I was going to ask, we seen Brave Bird, we seen Fly.
I got to imagine that we're going to see a little bit of a Brave Bird action. That just seems like Reggie's style, to be able to dive in, get those resets with aerial lays. Good KO for the side of Los MTZ. Girari finally going to be a Trevenant. We do see that Relly does not have their level 6 yet, so they do not have access to aerial lays or leaf blade to decide which move they want to go with. But like we talked about before, Jose is going to be heading. They're going to try to pull a reverse Uno on them and try to take away resources from Reggie.
I mean, turnabout is fair play. The eject comes through. Are they going to manage to take out Reggie? But no! Once again, in the same way that he did it in game number 1, gets out on an HP and a dream, goes right to those citrus berries. Able to get there. We are seeing the Brave Bird. The absolute, I call it the nuclear option, because as soon as that Brave Bird lands in a group of people, you are not surviving for very long. But 12 points to CACM. Very low scoring game early on. LSMTZ kind of got away. They had to try and figure out how to deal with CACM, so that game 1 was a little bit of research. Let's see if they can turn that research into profit and to victory right now. But Leafeon still struggling to get behind and get to this lucky blue.
Oh, that's how you do it, Ranma. The rock tombs are raining in, the points are raining in, which now means Reggie's also able to get the stacks. So as of note, in the draft screen, we actually saw that Reggie not only had the drive lands, which again did get a little weak in the bracer, my bad, or I forget which is which. It's the bracer, but they also had the attack weight. So they are trying to go full damage, Razor Claw. They want to auto combo, get the crits, do the damage, and Reggie's already here. Flame Sweep is gonna try to pull somebody away. They're able to get the blaze again. That's Jose. Jose says, uh-oh, gotta be sent to the quick old Pokemon Center. Now they gotta get pushed back, but Reggie's looking for more. They get 2 KOs, but the Emerald 2-step gets avoided. They still get the KO. Charge Beam is there for the follow-up. CACM Esports, great defense. Los MTZ was still able to get value by taking down Reggie.
I mean, important is to take down Reggie, but I felt dirty watching that Rock Tomb before into the trap on the Alolan Raichu. Just nowhere to go. And again, these Brave Birds are so calculated. They're not going just randomly onto specific places. We saw the chase down of the Alolan Raichu. And right now, CACM, they've got 2 speedsters that are supposed to be doing the exact same thing, taking down those attackers in the backline. So far, CACM doing a great job as they break the shell of Crossel, but Miraidon is here with the Thunder, not going to stop the 15 from going in, keeping these scores kind of similar, but that Charge Beam has got to make it careful for anyone to go in. Regirock, the Reggie that decides to spawn, the least loved out of all the Reggies, in my opinion, Zero. But could we get a steal as Bright Future Meteor Storm rains down? Nope. Reggie, not one to be forgotten.
Reggie does not want to be forgotten. They use the Flame Sweep to be able to get out of harm's way. It really felt like Jose had that on the Blaziken with the overheat, but Reggie was just so quick. But look where Relly is. They're just kind of snooping around, trying to find their target. Emerald 2-step, but they get picked up. They get taken down regardless. They tried to get away, unable to do so, and it has become Relly's mission to take down Reggie. They said, this Emerald 2-step, I'm going dancing, and these boots were meant for you, and I'm sending you a one-way trip, all expenses paid, to get yourself healed at the Pokemon Center.
It's very fun that these two players have only one thing between them in their names, and that's a letter G and a letter L. Reggie Aureli, and it's going to be fun to watch these two players. But I don't know, the last 2 times we've seen this Emerald 2-step hit, Alex, they've missed Reggie every single time, and they've had to get the KO on the follow-up. Psyduck is going to be trying to take him down here, but Miraidon and Latias are gonna defend their little yellow ducky and make sure that it stays alive for this fight. Jeremy is just absorbing this damage, and Reggie, just in all that chaos, decided, I'm gonna take these little birdies for myself. Nice fling.
They take a couple more than just a birdies. They're going for the Red Jet. Red Jet gonna need to get away. Emerald 2-step once again, finding their target. Now this is where Los MTZ needs to make a play. They took down 2-3 members of CACM, but they still have Ranma in there just kind of holding down the fort. Robo Rouser, Rock Tomb trying to buy some time, and they know it's Blaziken who's able to get it. This is Los MTZ's opening that they needed to find. They need to try to converge here. This is a big moment. Don Looks doing everything that they can to push things away. Reggie is already back, and Reggie Alecki is just trying to make its way downtown. 109 to 95, a minute and a half before Groudon makes it onto the sky.
I mean, Los MTZ taking the lead, but I did want to point out, Jeremy did not join in the rip on the Regieleki. They went and decided to put all their pressure onto the Miraidon so that they couldn't do what they needed to do. Psyduck gets felled. The poor little ducky has to go surfing back to Nurse Joy. Regis steal on the bottom side for the side of Los MTZ. Crossel is the only one here that can do it, but as a defender battle to see what's going on. Latios going to try and score 40, but enhanced charge beam is going to stop them from doing that straight away, and Reggie makes them pay the price with a Brave Bird. These Brave Birds are just hitting absolute accuracy with these, and the follow-ups are crazy coming out. But this scoreline is about to become a lot closer right now. 30 points between these two teams, heading on in to Groudon, which is 40 seconds away. This is game number 2. If CACM take this, they're going through to the finals, and Los MTZ going down to that losers bracket.
That is what Los MTZ is trying to prevent. They do not want to see themselves in the losers bracket. They know what's up ahead. They know Spinal is there, so you'd love to see this EU-NA clash. But CACM Esports, they have a little bit of a bicker towards North America. You know, they might be feeling a little bitter, thinking that they should have won it all. They should have been the ones to win LAIC, but it was North America who was able to walk away with that trophy. They do get the invitation regardless, but they know that there's more at stake on the table.
All Unite moves on deck. Groudon is here. The Thunder is trying to find Jero. This is unfortunate for Jero. He's just unable to do what they want to do on that Trevenant. They got to find the access. But look at where Relly is. They're hunting. They're going bird hunting. But Psyduck has found them with the Brave Bird. And that is the engage they wanted. 0. CACM are going to go in for the kill right now.
They're going in for the KOs, and they've unleashed World War X because they just are going absolutely bananas. Jose trying to stay alive. They're their last hope. That is 3 members down. Alolan Raichu's still here. Reggie is dangerously low. Frank is trying to find them. They're trying to lock them down. There goes Birdie. All that's left is Latias in a dream, so it looks like CACM is trying to lock this up. Naiad's still available there, but when you have Texas Luna and you also have this amazing Crustle, Bustle, Hustle, Muscle bringing out against Naiad, this could be all over for Los MTZ. CACM so strategically used the Psyduck in tandem with the bird to knock out their targets. Less than a minute remains. Los MTZ is looking for a way out, but they only have defense when they need to find a way to offensively get back into this game. But with 40 seconds remaining, Reggie's going in. They're looking for blood.
I mean, Reggie had no other choice but to go in. Right now, they're going to try and defend, but Alolan Raichu not on the board anymore. No more points have gone in from the side of CACM Esports. This is just damage containment right now. If they can steal a buff away from CACM, but Reggie is not going to allow it. 50 is going to go in. Nope, Latias is going to stop it. And finally, those Hundo Burgers reign in. And all I have to ask is, how did Frank find them in that bush? Sorry, not Frank. How did Psyduck find them in that bush? How did Texas know where to look? Like they were searching for something, because taking Relly out of that game early on, it was going to be a tough battle for Los MTZ. But 2-0 CACM Esports over Los MTZ. My guy, what a set.
Let me tell you, the stars at night are big and bright. Deep in the heart of Texas, because Texas Luna was able to just yank Relly out of that bush, and Reggie was ready with the Brave Bird, and that was their opening. Relly was trying to be so strategic, and Luna, Texas, was just looking all over to find them, checking the bushes, because this is what they know. CACM not only knows how to play Pokemon, they know what certain strategies go into certain Pokemon, and Leafeon is fantastic at finding and sneaking behind enemy lines. So Texas was ready, and Reggie was at the wheel saying, hey, if you find something, you call it, we go in. Great job by Jose, though, on the Blaziken to try to keep things going, but the towers fell, and it is CACM Esports moving on to face Spinal, while Los MTZ is going to be finding themselves in the loser's side. That is brutal if you are the side of Los MTZ, coming in as a top team in EU just to be cut down to size. But Hermano, I'm so glad you got to watch CACM, because they are the real deal in LATAM.
I mean, honestly, it's so interesting getting to watch different regions. Just how it works with time zones. I get to watch my own region, OS. I'm going over to EU to get to watch them as well. And then I get to watch a bit of Asia. But these teams in NA and LATAM are just a mystery to me. So I get to watch them every time they're going to be on broadcast. But to get to cast them and to get to know these players, and it's so incredible and beneficial for someone like me to have my hermano sitting next to me who has the knowledge of this, because going into these games, hermano, your knowledge on these players and who they play and how they like to play is absolutely invaluable. Also, on the same respect, just knowing a little bit more about MTZ Esports and how they're able to play, we could see just Jeroe was one of the best Trevenant players I have ever seen. Just unable to get going because of that constant pressure from Charge Beam Rider, but also the Latios as well, just putting on in. We usually see Joey go in for the eject into the Horn Leech, into the Woodhammer to really disrupt and displace anything that they had to go. But with the damage that's being put out, you cannot do that, which is such a problem to deal with. And again, I thought the second match was a lot more competitively close than the first match. Again, Reggie coming out with that Scyther in game number 1 was such a problem to deal with. A little bit more contained on the Talonflame, I want to say, but that makes sense considering once you Brave Bird in, if you don't hit your targets, you're kind of stuck in no man's land. But I mean, I couldn't think of a better Pokemon to probably try and deal with the Talonflame rather than that Leafeon. It's just unfortunate for Los MTZ that Leafeon got caught out very early on. It's Ultra Instinct levels coming out from Texas, finding them in that bush.
Yeah, I mean, that is Ultra Instinct. That is what you got to do as the little duck. You find your targets, you're able to make it move. And, you know, Reggie's 3 Pokemon that we know of and see quite often, they live and or just get fainted, knocked out by the moves that they use. Talonflame has a little bit more flexibility with the Aerial Ace, more than Scyther does. But it's one of those things where you do, when you look at a squad like MTZ, when they had the Alolan Raichu and they had the Leafeon, that's way too much movement to risk a dual wing beat missing. This is why Texas still being on the side is so valuable. You have Ranma, who arguably in this match could look at this and say, well, you banned out Slowbro. Slowbro wasn't going to help us in this match as much because these Rock Tombs set up those kind of like a concavity for Reggie to be able to just dive on in and get infinite resets. They get the slow, you're able to do so much. So in reality, Los MTZ was trying to ban out things that they were having a problem with without realizing CACM was already answering their call on what they were trying to play. And I think that was the big success for CACM.
I think this just comes to a conversation that I would love to have with more people, more casters, more players, just in general, is about, we get the original bans, we have our meta, we have, you know, the Megas getting banned off, with the Vaporeons getting banned off, we have Glaceons getting banned off. I would love to get more information about people that just love, we talk about comfort picks right now. Talonflame not in the meta, Scyther not in the meta. Right now, Gengar definitely not in the meta as well, but these picks are making the difference right now. So do we have to have that conversation about play whatever the heck you want to play, or do we still stick to a meta? Because I don't know, one seems a little bit funner than the other right now, don't you think, Zero?
Yeah, I mean, play what you want, but also you got some good aces, and we could have that conversation all day, but I think the conversation we need to have is with our lovely, amazing hosts who have been here for the INGAGE Ultra Series. So hosts, come on in, take it from here.
Hello, friends. Wonderful games, as always. I'm going to actually kind of call back to an announcement that we did earlier today. So INGAGE is actually going to be part of the 2026 Unite Championship, English is hard, League Series for EU. And that was just announced today. What I want to let y'all know about is there's actually a giveaway going on Twitter. So if y'all are interested in a little bit of AOS gems, make sure you swing over to INGAGE's Twitter, go enter that giveaway. But as far as what INGAGE has coming up, I'm going to keep my end of this really brief because Lobo and Tano are going to be much more familiar with this. INGAGE does boot camps for EUIC. The first one happened this past year. We have another one coming up this year, it sounds like. Tano, do you want to tell us what that was like last year?
It was an absolute blast. It was so much fun. We got to meet so many different teams from loads of different regions. Had an absolute blast getting to meet amazing players. I was there having conversations with Metallic from NA, and that was really exciting. And then having conversations with a lot of the teams from EU that me and Lobo have casted for so long was just so much fun. Lobo was actually on the mic with us all the way from Australia, whilst me and Fu were casting it in person, and it was just a really fun event. And I think we got feedback from the teams that they felt prepared for EUIC, so I cannot wait to see how the next one goes this year.
That sounds amazing. I love it. And Lobo, are you going to be there in person this year? Is that the plan that I'm hearing behind the scenes here?
Yes, absolutely. I think everybody knows by now, but I am officially changing my residence as of 2026 to the EU region. I am moving to London, so I'm going trading OCE for EU, and I will be attending my very first international Pokemon event, EUIC, and I will be helping out with the boot camp. I had so much fun doing it last year. We had some exhibition games going on. Engage rented out a beautiful space, which I actually got to check out when I was visiting London before as well. So it's such a fun thing to do. I actually had so much FOMO. I was sitting here in my room behind my webcam whilst watching Tano and Fu and all the other Engage members interacting with one another and having such a fun time. And I think the most exciting thing for me, talking to all the casters as well and all the people that, you know, work on production and stuff for Pokemon Unite events, is that some of the most exciting bits and pieces of an international Pokemon event like EUIC is obviously meeting all the players, meeting all the casters, meeting all the people that are involved in this incredible community. And Engage brings them all together, because not only do we have a professional boot camp where the players could come in, prepare, scrim against each other, we also had a grassroots style boot camp as well, where we brought teams that wanted to be more involved in the competitive scene. They wanted to get more competitive experience. They had the opportunity to scrim with each other. They had the opportunity to talk to pro players, get more knowledge. And that kind of built the blueprint for what Engage wanted to do, was bring all these players that love this game but on a casual level and turn them into those professional players. So the boot camp at EUIC, the Engage boot camp, is going to be so much fun. Tano and I are going to be there in person. I think we're going to hope and pray that we all get to see you as well. Come say hi, come say hello, because it's going to be an absolutely fantastic time.
That sounds completely incredible. And I know Engage has been taking care of the community, both from the competitors aspect, of course, you know, putting on tournaments that have cash prizes, all of that good stuff, doing giveaways on Twitter. I'll mention it a couple times. Go join that giveaway. Go get your AOS gems. It's 500 of them. Like, just go get it. Go do that right now. But such a cool organization. Definitely honored to be part of the hosting today and yesterday. But I mean, it sounds so fun for the boot camps. When are y'all going to fly me out? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Don't actually. I mean, I would, but don't actually. That would be wild.
It's on the table.
It's on the table.
Right. You have to bring Bridget too, because package deal at this point.
You gotta
So I think
manifest
that's
it.
gonna be fun.
I mean, as if,
Right.
well, why wouldn't we? Why would you guys do such a fantastic, brilliant job hosting? Why wouldn't we get you to come and host the EUIC boot camp? I mean, it just seems
I mean,
like
that
it's a
seems
match
very normal.
made in heaven.
It's fair.
right?
Exactly. Boot camps need hosts. That's what I'm saying.
That's
today.
what I've heard.
It's fine.
So the math is mathing, I think.
Oh yeah, 100%. And as somebody who's never been to a boot camp, Tano, what is the difference between being at a boot camp, between like that and just kind of practicing at home or being at individual team boot camps? Like, what is that environment like?
It's all about the competition. It's all about the replicating the experience of being at an IC as much as you possibly can. You've got scheduled scrims against some of the biggest teams that you're going to be going up against at the IC. You are in a location where your team is sat together. You are effectively on a stage, so it gives you that practice, that completely different environment of not being sat in your bedroom playing this game like we would do at home or streaming or whatever. You are actually in an event with your team, going up against your competition that you can physically see whilst you have plenty of eyes on you watching you play as well. So it's really good practice, really, for that kind of completely different environment that these like offline events hold.
That is incredible. Yeah, I definitely, they're going to totally fly us out, right, Bridget? I think that would be great. But I am hearing that we can start preparing for our next match. And it looks like our next casters are going to be Tano and Jonathan this time around. So Lobo, Tano, thank you for hopping in with our little host panel that we've got going on. Lobo, thank you again for everything. You're absolutely amazing. And Tano, it looks like you're going to be one of the casters in the next match. So I'll see you in a moment.
Whoop, whoop.
Bye-bye.
What a closing
Wait.
statement.
Wait for the game to be ready. I have
The
actually
bye-bye goes
seen
so hard.
My
Oh,
bad.
is the game not ready?
It's so hard.
Yeah,
It's
I
one of
don't
the-
even know what I'm doing. This is fine.
One of those
This is
the
normal.
awkward minute where you say bye and then you still wait there for like 2 minutes. I'm like, all right, Max.
Do we just like
I
wait
think-
awkwardly the whole time?
It's
I think that would
Bro,
be iconic. We'll just
there was
like,
one time where we were just sat there
the
doing
smile
this.
and
but-
In my
Smile
area,
away,
we call that a
boys.
Midwestern goodbye, where you say bye, but then you like keep talking for like another 5 minutes. and
Yeah.
then
That's where you gotta like do
again.
the slap your knees and say whelp and then stand up and you just hope that everybody understands that that means it's the end of the
Yeah.
game together, right?
Oh my god, is that
Well,
the
the-
time
I feel like that
already?
would
Oh
be
my
great.
god.
The-
let's go.
the-
Yeah,
the
Lo
awkward
just like
st-
gets up and leaves.
The awkward stand up, yeah. But
Yeah, I think that would be perfect.
In all seriousness, it's been absolutely fantastic. You guys have done a brilliant job being hosts. So big thank you on behalf of Engage for being our hosts and doing a fantastic job. You guys are absolutely brilliant, bringing vibes. So it's been such a great event, the Engage Ultra Series, which we do. So I just gotta give you guys a big thank you before I head on out and see you guys later. But yeah, it's been an absolute joy to be on this panel and this Casters Deck with all of you guys here. I can't say enough good things about you all.
Lobo,
Aw.
thank you again. You're wonderful, absolutely talented casters, and it does sound like we're actually ready to go say hi to Tano, who we already have on stream, and Jonathan.
There we go. I'm on. We've got none other than the Jonathan Hyde with us. How are you doing, bro?
I'm doing fantastic. Day 1, I open the stream up. There's Tyranitar on the screen. Day 2, I open the stream up. There's a Sableye on the screen. I'm doing fantastic, bro.
Yeah, it's been electric, buddy. I love seeing these coming out. I mean, I'm with Alex. The second I see Sableye now, I'm like, okay, where's Jonathan? He's gonna be looking at this game, right?
Oh yeah. I
Straight
was
on it.
watching JL, my boy. Hey, we're also up with Spinal coming up in the next match. JL, your boy's watching. Bring that back. Bring that Sableye out. I want to see it in action.
Yeah, so the upper bracket, it is going to be Spinal versus CACM Esports. We do have in the lower bracket, it is an EU matchup. Lost MTZ are going to take on Le Bigon New to see if they can make it through to the losers semi-final. But I think this is going to be one heck of a set. They really showed how they are not happy that they didn't win LAIC over on the side of CACM Esports, Jonathan.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how we're going to see Spinal tackle going up against CACM, because a lot of teams have decided CACM, we see that, Reggie, no Gengar. It's the anti-Gengar league taking over here. But the Scyther's still able to make it through, and as we can see, demonic results from Reggie on that.
I am hoping and praying that the Cypher does so well that they have to ban out the Cypher and we get Gengar on Faya Sky Ruins, bro. Nothing would make me happier than witnessing one of these players destroy people on my favorite Gengar.
Oh my gosh, right? But I mean, hey, listen, we have some really good supports coming up from JL as well. I mean, you can't underestimate that Sableye. And even though I'm like, hey, Sableye, woo! It did a lot of great work. But meanwhile, down in the bottom here, Infamous Gaming being able to take out SOB, doing a great job. They're automatically into our losers finals now. So we're going to see Lost MTZ going to be taking on Lay Bigger No as well. So that's going to be great to see them coming in, and that's going to be an electrifying match.
Yeah, the thing is about this lower bracket as well, chat, is it is best of ones until we hit those finals. So it is pretty intense, as you have literally got to go big or go home. You only have one game to push it and make it through to the loser semi-final here on the side of Los MTZ and Le Bigon New, and it is literally a very strong squad on the side of Le Bigon New. By the way, they currently play in the LFPU, and they're very comfortable playing in that LFPU. They've only lost a couple of games here, and when you have a league that you play in, Jonathan, that gives you so much experience and keeps you up to date with how to play this game and gets great synergy on your side with plenty of practice.
It also teaches you how to research these other teams. Now you can see them on the bracket. You're like, okay, when you make it to day 2, you instantly know who the other 7 are going to be. You go back, watch the performances on stream day 1. You look at APIs, you look at whatever you can grab on these teams. So when you're in a league format, you're already familiar with that process. So it's just lickety split and done easy quick.
That it is. I can't wait to see where this game goes, though. The winner finals.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
this Ultra Series has been electric. We have seen some huge teams, we've seen some huge upsets, but it's this multi regional kind of tournament that everybody loves so much. You're coming up against opposition from completely different regions. Each region has their way of playing, Jonathan, so you kind of have to bring that into it as well. It doesn't get more exciting than inter-regional play in Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, and it's so uncommon as well, so it's really good to see that all of the different regions coming through. You get to see how NA plays, you get to see how EU plays, how LATAM plays, and how it all interacts with one another. And more importantly, you get a look, you get a peek right before qualifiers for UCS at how you can combat these different regions and how they have strategized and come into that and see how it plays into your own region and think maybe, is that something I adopt? Is that something I bring in for my team to be the underdog, to be the upset for my own league qualifiers?
Oh, that would be absolutely massive. That's going to be kicking off next weekend is the league qualifiers. So that is going to be electric. Of course, we already know that INGAGE GG, they've got their invitation. They will be joining the UCS leagues this year with their own squad, which is such a massive achievement for INGAGE GG. And I cannot wait to see how that squad gets on. I think they're going to be one team to contend with.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I'm excited as well because I mean, like, we got so many teams coming in there. Like from NA, we got Dignitas, and Dignitas is going to be huge there.
Yeah.
And to see EU INGAGE coming in as well, I love to see it because I mean, like, oh, it's going to be wild, Tano. We got so many great teams coming in, and it's going to be interesting to see who gets to join them and who's going to be pitted up against it. And it's just that exclusivity of seeing not just these single teams coming in one time out or whatnot or what anything. These are rivalries. These are going to be built, stories that are going to unfold. And we get 8 games or 12 games or something like that throughout the league. We get a lot of time with these teams.
That we do, and of course we end up at EUIC where we're going to see these teams really fight it out. Of course, I believe Dignitas will end up being there. They've not made any announcements, but of course they will. They're such a strong team currently. I think the team to watch in the west side of Pokemon Unite right now. But EU, they got to step up, buddy. That's what we're waiting to see, and I hope INGAGE is the team that does that. I cannot wait to follow them along their journey. But right now, it's NA versus LATAM. Spinal taking on CACM Esports. But Spinal right now, they have been pushed to the edge in multiple games already throughout this series, but they bend and don't break, Jonathan. And I think that's the biggest statement for them.
Yeah, one of Spinal's strengths is the synergies that they're able to pull off. I mean, we saw it in the last set they were able to play. The synergies between Flareons and Pure. The Crustle goes in. It gets 4 caught up in that X-Scissor for the clutch snipe to win the game, to put them where they are in this tournament so far. But from Flareons on the Inteleon, grabbing the Groudon out from the jaws of defeat. So it's going to be interesting to see how these synergies are going to play out against CACM, who loves disruption, who loves the chaos, who can play into that very well, and as a very strong team is able to break it apart and separate it.
Yeah, and who's going to punch their ticket into the grand final first is the question. Right now, I don't know. I don't know how anyone can beat Spinal. I think they've got a brilliant team synergy. I think the only issue, the only thing that could really bring them down is themselves, Jonathan. I think it's one of those situations where you are playing so well, your synergy is working so well for your team that it's only yourselves that can get in your way. We did see that a little bit yesterday when the team got very confident in some of the ways that they were playing. They pushed up a little bit, they stayed a little bit too long, gave over too much experience, but they have learned from that very quickly to the point where they have been uncontested moving on into these semifinals.
Yeah, well, it's going to be something of a match to see. Like, again, I want to see more Sableye action coming in here. I'm saying, like, listen, JL, I'm here now. Bring the little Gemlin, as Atisha likes to call it there, Attica likes to call it there, the Gemlin come in. Bring it in. Let us see it shine, because it's going to be a great Pokemon into this. I don't think Reggie can handle it with that Scyther.
You know what I want to see? I want to see some more of that Sylveon that we saw yesterday. Bertolo bringing out the Sylveon, the tank Mystical Fire Sylveon, and that was so good. I want to see some picks like that. I want to see some people bring out some Pokemon where you're like, why have they pitched that? I'm not quite sure what the understanding is. And then just seeing it do so well. Bertolo was so good on that yesterday. That's what I want to see come out here.
Yeah, Tank Sylveon, very underestimated. It did get buffed in not last patch, but the patch before, so it's able to make it shine. Just not a lot of people able to work it out, but Bertello did find the way to do it, and my gosh, did it take people by surprise.
I mean, the other side of it is that every team is always wary of that Zorak Comfy combo. We saw Lost MTZ banning out the Comfy yesterday exclusively because they're like, you know what, let's stay away from that. We've seen so many teams, at least in NA and EU, that go back to that as a crutch if they want to lock in a game.
Yeah, and surprisingly, and maybe you'll see it now, we're in the ban phase here. Blissey has made a surprising pass through the ban phase. It's made it through more games than I suspected, and a lot more eggs coming out. But Spinal already says, CACM, get that Scyther out of here. Get the Gengar gone too. Boy, I wonder who we're targeting.
Bro, how much of a compliment is it for you to not only be target banned once, but twice in the same ban phase? Is absolutely ridiculous by Reggie. What a statement for how strong of a player they are. Psyduck has also been taken out as they witnessed how strong that was against Lost MTZ. CACM Esports are going to ban out the Glaceon, the Umbreon, and the Suicune here, wanting to get rid of all that crowd control.
Yeah, but they're going to pull in the Mimikyu. That's going to be Vin on that Mimi there as well. Vimy has been doing a lot of great work this tournament there. A lot of Shadow Sneak is common, but we have seen a lot of Trick Room and just how powerful and strong it can be. You're not just dashing to people, you're dashing through them. So it's going to be interesting to see how, but hey, Mimikyu does have the Play With Me, which locks people down, and CACM says Slowbro is going to be paired against it, so we can also have that lockdown power.
Yeah, I think that's a brilliant counter pick here by CACM. I feel like taking the Mimikyu as a first pick is such an audacious thing. It's such a brilliant Pokemon in the meta right now, but it kind of shows you have a plan to take it that early. Flareons is going to get their Inteleon back on the field. Pure's bringing out the Mamoswine this time. No Snorlax, not wanting to entertain the Crustle either. Mamoswine on the field is going to be such an interesting decision by Pure.
Yeah, I love Mamoswine, and it's going to go into Snorlax there, or Slowbro. They start with an S, and my brain defaulted there. But Slowbro coming out, that's going to be a great pairing for it, but Reggie's going to show what they can do on the Talonflame. And Don Lux says, you want snipes? I'll go toe-to-toe with you. I'm not scared of your 112k Miraidon. I'm not scared of your Groudon, Secure, and Inteleon. I'll bring it.
That's what we want to say. Bring it indeed. This is going to be an interesting matchup. We talked previously how Spinal, they were uncontested on the side of Flareons, and they didn't have any pressure on them at all with this Inteleon. So this is Reggie's one mission in this game. Make Flareons uncomfortable on the positions in that Inteleon, and we'll see whether that works for them. Right now, CACM Esports locking in the double ranged attacker comp here as well. And I mean, we say double. Looking at that Laddie Red, I may have a supporter background, but that's an attacker all day long, bro.
Yeah, that is triple attacker right there. Triple attacker and a little tank and a guy that's definitely going to be brave birding all over Flareons if they can see it. That Clefable and Pure are going to have a lot of options and a lot of action to try to protect that Inteleon while also sitting on the front lines. But we do have Og on Lucario, not Mega Lucario, but Little Luca here to represent.
I do like that, to be honest. I think the Lucario, you don't need those extra evolutions or anything like that. You are looking for your immunity from crowd control, trying to hit those higher levels there. But this is going to be an interesting game here, Jonathan, because squishies galore on both sides here. You got the double, well, triple ranged attacker realistically on the side with Reggie ready on that Talonflame. And then it's all about what Flareons can do to keep out of the way on the side of Spinal. They've got more frontline on the side of Spinal, so I think they've probably got the better comp here.
They do, but I think the tanks are also going to be working overtime. Mamoswine's got that Ice Fang, Slowbro telekinesis, so it's all going to be about possibly, if we see those moves, who can get those picks and who can collapse on them the fastest. But we're going into game one. Spinal, your purple team, CACM's Esports, your orange team there, as we're already seeing who's taking the central lane.
One thing for sure, the Flame is not going to have an easy job against the Mimikyu. It's not the best of matchups, is that, but they know their one target is going to be Flareons, as we see stacks already coming onto the board. Who is going to get the better power spike into the lane?
Yeah, but we do have the Mew coming in. Well, Mew's already level 4 there. The Sobbled level 4 too, but we're already seeing rotations into the top. Both Lotties plus the Talon. Reggie is here. They are ready to fight, but we're also 20 seconds early from those 850 birds.
Let's see who can get the power spikes early on the side of these central laners. They've got 5 across the board. It's all about who wins this top lane battle. As we see Swinub coming up here as well. Spinal are going to send 4 into this lane. So, for ATM Esports, as they take majority of that on the side of Spinal, there comes the Muted Auto with the Electro Ball. But Swinub, they'll take all that all day with that Thick Fat.
Well, Latias is also looking for that brawl. They're looking for that fight. They just hit the level 4, and they'll start being able to build those Aeon stacks as they're coming through. Reggie's already causing chaos in the bottom lane here, causing trouble for Flareons as they have to back out and eat some berries, while also backing out as well. Nice support from the Slowbro, being able to extract Reggie from the fight.
Pure was desperate to see if they can get onto Reggie there. Not able to do so. Some good blockage will come on through. But that is what Spinal are going to be concentrating on. If you can find picks on the side of Reggie, you've got more space to push onto these ranged attackers. As we see Spinal pushing up to take away this experience from Frank here where they can. But it's just allowing them to get stacks here, Jonathan.
Yeah, they are. I mean, we look at the levels. Level 7 on both of our carries there, both of our main central laners there. But the Latios going to get the KO onto that Lucario. Double KO onto the Clefable. That's going to be huge into the top lane here. Reggie Drago untouched, but Spinal does have more members in the bottom here, and they are going to be pushing that pad to score.
Yeah, they've got to capitalize on this, take down this Slowbro, which is not an easy task, but you've seen that CACM Esports, they've got the Reggie Drago, they've gone and scored points in the top goal. You have to get some benefit here. Big Beam's going to come through, but the points will rain in. It is a Trick Room Mimikyu, and Spinal do manage to get a little bit of a lead from that.
Yeah, that Mamoswine doing great work with that Ice Fang, already finding the picks, pulling them down and pulling them away. Nice snipe shot from Inteleon, securing that wild Pokemon. Gotta capture them all, as they say, as our objectives are hitting the field. Regilecki deciding to take the bite basement.
Let's see if they can find the space that they're looking for on the side of CACM Esports. Slowbro sat in there absorbing all of the damage, but Pure on point with the Ice Fang. Manages to find the KO onto one of the ranged attackers. The Brave Bird trying to land, but ends up with a shot in the face as they end up going back to Nurse Joy. They find Clefable, but objective online now for Spinal as the Regilecki is going to push in. They can't break it in time, but the Azure Spy Vision, oh baby, a triple coming out for Flareons.
Listen, now Flareons is a demon on that Inteleon, and the bans seem to be working. When you take away that Scyther, take away that Gengar, you're limiting options to what the opposing can do. Talonflame hasn't been as effective as it could be yet, but it is the highest Pokemon on the field with that Mimikyu, with that Inteleon there. So all it takes is just a little bit more scaling before it's able to just be a devastating threat.
Yeah, they really are managing to find a way to limit the Talonflame, and that was the main target, because if you can stop that damage coming on through, you can stop Flareons getting the pressure on. You can already see them here just sat up, bringing these snipe shots through, buddy. And if you can't stop that coming onto your side, you are going to lose this game. It does way too much damage.
It does, but the Lucario's already thinking about that, and he's saying, hey, I gotta get the heck out of here. Clefable's body blocking, but also getting crucial vision. The Brave Bird goes in, but misses everything, while the Flareons is laying down the support with those cover and fire on the Inteleon shots. But the Brave Bird comes in, takes down the Mamoswine, provides a wonderful opportunity for CACM to score.
OG was really hoping to cause the disruption on the Talonflame, but it's not enough as Reggie finds the scores, and now they're diving down the Flux lane. They've managed to find Flareon's Clefable taken down as well. Goodbye to Mimikyu as Vin Diesel goes back to Nurse Joy, and CACM Esports have got themselves well and truly back in this game.
They have. They were going a little bit even, maybe a little minus there at the start, but they have found their momentum. They found the tempo. They got the pushes they need. They're a little behind on points, but look at those levels. They are climbing there on Reggie, level 12, but they need the Lotties up, and they need that Mew up. They're level 10s right now. Got to get them to their level 12s.
Ooh, and Slowbro's gonna go down. A massive pick by Pure. Mammoth Mash is gonna come on through here. And as we saw in the previous games, Mammoth Swine can take a little while to get online, but Pure is very comfortable with their levels here. But the Brave Bird is gonna find them anyway, and then Reggie has to get themselves out of that position. Regieleki is gonna be taken by the Electro Ball coming through, and that gives CACM Esports a good advantage as Reggie dives back on in. It's a double KO coming out from the Laddie Red here, and they push on in. The Regieleki to give themselves the lead of this game.
Don Lux had to remind Flareons there's another sniper on the board. Now, it may not always be Solar Beam, but Electro Ball is just as dangerous, just as powerful. Can't forget it, can't underestimate it.
That you cannot, as Reggie Drago is also going to go to CACM Esports uncontested with a minute 30 left before the mighty Groudon takes to Faya Sky Ruin. CACM Esports have got themselves very comfortably in the lead of this game. They've got the levels, they've got the points right now, looking for the Regis here as well.
Yeah, and they're going straight for it. It's the Latios with the cure on that Reggie Ice. Flareon still throwing down a lot, but the Flame Charge comes in, tries to kidnap the Mimikyu, and does successfully, takes it down. Slowbro is getting low, but look at that healing. Just says, hey, look, you got me psyched. Gonna take you down.
Brilliant effort again from Reggie here as they dive into that Flux zone, looking for the back line of Spinal. Good flanking coming out from Frank as well as they break a couple of ankles there, trying to dodge those snipe shots coming their way. We got 50 seconds here, Jonathan. CACM Esports very comfortable. Spinal looking to see if they can get this started early.
Yeah, but Spinal does have a T1 pad on the side of CACM. That is a valid option for them to push to try to get a double point score in there. There's a Regieleki into the bottom here as well that they could group up and try to take. But it looks like they're prioritizing a position into the Groudon pit. They want to get that early, look for their picks, and find a way to get somebody on CACM to overextend.
And the difficulty is right now, they've not got the healing that they want to deal with these snipe shots. If you get those landing, you've lost half of your HP, and you're going to have a think about what you do then with the engage. As we see it coming through here on Don Lux, but that's the engage they were looking for. Pure has been annihilated. Reggie dives on through. We see the mist ball coming through as well. Clefable is wiped off the map as Spinal have to rethink their engage. It's CACM Esports wiping out Spinal and going for the Groudon.
Groudon is almost gone, and now it is going to be CACM taking it now, but Spinal is respawning. 5 seconds left on Flareons to come back in. The rest of them are here onto the slower pad. Going to be trying to take it. Nice pick on the Mammoth Swine to take down the Slowbro there. It's going to be the Clefable that gets taken down. We have the Reggie coming in with a Flame Charge. There goes Pure. 1, 2, 3, gone for Spinal. Hundo Burger starting to rein in.
CACM Esports continue where they left off with the wins as they take game one here. We've got a minute 10 left. Spinal could try to surmount some sort of comeback, but they're still waiting for a couple of their players to get back on the board, and with now over 500 points difference, it is going to be CACM Esports that gives themselves the first game with a massive advantage.
Well, there's 50 seconds left. Weirder things have happened. They haven't given up yet. They're going for the push. They got 2 buffs, one on Pure, one on Flareons. They got hope, but I don't think they have the points in the pocket. They're going to try anyways, though, but the Slowbro's going for a cheeky back cap to make that not 500, but now 600 point difference.
Yeah, and that's going to be too much for Spinal to climb against. Not enough change in the pocket to be able to make that difference so far. They will definitely give it their all, though. And to be fair, if CACM Esports, they keep falling, that's more points that Spinal will find. The Azure Spy Vision's going to be used here, but still looking for that 600 points. That's not enough change. That is going to be CACM Esports taking game 1.
Valiant effort, great bands, but they just weren't able to execute there. So coming into Gate 2, gonna be interesting to see how it is that Spinal's gonna pivot, because this is match point. If they don't make this one, they're gonna have to go into the lower bracket, and they're gonna have to start making their way through on a lower bracket run to get back up into the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, one thing's for sure. I don't think Spinal has won a single game with a 2-0 victory in these sets yet. They do usually end up going to a game 3 and locking in and being able to take those final 2 games. So they're kind of not in an uncomfortable position to say. They're used to at least being a game down at some stages here, or at least tied. So that's a good position to be in if you are Spinal. But Reggie, we can't talk enough about how strong Reggie is on any of these speedsters.
Oh my gosh, no. I mean, you could ban out 2 Pokemon, but he's still got a third, a fourth, a fifth. You know, you can only take out so many. So you got to look at how you can counter him. How can you curb? How can you break Reggie's ankles going into this? And it's hard. So you got to look at it. Is Reggie the one to target, or is it only the Gengar that we need to ban out? Is it only the Scyther we need to ban out? Bait something else in, and then make a plan for that.
Or maybe just ban out all 3. Like, could we witness a free ban strategy for a target ban? That would be absolutely bizarre, mate. But I do think we need to say congrats to Ranma, because I think that Slowbro was so good in that game. But it took a lot of resources and a lot of damage from Spinal to take them down.
Yeah, its HP got low a lot of times, and it was like within KO range. So that's when Spinal's like, let's go in, let's get it. All of a sudden, its HP starting to tick up, not down. They're like, wait a minute, what's going on here? The producers, can you check on this? Admins, no, that's legit. Oh crap, I overextended.
Yeah, and that's not a position you want to be in. You overextend, and then they just find the KOs all day long. That felt like maybe it could have been a bit more oppressive from Spinal. They did feel like they were on the back foot for quite a bit of that, Jonathan, and it just shows CACM Esports is such a good team here. They played at LAIC. Yes. They were the runner-ups at LAIC. They are such a strong team here in the 2025 UCS.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how Spinal, again, comes in and tries to take them down, because Spinal, I'm pretty sure, I don't know if they fought Spinal at LAIC or not. I can't remember. It happened so long ago, Tano, another age bygone era. But no, they're here now, they're fighting together and against each other, and it's one of those things where it's like, all right, I've seen Reggie play throughout this. I've seen what they can do. And I think realistically, now that I'm thinking about it, now that I'm thinking a second chance, triple bans is the only way to do it with a secure on a fourth. First pick Reggie's 4th most played Pokemon, and you got to quadruple ban that guy.
You know what? I think all 3 bans used on Reggie, and then all 5 of your picks being on Pokemon that Reggie can play. Just take away every single Pokemon that they've got open and see if that works for you. You never know. I tell you what, it probably won't. It probably won't, because Reggie is such a great player here. But it is about the team that they managed to build around him as well. As we saw, Reggie kind of is just left to do their thing. You go, you get those KOs, you do what you need to do. The rest of the team will hold their attention and take that damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the things too, is you need to think about too, is it's not just Reggie, it's the supports that follow up. What makes them successful? Is it just that they're this good, or do you look at maybe leaving up some of those targets for Reggie to take away more of the bulkier Pokemon, more of the supportive Pokemon that enable them to do what they need to do? Hoopa, very strong, didn't hit the ban, didn't even come into the draft there. Blissey also, I think Blissey hit the ban there, but maybe that is something you leave up as a way to say, all right, if you want to take Scyther, if you want to take your Gengar, go ahead, take it. We'll take Blissey, we'll take Mega Char, or we'll take something else that we can just Bliss assist on and go to town with. Or you want to bring in a Gengar, you want to bring in a Scyther there? Maybe we go with Sweet Kiss Comfey into a Serena. Maybe we go a little bit nastier there and try to take them down that way.
Yeah, because you can bet they ain't going to get that Suicune, as we do see them continuing to ban that out on the side of CACM Esports. Completely understandable why. Giving you an update on the other side of the bracket, though, chat. Lost MTZ have managed to defeat Le Bigorneau, so they've come into the losers semi-final versus Infamous Gaming, which will be a best of 3 down there in that lower side. So they're going to be keeping a very close eye on this set as it develops, Jonathan.
I'm excited to see Infamous Gaming go all the way. I kind of want to see them in the grand finals there. We need some LATAM representation in this going through. And I think a CACM versus Infamous Gaming could be the way to go. We could see some really strong players go up against each other.
Oh, that would be huge if we see that come through. We saw a couple of other regional tournaments recently. I think the grand final ended up being EU versus EU in the Unite Legends Showdown. This one, being a double LATAM, would be electric as we go on into the second game here. Looking at the band Spinal, they're just doing the same.
Yeah, but that is only 2. We could see the third. That's the Talonflame. Come on, Talonflame is the third. You want to let that lock out? Nah, Slowbro. They said, hey, we kept getting psyched out by Slowbro. Well, you can't do it anymore. We're going to get him off the ban table.
Bro, that is so valid. That Slowbro took so much resources to take down that whilst you were doing that, your team was falling to the damage from CACM Esports. So that is such a valid ban, as Vin Diesel will go back to the first pick on the Mimikyu.
Yeah, Mimikyu coming back in. They said, listen, the Mimikyu is going to allow us to get back into this. Just watch, just listen, just say, we got this going on. But Psyduck on Texas, and do we see that mean Crustle there on Ranma? That could be a really solid core. Mimikyu could be like, listen, I'm all up in your business, but I mean, we saw how nasty Crustle can be, and that is a really good pick to deny Pure.
It is. A Spinal gonna just run it on back. Looks like Miraidon is gonna be the pick here for Flareons rather than the Inteleon, and that is gonna be smart. Instead, no, JL will bring out the Hooper. Pure is back on their tried and tested Snorlax.
I would be very careful. Flareons did hover the Miraidon there, so that is something that you got to be a little fearful there. But the Snorlax Hoopa combo, that is also a strong core. Snorlax, great engager. Hoopa is also great for disrupting the mental game, because you're like, I almost got that last hit. I can almost get them, and all of a sudden they boop through a portal, and they're just back again at full HP.
Oh, this is good. CACM Esports going to bring out that Miraidon here, give themselves the strong attack. Flareons really flexing their range attacker skills. He is going to pull out the Mew this time for Spinal. Whilst OG makes a decision, it's going to be the Buzzwole coming onto the field. That top lane is going to be a mighty one with that Hooper and Buzzwole combo.
Yeah, Reggie's debating bringing in that Talonflame, but yeah, Flareon's on that Mew. They're saying, listen, you can take the Miraidon. This might not be an Inteleon game, but you played Mew. Now we're going to go tit for tat. We're going to go play some Mewtwo. I'm going to show you that you are right. That Mew is a great secure, and I'm going to make sure we can outrange the Miraidon all day, every day.
All day, every day. I mean, that is exactly what they're going to need to do if they want to win this, or at least take it to a game 3. CACM Esports have the advantage. They are 1 game up so far, and they are just going to run back the plan that they've used throughout the entirety of these sets. We've got Reggie on the Speedster left to do their own devices, whilst we have the strong defender and support to protect these ranged attackers.
Yeah, and I think the Buzzwole is going to be really key for the Spinal as well. That CC, that just, again, they go similar to the Mamoswine, but stronger. It provides a lot of pick opportunities. So if you go in with Reggie, sure, you get the Brave Bird off, but if you're able to grab it before it aerial aces, that's a huge stun on it. That's a great grab. Even if you get the aerial ace off, you might not necessarily get out. So you could force the Flame Sweep to come through and be forced out of it. All of a sudden, Reggie doesn't have that disengage anymore, or they weren't able to get the value that they want. So I think Buzzwole is going to be an incredibly strong deterrent for diving in recklessly.
No, 100%. And, you know, it's the main reason to pick up that Pokemon. For me, it's all about if they can get on Don Lux, because we've seen Miraidon multiple times. They just sit there in the back line when they've got protection like this Crustle and just blitz through your team with that enhanced charge beam.
Yeah, I think the Mimikyu is going to have to be the one to try to do that there. We might see more Trick Room action coming up today, but Spinal, your purple team, CACM Esports, your orange team. CACM is in match point, so Spinal's got to really pull it together to take this to a game 3.
See if it works for them as we see them taking to the central area here. Up in the top lane, it's all about what they can do to get Unk to level 5. OG needs to hit that early on to really bring the damage onto Frank.
Yeah, and already we got a huge chunk there onto that Vin there, so we got to make sure we pull out, try to get something going on as OG goes in. They're going to come in. They're going to take most of those birds, I believe, going to the hoop. That's a great grab there. Not a lot of experience, but it is enough in this early game.
Here comes Reggie coming in with that acrobatics. Does a great amount of damage early on with this Fletchinder. They're going to take down Hooper. JL back to the Pokemon Center. We see Vin Diesel on the way up with the Mimikyu, but will that be enough? They've got vision on where Vin is as the 850 spawn on in. Acrobatics is so good for cleaning these up, but they do manage to get a few on the side of OG.
Yeah, Reggie tried to go in. They thought better of it. They're like, listen, their team's here. Mine's not. That's okay. We're going to back right up. We got 35 seconds till Reggie Drago pops in. But we got some birds down there. I'm going to go for it. And Reggie is going, Og is going to go up right against that Latios and try to say, hey, what's up?
Very close early game, to be honest, though. But he just looking at the scores, only 4 points on the board here with CACM getting like 1 or 2 stacks. Right now, we got 15 seconds before Reggie Drago takes to the field. We've hit level 7 on the side of Talonflame, but Mimikyu is managing to keep up so far. The level's more on the side of CACM Esports as both teams look like they want to get close to this Reggie Drago.
Yeah, Miraidon's already there. Don Lux is ready to go for it, ripping it there. But Vin and Pure are also there as well. We're starting to see CACM pull down and try to get onto this as Reggie gets on top of the Mimikyu, is able to take it down. But the Hoopa portals come through, save 2 of them. But the Mew gets taken down. Flareon's is now back at base while JL is getting taken down by the Psyduck.
That is so tough. They were so close to finding the KO onto Reggie, but they were so quick to get out of the beam of the Mew. And as JL came back looking to hunt them down, none other than Don Lux was there to protect that Talonflame. CACM Esports have now given themselves the advantage in this early game as they take the majority of that farm yet again.
Charge beam coming out there in the Thunder. Going to be scouting out for positions, threatening the farm a little bit. Listen, you got to burn that solar beam to try to get it there. 8 seconds until our first objectives come in. Where is each one going to be? It's going to be crucial to where you find where that experienced Reggie is. And Lecky going to be appearing in the top side.
Does look like Spinal want to be here for it as well as they get some good vision, seeing where this Psyduck is. The dive in from CACM Esports already as Reggie rips that down to half health. Got to watch out from this Muted Auto coming in though. There's the Electro Ball as well, but he just gets it set up for the Brave Bird to find the answer. I would let this in if I was Spinal, but you've got to stop them from being able to score it. There it goes. Not a massive overcap. Opens up the extra area of experience, but it's whether you can get to it, Jonathan, because right now CACM Esports is cleaning you up.
Yeah, they're looking for a break. That's 6 points on the Reggie. There could be potentially 2 more if they decide to take a couple of more points and break it. They may not now, but as long as it's done before the next Reggie spawns in and heads towards that pad, that is a win condition and a threat to the home pad.
I mean, right now, they are completely outscoring and out-leveling Spinal. They've got 172 points to 9, and they, yet again, Spinal struggling to deal with the ranged attack coming in from this Miraidon, trying to see if they can find a sneak through, but Ranma will take all of that damage. Whilst they wait for Reggie to just farm up the rest of their experience, it looks like Spinal wants to take the approach, knowing that this Talonflame's not here yet. Bright Future, Meteor Storm, though, pushed up against the Rock Tomb, works a treat for CACM Esports, buys them that little bit of space as Pure tries to find it from the side of the Spinal now. Full power Sai reduces that damage coming in, and they continue to go at each other. Spinal finds a good KO, but so does CACM, and it looks like they're going to come out on top.
CACM is doing an incredibly good job of playing around those portals. They see the Hoopa portal and they immediately set up. They know how to engage. Whether it's to deny the wall from the Buzzwall getting in there, or whether they're just saying, Crustal, you plant yourself on top of it, anybody goes, you X-scissor them out of there. Both teams are fantastic, doing a great job here, but that top pad is up, is gone. Regilecki spawns in 15 seconds there, so now Spinal has to decide, do we keep pushing bottom, or do we rotate into the top for Regilecki in 7 seconds?
They got a show for this. I'm so surprised they aren't, because realistically, if CACM Esports takes this before the 4-minute mark, we will have another Regilecki, and that is going to push that home pad as well. Right now, Spinal are going to try and see if they can find some advantage down here whilst that Regilecki pushes their home pad. They know they're going to have to go and defend that, but we will have another one coming into this game, buddy. Can Spinal get enough out of this at the moment? It looks like not, as CACM Esports are going to rotate down. Miraidon's going to break him from scoring, and that is a huge defense from this team.
Yeah, the Talonflame tried to score 46, but the Snorlax got there first there, so the Pure is able to stop that. Now, we do have Og that's going to be stopping it, but now they're putting the pressure onto the T1 pad. The Rings Unbound are coming out. JL is 1 HP in a dream. They're trying to get out. They're trying to throw hands. Ultra Soul Slam's coming in. We do have Ranma trying to get out there as we get smacked down, but we finally take down the Buzzwole with the Bright Future Meteor Storm, setting up a bright future indeed for CACM.
This is a domination from CACM Esports. They are so incredibly comfortable in this game right now. They've just got to watch out for being too confident and pushing up and staying too long. We have just said goodbye to Reggie. Level 13 Talonflame has been taken by Spinal. They break that pad, buddy. 330 points unanswered here. 17 just for Spinal.
They did great math there. 40 points left on, 38 first, then the 40. They timed it incredibly well. I also hope Spinal mark the timer for Regilecki, because we're about to see that timer come up any second now. 2:35 is when it should be back on the field, and there it is, 30 seconds away. Now they know exactly where they need to be to deny that win condition.
Yeah, they got a show for this. They have to go and do something up in that top lane. It seems right now CACM Esports really trying to find the fight in the central areas. Pure is going to go down. I thought they were going to find the KO. We do say goodbye to Reggie again, though, which is massive now for Spinal, not having that pressure coming in on that Talonflame. 40 seconds left on the board, but right now CACM Esports are in the top lane ready to rip.
Ranma's already starting to get that vision, and Psyduck is ready to there too for it. We get beginning to rip there, but we do have Spinal coming up in force, in mass. The entirety of CACM is not quite here yet, but Spinal's ready to throw hands. They recognize this is where they need to be, so the Rings Unbound comes out. Tano.
Oh, they're going to take down the Buzzwole here, but it looks like this is going to be the ground on fire. The Regilecki is still pretty weak as Reggie gets onto it. The enhanced charge beam is going to work, and there is the Brave Bird. Rubble Rouser is now going to be used as Ramar tries to hold strong here against the Mimikyu. Bright Future Meteor Storm will work. CACM Esports have taken the Regilecki, pushing the home pad right now. They've taken out 3 Pokemon from Spinal, and they're now going for the rip onto the Groudon. The Hooper has already been used. This is going to be taken by CACM Esports as they hold strong for LATAM.
5-man army going towards it. Spinal just says, listen, we have too many down. It's gone. It's over. CACM's going to take this by storm in a 2-0 victory.
What a statement by CACM Esports. Spinal were having one heck of a tournament so far. They were the team to beat. And CACM Esports has come in and made an absolute statement, especially in that second game, to force a team like Spinal to accept the fact that they are not going to win that game with a minute still left on the clock is absolutely massive for this LATAM team.
Yeah, CACM did a really good job of breaking apart what Spinal tried to do there. They were able to deny. They set up. They just basically reverse Reggie them about targeting the Flareons. They just said, we'll take the Miraidon from you. You can have the Mew. We'll deny an opportunity for your Inteleon to come in because it's not a good matchup into this. And we're just going to make sure that we get to take you down because... yeah, you want to take out Scyther, you want to take out Gengar. Well, that just means the gloves are off.
Bro, I gotta say, honestly, I think, to be honest, Bridget is onto something here. LATAM is nasty this year. They are playing so fantastically well, and I think they may be the region to watch. But nevertheless, we have the Alex about to join us. Jonathan, what a set that ended up being.
That is a set indeed, but Spinal's going down to the lower bracket, and I really hope that they bring in the Sableye. It worked for them before, it could work for them again, and it's a best of one down there, all the way up to losers finals. Yeah, it could work there, but I'm going to take a quick break here, and you guys are going to get the wonderful, the amazing, the Scyther man himself zero in on Alex.
Yes, let's go. Bring him on the screen. Alex, my good old buddy. I know that matchup for you was a little bit like, it's my best friends against the might that is LATAM.
Yeah, let me tell you, I was torn. I had to cover my eyes and just follow your guys' voice because I knew if I watched, I was going to be heartbroken either way. Yes, they're both in the match series still. But the thing is, CACM, that's my Latino brethren. I don't want to see them lose, but I also have my great pals over here. So it was horrible. So I'm like, yeah, Jonathan and Tano got me for this. I'll be fine.
I mean, what a statement by CACM Esports, to be fair, Alex. That was just an absolutely perfect set from them, to be honest. Dominant in that game too, to the point where Spinal of all teams put up the white flag.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where right now CACM is firing on all cylinders. They have all their assets to them. They are as hot can be. They're on fire. They're moving fast. They're moving quickly. And it's this, like I talked about it when I casted their set earlier. It's like a dance. They're moving so well in tandem with one another, protecting one another. And it almost feels scripted. But in a game like Pokemon Unite, you can't script that. But it's just so perfect, the movements, that you would think it would be.
Yeah, that you would. And the thing is, right now, in that losers final is Spinal, waiting to see who they're going to go up against. And that is, if you are on the side of this losers semi-final, you've got Infamous Gaming and Lost MTZ, you're like, we've got to go up against Spinal in the losers finals. Boy, that is going to be tough.
Yeah, that's not, you don't want to be on the losing end. And, you know, making it to our top 4 cut is already something to be proud of here at the INGAGE Ultra Series. But when you're Lost MTZ or Infamous Gaming, another amazing team by Infamous putting things together, you have players like Gohan, who has just been a emerging amazing support player that enables so many plays for their teams. You have Lost MTZ, who has Jose, who has made just spectacular secures, gets good KOs. Each team has its assets. Spinal has Pure, it has Flareons, you have CACM, it's Reggie and company, because of, like I said before, you cut off one of the Hydra's heads, there's 2 to replace it.
Yeah, I actually can't believe that we witnessed 2 target bans in the same draft there just to try and target Reggie. That's ridiculous, mate.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you got to do if you are trying, but that's it's a offense, but it's also you end up hindering yourself because the problem is you might be trying to ban out a certain player, but just like I talked about the Hydra, you still got to worry about Dunlux. You still have to worry about what's behind. What about Frank? Oh, I'm sorry. I just took down Reggie. We wasted all of our resources. All right, how do we take care of the rest of the dragon? And that's the problem. It's a good problem to have if you're on the winner side, which CACM has been on.
It's one of those where it really shows the strongest teams in the world, realistically, are those ones where every single player has so much flexibility to them, has so much good synergy. Like, you're like, we have to think about Reggie. We have to think about Reggie. But then you forget about the rest of the team that are just as much of a problem. There's a couple of teams here in EU that are exactly like that, Alex. We've casted them. Ultimate, for example, people are so concerned about Nachos, but then you've got to think about the rest of the team, and that is they are the best teams, are the ones where there's that one player people always think about and think that is such a massive threat, but then the rest of the team is just as strong.
Yeah, and that's what you have to be careful about. There's always somebody in some team that is just this big threat that you need, this behemoth, but you forget that they are not the end-all be-all here. I mean, if you want to rewind the tape a little bit and go back to years 1 and 2, Overlord at the time of North America is considered the best player in the world. But you also had amazing players. Elo in year 1, just a support player who enabled so many plays. You had Kyrios, one of the top attackers, and you had Slashcan enabling so many plays. And that's the thing. you might be looking at you're looking at a target under a microscope, not realizing what is up ahead or what's behind them.
I don't think enough can be said about the defenders and how much these defenders enable their teams. I mean, Pure is the best example for Spinal, but Ranma put in an absolute shift in that one as we get ready for this one here. Infamous Gaming LATAM taking on Los MTZ, the representative for EU.
Oh, I'm excited to see this. This is something we've seen Infamous Gaming. We've seen Los MTZ. We definitely need to switch the names a little bit, though, on the side of things. And I am actually, didn't you know I'm actually just Jonathan Hyde? I am actually, I love Sableye. Sableye is great. You should pick Sableye. I'm 100% Jonathan Hyde, if you didn't know.
Best representation I've seen, buddy. Such a brilliant cast there, buddy. As we have a look at these bans, so Niat is going to ban out the Suicune, Bertolo taking out the Hooper, and Jose is going to ban the Miraidon. So I like this approach from Los MTZ. You're taking out some of the strongest Pokemon in the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, Suicune, Lobo has said this, I've said this, I will preach this to the end of time. Suicune can do no damage, but the fact that you can freeze an entire team with a combo move is not okay, will never be okay, and it'll always be a valuable asset. But it does look like already Jose's gonna go with trusty big old chicken time. It's fried chicken on a, what is it, Sunday afternoon for me on the Blaziken. And I forget that there are different regions here. I'm trying to be, you know, knowledgeable upon time zones.
I mean, Jose, they're gonna lock in their most comfortable, secure on the field, and they are fantastic with the movements that they can pull out of that Blaziken. Looking on the side of Infamous Gaming rather, Cebus is going to pull out the Crustle here. How much Crustle have we witnessed since that World Championship, Alex?
I mean, it was all thanks to Peru Unite. I mean, we showed off. Draken was just that player. They were the Himothy, if you will. The way they were able to utilize the Crustle and the value that you can get from Crustle. So many enabling plays, slowing down opponents. We have seen it. Just the stonks have never been higher for Crustle.
Juare is going to get access to their Trevenant, literally well renowned as being the best Trevenant in the EU region. Niat's going to pull out this Psyduck again, and we've been seeing quite a lot of this in this tournament for the Ultra Series. It's all about that displacement, and they're going to really need to use that if they can try and get onto the side of Yuri.
Yeah, this is what you need to do. You got to find displacement. You got to get to Yuru. The question is, can you, especially with Potato oddly picking Buzzwole. Now, granted, I will never doubt Potato because Potato's just they are them. But when you see a Clefable on the opposite side, both of your moves just become unable to be used if gravity is in play. And Birdie, listen, I like this because we saw it in day one, and I was definitely like the guy saying, Sylveon who? Why would you do that? And they ended up winning. So you know what? I just might be wrong.
I love Veslo bringing out the Sylveon here. I am with you, though, with Potato on the Buzzle. I'm not quite sure about it just yet. Potato usually goes for the Garchomp. Either of those, not going to do that well against Gohan, but Aramis is going to pull out the Leafeon here, and I think that's going to be great for their early game if they can really start to dominate, because what they've now got to do on the side of Infamous Gaming is try to limit Bertolo. We saw how strong they were in yesterday's games here, Alex, where as soon as they managed to get that Mystical Fire rolling, they were an absolute nuisance to the opposition.
That's what you got to be. You got to be a nuisance. You got to be able to just slow things down, make the game go at your own pace. I like Aramis being on this Leafeon. You got to be able to get behind enemy lines. Jirari's going to be on deck, but having the Psyduck to be able to pull things out, we've seen it before. You can displace things, you can position things, and that might be the key piece to allow Potato or Jose to make the plays that they need to make.
Well, this is going to be it, but it is now a best of 3 in the semi-finals, so these teams have gone through their best of 1s. They now have a little bit of space to buy themselves, because if they do lose this game, it's not all over yet. But nevertheless, neither team is going to want to lose this game. They want to get the advantage straight from the get-go, and we've got 2 beautiful comps for it.
Two beautiful comps, 2 beautiful teams, 2 beautiful casters who are going to be able to call this game for you, for your entertainment. I think we're quite handsome ourselves, Tano, if I don't say so myself. But yes, these are 2 powerhouse teams. EU, LATAM, again, EU has Los MTZ. They have shown their prowess here at the INGAGE Ultra Series, but LATAM, especially with Infamous Gaming, a growing region with a powerhouse, and we are here to cast it. You have Infamous Gaming on your orange side. You have Look MTZ on your purple side as we get into game number 1 here in the loser semifinals.
What I do love about this, we talk about Engage and how much they have really helped the grassroots scene. Los MTZ is a combo of Los Catacados and MTZ Esports here in the EU side of things, and they have both been absolute powerhouses in the Engage GG series, so it's really exciting to see this team conjoin together and do so well in this Ultra Series.
Ultra Series is on deck, but so is Euro as they look to try to steal away some very valuable experience. So this is what you want to do as an Italian. And look at Gohan just looming in, trying to take away, especially because Blaziken in lane, while still useful and good, you really want the Combuskin. But because they also have irregular EXP still available in the central path, they're going to allow Torchic to go back and kind of finish things up in the central path. Sylveon was able to go in and just become a level 5 because at level 4 they're ready to rock and roll, but it's burden time.
It is burden time, and Shirare looks to see if they can take a bit of this away, but Yuri is going to lock it in. That's the power of the water gun in the top lane, though. Buzzwole Potato showing how they are the power of muscle.
The muscle hustle bustle is where it's at. Gohan in the meantime has just been trying to get these stacks because those stacks are going to be so pivotal for their team's survivability, to be able to go in, to be able to converge. Jirari able to get a little bit more EXP so they can evolve into a Trevin. And meanwhile, we have a little bit of a skirmish in the enemy central path, and that's Sylveon, like I said, being more of a threat than I think any of us initially thought.
Brilliant effort. I mean, we do see the response here from Yuru, though, as they've gone into the central area of Los MTZ to take it away from Jose. That is huge for the team as they get back to the home pad as well. But Los MTZ are uncontested on the Regidrago here, and that's going to be great for their global experience.
They want to have that EXP. They want to be able to scale. You got to fire on all cylinders. That's Potato being able to get the secure. Tinta being a top lane Zacian has to get aggressive, especially to get those KOs. If you let Zacian fall a little bit too far behind, things are not going to be spelling well for you.
I love how quick Bertolo gets from the top lane to the bottom lane using the X speed, using the Mystical Fire. It is so good for Los MTZ, and it's just not the Pokemon you expect to be putting on the pressure that it does. If you see the 720s coming on in now, Los MTZ trying to take it all the way from the bottom lane. We still do not have an Emerald 2-step on the side of Infamous Gaming, and that is huge for Los MTZ.
Yeah, you want to have that Unite move ready to be able to converge, especially because this Sylveon has been moving around quicker and it's already has its Fairy Frolic available to them. Potatoes already now going to have their Ultra Swole Slam. So when you look at the game state as a whole, teams are just not prepared for the things that they need. Blaziken already just securing Jose, securing the Reg Rock. Meanwhile, you have Buzzwole Potato just able to get the big overcap. 132 to 51 is now the main focus has become this Regieleki Potato.
The biggest threat as well is that Los MTZ have just had Potato in this top lane to get nice and fed, plenty of stacks, completely uncontested by Infamous Gaming. That is not what you want to see, Alex, if you have a Buzzwole on the opposite tide as they try to take it, but an Emerald 2-step comes in from Aramis. That was a brilliant effort. They don't find the KO, but it alleviates the pressure of the Lecky.
That is the thing you want to do as the Leaf Young. Now, you got to be careful, Potato. You might be taking it a little too close there into your own pad. You don't want to do that, but that's a great job by Aramis. But now Jose's going in. They're going in for more damage, getting us not a fully charged overheat to get the damage. They're able to get the KO on Aramis. Aramis is going to have to recover. Azure Spy Vision is unlocked. Euro is Agent Bubble 07 on the case. They are just going pew, but Terrari going to slow them down a little bit. Psychic from the side up pulls them away. Stops the vision from seeing, and now the scores are raining in for Los MTZ.
Oh my god, Jirare, that was absolutely ridiculous, mate. They were so weak, but they accepted the fact that they're going to go cause the crowd control onto the side of Yuri, and that completely limits what they can do with the Azure Spy Vision. Los MTZ now looking to set up camp in the side of Infamous Gaming Central area. I would take themselves out of this position. They are about to have the springboard coming in, but right now they're so confident with how well they're playing.
They are playing well. They are firing on all cylinders with 5 minutes remaining, already 205 to 51. They took the assets that Infamous Gaming had and pulled them away from them. Infamous Gaming is trying to get an early positioning, trying to get ready. Aramis trying to find a good positioning. The birdie, though, on this Mystical Fire, Sylveon has just been that much more of a threat. Reducing the special attack is actually going to be a lot more useful than we've actually been able to evaluate. Reducing the amount of healing Gohan's going to be able to give and the less damage that Euro's going to be able to get off, chasing them down is a big piece. But here they go. Los MTZ is firing again.
Bro, look at the way that they take these fights. Brilliant effort coming out from Gohan here with that gravity. Is going to limit at least the Buzzwole, but they find the KOs anyway as Jose cleans up with a 4 KO streak right now. Los MTZ took that fight in 2 separate areas and it just annihilated Infamous Gaming as they couldn't find the space they needed to retreat.
This is what you want to see for the side of Los MTZ. Infamous Gaming just keeps trying to find a foothold to try to get themselves back into the game, but each time they try to, Los MTZ is just there to shut the door on them. Jose has been chasing them down, getting the overheats. With 2 minutes still remaining and a Blaziken at level 12, this is where things start getting really scary as your 2 big all-arounders in Buzzwole and the Blaziken have just been completely stomping as Aramis is just trying to play Agent Cody Banks to try to get a stack and a little bit points to kind of differentiate things.
Yeah, I feel like Jurare spotted them there as well and just went to go score in the T2. They were like, I'm going to counter score this. They do get the 40 dunk in, but this Regieleki is getting so close to being pushed here onto this pad. Not sure if they want to really push this because they're going to give over a lot of experience. Full power Sai will come through. We did see the Sovereign Sword come through as well, but they found the KOs onto the side of Los MTZ. They've taken down Buzzwole. Trevenant's gone. Psyduck out of there. Los MTZ gave a lot for trying to push that.
This is not the position you want to be in. We were talking about how good ahead they are, and granted, Jose was able to just eviscerate that Inteleon into the next universe, maybe 3 of them. But you give up a lot of value. Things are a lot more on parity. Zacian being level 13, so yeah, you gave up a lot of EXP and you didn't gain too much value. 102 to 298. Stacks are coming in, but now allowing Aramis to be level 12 is going to mean that this Leafeon has both of its boosted moves. They're going to be moving around, and those Emerald 2-steps are just going to hit a little extra hard.
Yeah, they're going to need to regroup here for the final objective. Reggie Steel is a massive buff to have for the side of Los MTZ. It's all about your target selection in this next game. Got to watch out for that Leafeon coming in on the flank with that Emerald 2-step, but the power of this Zacian is going to be a huge threat as they look to go for the rip, but they end up running into Potato here, Alex. Gravity will save them, but the Ultra Swole Slam's going to come through. They end up landing onto the side of the Clefable, and that is a huge Unite move they will not have for this fight.
Oh, I don't know. I understand using the Ultra Soul Slam to get out of there, but Jirari gonna try to pick him up. They're trying to go in. They're trying to converge. This could be a big moment. Crussel's trying to find a little bit of safe space. They create a little bit of a shield, a little way to survive just a little bit longer by setting up the Rock Tomb. Groudon seems to be the big moment here. Everybody's trying to converge on somebody. Euro is being chased down as your spy vision, but the big overheat along with Potato working together with the superpower, able to get a lot of value. Emerald 2-step from Aramis coming out, but Groudon is still sitting at 50%.
Oh, Burzglow's going to find the KO onto the side of Aramis as well. It's pretty much an ace, buddy. Clefable just comes back. Los MTZ already have the lead, and I gotta say, this Sylveon is a stroke of genius from this team.
This is the secret sauce, and as a Sylveon lover myself, I would have to say, hey, Los MTZ, this spice compliments to the chef because this Sylveon is absolutely cooking.
It is brilliant here. I mean, the thing is, Infamous Gaming, they're from LATAM, they're very comfortable. They are going to be looking to bounce back big time in this next game. We're just under a minute here right now. Los MTZ, they're not going crazy with it. They know that, of course, they've got the advantage still with all of these buffs on their side. So if Infamous Gaming do make a push, they're able to go score more points.
This is the thing. 398 to 102. Points and time might still be available, but this Crustle is going to create a little bit of a situation here, setting up things, trying to slow things down, but Los MTZ is just raining down the A's with 30 seconds to go. This is game number 1, easily going for the side of MTZ.
An impressive showing as well, considering we saw how they did in the previous set. It felt like they were on the back foot for a lot of that, Alex. But here, They have definitely had the advantage in this game, and it felt like it came on the back of how good their early game was, having the access to that Trevenant early, having access to Sylveon and that Psyduck early on.
This is what you got to do. The early on game, the Sylveon tech, the way that they used the central path to farm, give half of it to Sylveon. They're level 4. They're ready to rock and roll on top. Torchic can get as much as they can on the bottom path, and then they still have the other half of the central area to be able to become Combuskin, because Combuskin having Blaze Kick in that early game is so valuable for those birds. You gain momentum, you can get a lot of value, and Potato's one of the best top laners that EU has to offer. They've been in the game for a while now, and it shows why they are a top lane demon.
Look at this from Bertolo. It's just, you do not expect to be having to deal with that here in December 2025 Pokemon Unite. You do not think, we have to be concerned about this Sylveon constantly being a nuisance to us. You can't escape it. It's very much the palm of Pokemon Unite here. It is stuck to you like glue, Alex.
Oh, stuck to you like glue. This is what you got to do. You got to be on top of them, not being able to let them go. I mean, this is a team that has the aggression. And I mean, 100k damage from a Sylveon, I can honestly say is not something I expected to see in my, here at the Engage Ultra Series. But the proof is in the pudding. The numbers are there, and it shows why Birdie had demon on this secret sauce that is Sylveon.
It's just crazy that there's so many options for you to take there. I mean, Glaceon, is the go-to here, and that's still not been banned, but still they go for the Sylveon combo. Hey, you know what, Lost MTZ? If it's working, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I love how Bertolo manages to do that.
Yeah, I mean, having a Sylveon, and it's so ridiculous. Like, do you really want to waste one of your precious bands on a Sylveon? It is stuck between a rock and a hard place, because you want to sit there and say, like, no, of course, I can take this out. Aramis is thinking to himself, it's just a Sylveon. If I can throw out my Razor Leafs, bait out the Fairy Frolic, go for my own Unite move, I should be able to get the KO. That's not what happened here. They were able to survive. They were able to do so much more. And with only 3 bands available to you, it's not a Pokemon you want to waste it on when there's so many other powerful Pokemon at play.
But also Durare on the Trevenant. I mean, there's a reason why they had the best Trevenant in EU. We saw it there. They were so good at being able to sneak around and get the crowd control onto Yuri. You do not have an Inteleon that can just sit there comfortably snipe shotting, because there's a Trevenant chasing it down, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, the Trevenant Durare is one of the best in the West, or I should say in the East at least, or at least EU. The point is, the way they've been able to just not only do it well, but perfect the craft of eject button, horn leeching, and positioning is just so good. Listen, I've tried. I'll admit it. I've tried. And out of the 12 attempts, I have maybe landed half of what they were able to do, because they've just mastered it so well. And that's the thing. We even saw in that Groudon pit, we saw Potato kind of use the superpower, position them behind them, with Durare pushing the other one while Jose was charging up that overeat just for massive amounts of damage. And that's when I said, oh, yeah, that's gonna hurt a bit.
Yeah, that might work. That there's something in that, and that's why I like. It's one of my most favorite teams to watch. But this is it. When you saw the power that was CACM Esports just dismantle Lost MTZ and Spinal, and now we finally see Lost MTZ fighting back. But it just shows the strength of these teams here in this Ultra Series.
Oh man, this is just absolutely amazing here. Infamous Gaming, we got to turn the page. They got to go in and say, hey, this Blaziken, we saw it as a problem, which means we do not want this here available to the side of Lost MTZ, while Miraidon and Mega Lucario is also going to be taken out of play.
Yeah, I can't believe they finally decided to ban Jose from this Blaziken. It's been a while that Jose has been... I think they've played it exclusively this entire series, buddy. So let's see what they're going to go on for this game as the bans continue to come through. Suicune Miraidon by Lost MTZ. Is the Trevenant going to be the ban? It's got to be, bro. You can't give that back to Durare.
Oh my goodness. So they are. So they're saying, hey, you want the Sylveon? You can keep it. It's not a problem. But, they are saying these are two big key pieces that they do not want available for the side of Los MTZ. These two Pokemon have been. So this is now also a test. What else does MTZ have in their pockets? Mega Charizard X is still available. Infamous Gaming has decided to pick up the Mimikyu this time around.
Oh my god, it's so weird seeing the first pick being on the orange side, bro. I'm still not used to that here, as Los MTZ are going to be picking up the Zacian for Potato. That is dangerous for Infamous Gaming, and Jiraiya is going to bring out the Blastoise here.
Oh, Blastoise, such a Pokemon that has become so valuable for teams. The way it's able to just spin, displace, push, do damage. I mean, this is a Pokemon that's been just reintroduced to the meta, not necessarily because buffs were a big deal, but for the rather that what they provide to a team. I do like the Psyduck, and they're taking another tool away, which was Potato being on the Buzzwole.
Yeah, that's actually a really good combo looking at the all-rounders here for Infamous Gaming. Los MTZ are just going to throw it back. Bertlo bringing out the Sylveon yet again. Nia is going to pull out the Hooper here, and it'll be interesting to see if they're going to go for those portals. We did talk about how Los MTZ, they are very good at rotating very quickly in this game, and Nia is now going to have accessibility to make that even quicker for them.
They are just moving around. They've got to do this, and I like the resurgence of the Sylveon. The secret sauce is here. Go on, gonna be picking up the Mamoswine this time around. Crustle is still available on the table, deciding where they want to go this, but Jiraiya has decided to opt to go for the Blastoise. Euro on the Mew, big long range, but I still think this Sylveon is gonna be able to try to slow Euro down. Inteleon maybe didn't have the exact movement that they needed, and I'm sorry. I didn't realize I didn't understand your game. Because clearly it's Zero Aura time for Jose.
This is exciting. Jose has been exclusively playing Blaziken in the entirety of this Ultra Series, realistically. Now they're pulling out the Zero Aura, and I actually love that here. I mean, you do have quite a bit of crowd control on the side of Infamous Gaming, but that is going to be so good at trying to take out Yuri, and that's the one thing Los MTZ have managed to do so far in this set.
This is how you do it. This is how you bring the game. Los MTZ is trying to make a statement that Jose is not a one-trick Blaziken. They have more tools in their kit, and they want to show off how well this can play into it. And Jose is looking like they are a demon ready to unleash with the Zero Aura. The question is, do they have the nachos tech? Do they have it in their brain? Because I'm sorry, and I know they're not here, but when I think of Zero Aura, it's nachos. The tech to just pull them in. We might be seeing the second coming, but all I know is that this is a very interesting pick, which I also don't necessarily disagree with either, especially when you can get in and get out with the Volt Switch and discharge, assuming they go that build, it could play really well into this team composition.
I mean, it is going to be that build, but I would love Wild Charge here, Alex. I would love it so much. It's one of my favorite to see on this Pokemon, and it would work so well against this composition. But nevertheless, the displacements you can get are so strong. But here we go, chat. It's the losers bracket semi-final. Los MTZ on your purple side, they currently have 1 point up, while Infamous Gaming are looking to fight back on your orange side.
We are getting into game number 2. Infamous Gaming is eliminating Euro. Going to try to get as much confirm as they can. Zero Aura is actually going to be heading into the bottom half. It looks like a very similar strategy as the boosted auto reaches them from the far end of the deep end, but luckily the Pokemon going to allow Jose to stay alive. He's looking for more, able to take it away, I believe. And right now, Infamous Gaming is kind of pushing back on Los MTZ.
Oh, the Swinub is such an annoying Pokemon to deal with in the early stages, as Bertolo is here alongside Nia in the central area of Infamous Gaming, trying to limit the Mimikyu here. They've actually retreated out of the central area, and Zacian is going to win the OG battle up here against the all-rounder.
The all-rounder duke it out here, but Birdie once again being this Sylveon of a nuisance, being able to poke on in. Birds of a feather flock together as they spawn in. Big ol' electro ball allowing a stun. Aramis is here. They're gonna eject button, get the KO, but not by the Buzzwole's hands, but by the duck. Here comes Jose trying to make it a little bit of a difference, trying to push them back, Volt switching away, but a great job by Go On, using the surf to just shove them away.
That is the issue here, Potato. They have full heal, and that's the problem, is the cooldown is so long on that now, and they couldn't get away from the Psyduck. So they go down. Right now, gives the level 5 over to the side of Tinta. They're going to be comfortable up here in this lane, but it's an interesting matchup as we see bottom lane. Birchlow's ready to rock and a roll here. See if they can find this farm onto the side of Cebus. They try to escape 1 HP, and they're going to be able to with the assistance of the goal.
The goal is the main target here. Great assistance being able to get out of danger. Euro just fighting these off. Something to note, Tano, we're already 2 minutes into the game. Nobody has been able to score a single cent, a single point of AOS. The defense from both of these teams have been spectacular. Aramis and Tinta going to try to take the time to get Reggie Drago. Birdie's kind of looming within the wings, but they're not going to even try to come in. Tinta going to get kissed very sweetly by the Sylveon, but they're going to fight for another day. And again, nobody is scoring any points by Potato charging up that Intrepid Sword.
Does mean that we see 0 stacks on the board right now, and Mimikyu is stacking, Buzzwole is stacking. I'm looking, you know what? The Mew is stacking as well, buddy. So there's no stacks for Infamous Gaming right now. Lost MTZ, they have a couple as well, but they're getting really aggressive here as they look to see if they can find a KO. In return, though, how huge is this side up for Infamous Gaming as they find the KOs? Luckily, Lost MTZ bounced back, but they have really limited Jose so far.
Oh, they're limiting Jose, but Potato's got to pick up some of the slack, and they've been able to. Being able to take that port thanks to Naiad means they were able to recover with the Intrepid Sword. Gohan's going in to try to stall a little bit of things here. Euro has made it here. They need to try to confirm with the Solar Beam, and they're able to snap it away. What a time in our lives did I think a Psyduck would stall just enough time to allow Euro to come in, Solar Beam it away, and this could be finally the time where we see some points finally going into a pad, but the Reggie Alecki is taken down, but they get pulled in by the Psychic and the Superpower. Infamous Gaming making some plays.
And here we go, it's the power of Lost MTZ's rotations, has opened up that bottom goal though for at least Mama Swine. Seaver's looking to see if they can finally score the first points of this game at the 6-minute mark, Alex. The 30 is going to go in as Lost MTZ are holding strong on the defense so far. I do think they're winning the level battle at the moment.
The levels are speaking right now, but look at this spin. Aramis not afraid, neither is Euro, though they do have the hoop up. Big Solar Beam gonna try to crush them on the left side. We're almost halfway through. Infamous Gaming is leading by a whopping 30 points to a big old goose egg.
Trying to see if they can find some pulls there on the side of Jose. Still, Juare manages to get out of the way. Mimikyu in their face, though. They do dive through. Mammoth Mash is going to come back at them. Plasma Gale here, looking to see if they can find the KO onto Cebus. What a brilliant effort from Yuri, though. That's going to limit what Jose can do right now. They are caught in the middle of this. Play with me on the side of Mimikyu, but Jose gets out of there. 1 HP in a dream as Yuri was looking to hunt them down with the Mystical Mirage. Doesn't work, though. They managed to break out. Fairy Frolic is going to come through from Bertolo, but Lost MTZ are using so much to defend this pad.
This is the thing. Defense and off. This is the game of defenses. Nobody seems to score, which also means, though, Tinta has not been able to get the stacks that they need. Just as equally, though, we do see on the side of Los MTZ, they don't have anybody who's actually using any item to stack with. So the fact that they don't have points in is not affecting them as much as Euro, who has a special attack specs, Tinta, who has the attack weight, Aramis, who also has an attack weight. So, you know, the rings are unbound, though, which means it's go time, showtime. Zacian able to get the big old secure, rings unbound, fists are flying everywhere. This could be MTZ's moment to make a huge turn of events.
Yeah, they could take the lead with this. Hydro Typhoon's going to come on through. The Regieleki does walk in as they find the KOs. Bertolo's the only one that falls, but they find the revenge as Mimikyu is taken down, and now Lost MTZ are trying to see if they can get a huge overcap into this, and it works a treat for them as they take the lead.
I love this play from Los MTZ. Uh-oh, we do see that the Mammo's going to need to use their Unite move to try to make a little play here, but Infamous Gaming is not done. They want to make a statement here themselves. They want to try to be able to push back. Again, they do need these points to get their big level spikes, but they also need it to add on to their special attack specs. When you have that many stacks and you're not scoring enough for your team, you will fall behind to a team who doesn't need it.
Oh, Oh, this is such an incredible game here, buddy. The defense has been so strong for both teams in this one. Both of them are desperate to win this game. As you can see, Lost MTZ going for the rip on the Registeel here. Mystical Mirage is going to be used as they get ready to try and spend this with the Electro Ball, and that's exactly what they do. They take down Jose for their effort as well. Infamous Gaming getting themselves well and truly into this game.
Infamous Gaming keeping it close, tight-knit, 110 to 92, 1 minute remaining. Levels are a lot lower than we would normally see, but the thing is, defense has been the key piece for both of these teams. It's not always about the KOs so far, and I'm excited to see the scoreline, but right now, Naiad's in a little bit of trouble. They're trying to survive, but Tinta is trying to stun them out, trying to get the KO, and they use the fainting Altaria to pick up. But Potato is going to try to climb onto Tinta. Tinta gets thrown back. Surf's coming out, and they get Mimikyu takes down the big old dog. They're going in. This could be big for Infamous Gaming.
Yeah, they're going to be back for the final fight, but that is a lot of experience that Lost MTZ has given over. A triple KO for Mimikyu as Aramis is about to hit level 14 now. That is a misplay if we've ever seen one from Lost MTZ. They got way too confident, trying to take away too much from Infamous Gaming, and now they've got a level 14 Mimikyu to stare at.
That 3 KO streak to Mimikyu is not something you want to see. Level 14 Mimikyu while the rest of your team is at level 12 is not a good number. Resources are becoming thin. Lost MTZ isn't even going to bother knowing that Infamous Gaming doesn't have the best movement. If they had a Dodrio, of course, you can go back, get those scores, but it's Groudon time. It's Bang a Gong, get it on. Groudon is on Theia Sky Ruins.
Let's see who takes the approach first. Infamous Gaming look to see if they can get a pick. We do see this from Lost MTZ. They like to go for the rip when they do have this Sash, and it's all coming through. Hydro Typhoon's there. Sovereign Sword's going to come through, but it's going to be Mew that takes it. Yuri manages to sneak out the secure against Lost MTZ. They've already got the lead here, Alex, and it looks like we're going to be going to a game 3.
Mystical Mirage is all that they needed. No smokes and mirrors. They are a mirage. One moment Groudon was there, the next it disappeared into the pockets of Infamous Gaming. They have fought back their way against Lost MTZ, and we casters are getting the amazing all game number 3. And I do have to say, Tano, that when you give up that many resources, you are gonna be hurting, and we saw it in dividends. Lost MTZ went for a rip and flip, and Infamous Gaming said, we have the resources, we have the levels, we have the power spikes, and most of all, we have Euro, who's going to make things a lot harder for you.
Yeah, I understand trying to go for the rip. You do have a Zacian, you've got Sovereign Sword, but after that, what did you think was going to happen? Infamous Gaming were easily winning that team fight. They were much higher levels. They had the better Unite moves coming into it. They were going to clean you up if you take that anyway, and it is a difficult position for Lost MTZ to be in because they were so good up until the moment they gave a 4 KO streak over to Aramis.
Oh, man, this is the thing. You give levels to Aramis there, it's gonna spell a lot of trouble. And they did. You got confident. And we've seen this happen before. Some teams sometimes get a little too confident. Things become a little too overbearing. And they start cracking under that pressure. You're thinking, hey, we've been playing great defense. But Infamous Gaming was able to not only get a good amount of KOs. It all started with Naiad being able to get that KO. Tinto was able to get a little bit of speed boost thanks to their passive. Now the rest of the team, Gohan's pulling, Seabass picking them up, Euro's throwing them out, Aramis is just knocking them down left and right like a bowling ball onto some pins. They score, they get extra stacks for their attack weights for all their damage. In the end, Infamous Gaming just gained this like last minute nitrous speed, and they were able to push through against Lost MTZ.
So, as you know, we've seen for most of tonight, we're going to a game 3. Both of these two teams are just giving it their all here. One final game to decide who goes home and who will be taking on none other than Spinal in the losers final.
Yeah, this is a thing that a beauty. A game 3, two teams who want to be able to survive to the bitter end. Granted, these two teams, we see how hard they're playing, but also you have to also give credit where credit is due in the fact that both of these teams still have Spinal waiting in the wings. Meanwhile, CACM is chilling on the winner side thinking, for a fact, they are studying right now. They want to make sure that they have complete control, don't lose any of the momentum that they have. But right now, Los MTZ needs to stay very stature. They need to be able to clear their head, turn the page, and move on to game number 3.
I mean, get back to game 1. They were so dominant in game 1, to be honest with you, Zero. So, like, that's what they need to do. They need to get back to that attitude there and the plan that they had. It clearly shows, though, that banning out that Blaziken is pretty important here. And I think we'll continue to see that coming in here from Infamous Gaming. Jose not being on that Blaziken has at least impacted Los MTZ. And they did have a good chance of limiting that Zero Aura at least.
Yeah, I mean, they did what they needed to do. I know you and I were kind of waiting to see if they had the nacho technology in their brain. Regardless if they had it or not, Infamous Gaming was able to shut them down at any turn of events. So maybe Zero Aura wasn't necessarily the best. Something that we were highlighting the entire time was the defense. For the longest time, nobody was making that big old play. They were waiting. They were trying to make good play. But in the end, we are just straight on jumping in again. Infamous Gaming banning out the same two big threats in the Trevenant and the Blaziken. Meanwhile, Potato's going to go back with Old Faithful, though they are taking away the Mimikyu this time around.
Yeah, I think that's wise, and I think it is a glitch, but I believe Aramis has actually locked in the Mega Charizard X straight off the bat here. So interesting that Los MTZ haven't responded to that just yet. Gohan's going to lock in the Blissey. Seabus is here with the Mamoswine as well. I was expecting some lockdown Unite moves from the get-go, although I will say full power Sai, pretty good to reduce the damage coming in from it.
Full power Sai might be good, but Birdie's going to go with something a little different. They've swapping out the Sylveon for a Pokemon that we haven't seen too much, but has been an absolute threat in the ladder of the rank system this season in Glaceon. Those Icicle Spears have just been so dominant, so powerful, but again, based on their build, they could decide to go either the Icicle Spear or the Icy Wind.
So we're going to see Tinta lock in the Zacian here as well. We've been seeing that quite a bit in this set, and it does work very well. Jose was hovering over this Metagross previously as well, and I was really hoping they would pick it. It's very good at going one-on-one against these all-rounders. Let's see if that's going to be the plan. It looks like it is. Jose bringing out the Metagross. Bertolo here on the Glaceon as well. I actually love this comp from Los MTZ.
I do too. The mount, you kind of have like a secondary defender in a way when you have Metagross getting those shields, especially when you look at Infamous Gaming. They don't really have range other than Euro, meaning Aramis, who's going to be on the Mega Charizard X, and Tinta, who's going to be on the Zacian, need to get up close and personal up against Jose to be able to take them down effectively. And if Jose decides to go with the Gyro Ball, those are big shields. Along with Jirari being there, that is shield on shield violence. Never thought I'd see those words put together, but you know, it could work. And when you have those two big kind of like shield-like Pokemon, this allows Glaceon to feel safe, because even if you get through Jirari and Jose, who are already going to be big fellas, you got to go through Potato, and Potato's going to be swinging you around like the hoedown on a Friday night.
Going for the hoedown throwdown.
Yeehaw.
I gotta say though, what a front line they've got for Bertolo here, Alex. I mean, that is the most protected Glaceon this side of the Mississippi. That is going to be very difficult for Infamous Gaming to find a way to take out Bertolo, because you've got to remember, they have that passive as well. So you got to break that passive before you can even get the crowd control onto Bertolo. And that's if you can break through the line that is Potato and Jose with those strong all-rounders.
Yeah, I love the composition that MTZ has put together. This is going to be really hard to get through, but if Infamous Gaming finds a way, which again, with the Pokemon that are available, Euro's going to be a lot more of an important asset, because Euro's the only one who can do that special attack damage at a long range, where they aren't going to be giving up more resources to that Metagross. But I mean, Jirari and Jose on these Pokemon, that's scary. I would not want to see this if I was going up against them.
It's all about if they can get this Mega Charizard online quickly enough to really start to affect this game. And as soon as you have that Unite move, you need to be using it in those team fights. It has a low cooldown. You need to be using it every opportunity that you've got here, Alex, to really bring the damage onto the side of Lost MTZ. Pull out that full power Sai, because Naya is going to be holding that for that Seismic Slam coming in.
Yeah, Seismic Slam's gonna be able to reposition. Hopefully, again, by the end of this, we see how much damage this Glaceon's going to take, because the less damage they take, they are going to be in a fortress of solitude where they can't be touched. Because even then, when you look at the side of Infamous Gaming, they don't really have that big, heavy dive. Zacian's gonna need to be able to scale, and the key piece for Infamous Gaming is scale early. Scale often. Get those levels early, because if not, if you allow MTZ to get those levels, they're going to become an impenetrable fortress.
What a third game we have here to tell us who's going to be moving in to the losers final. Spinal, the big team from NA, keeping close eye on who wins this one as they're coming up against them next. CACM Esports keeping an even closer eye on this one as they sit waiting in the grand final. Buddy, we have 3 regions represented here in the top 4 for the Ultra Series.
This is what you want to see, but here we go. Game number 3. There is no game number 4 here. It's a best of 3. Aramis going into the central path. Meanwhile, Jose is going to be heading to the central path for Los MTZ. This is it. Game number 3. One team goes home, one team moves on to the final.
That is a dangerous top lane to go up against as well. Sebas here on the Swinub and the Zacian. That is not a nice lane to deal with, especially for Potato, as Niat tries to pull the attention here of Sebas. Waits for the right moment as Potato tries to take that away, but that's the crowd control, buddy. Down in the bottom lane, a little bit of an easier stage here for Lost MTZ.
MTZ looking really good. Already having this Glaceon online is value. And it is going to be the Icicle Spear set, meaning the Shredder is going to be here. Once they get level 6 and have access to Ice Shard, it becomes very difficult. You get that Glaceon at level 12 and level 13. Oh boy, that is not a good time regardless of what team you're on.
Is going to be Gyro Ball coming out here from Jose as well, as they manage to get a huge shield by hitting 3 Pokemon of Infamous Gaming. Sneaky 10 points going to go on in here as Sebas recognizes they are going to go down, but not before they get a tasty stack for themselves, as Lost MTZ looks to hold back here, pushes into Tinta, and they're like, you know what? Have it, bro. Have it. You can have the goal.
They said they don't want to give up levels, but this also means they do get the stacks. Potato is rocking an attack weight right now, which means they do need it. And I think other than that, that's the only members who need it, because Jose opted to switch out their attack weight for weakness policy so they can just stay in the fray. And we're seeing the fruits of their labor right now. Jose's just spinning in there with that gyro ball, getting big. Level 6 already. This is not looking good early on for Infamous Gaming. They need to make a play and get this Charizard X moving.
Yeah, they're about to hit Charizard here as well as level 7 comes online. The mighty Zard is here at least. They need a couple more levels to hit that Unite move so they can go Mega. But trying to alleviate the pressure that Lost MTZ has brought them has worked for Infamous Gaming so far. Regidrago will be taken by Lost MTZ. Sebas here trying to hold strong, but that's going to be a quick nap and they're shut down straight away.
That is just so difficult to get away. I mean, we've seen Snorlax just be an impenetrable force, and they did not have the Pokeflute to be able to wake that guy up. Big old rest means they got taken down. And Glaceon already level 7. They're about to reach level 8, means the glacial stage will be available to them very soon. Charizard going in, but they need the rest of their crew to be able to make a play.
Yeah, and this is going to be huge with these Icicle Spears ready to go here. If they can cut down this Mew, they are going onto the side of Zebus. They're going to go back and get themselves a Citrus Berry, as the Regieleki is going to spawn in the bottom lane here. Looking at the all-rounder battle in the top lane, it has been Lost MTZ that has currently won that. Right now, they're going to go in for the approach rather than going for the objective. See if you can find the KO. Zebus here manages to get away. Icicle Spear is so close to locking on.
Great way to outrange them right now. Los MTZ has control of the board. You have Nayat on the side dog, and you have the big old wall Snorlax. I mean, you can't get in. This is what we were talking about in the draft. Jose is already level 8. They're going in. They're trying to go for a big old gyro ball. Worldwide or gameplay EXP is going in. Mystical Mirage trying to get away, but the Regieleki finds its home. And now, just like that, they are going to go for a little bit of an overdunk. 189 to 81. Way different than we saw game number 2.
Yeah, great response from Lost MTZ, although Tinta wisely taking all the central area farm away from Lost MTZ has now been able to hit level 9 if they can grab this here, managed to take down the Buzzwole, but no, it's actually going to be the pressure coming out from this Metagross with the pair of Durare that limits this Zacian. There's the muted auto coming back though, Snorlax so weak, looks like they're going to go down here. They have managed to pop the focus band, but the block is going to come on through, and that's enough to find the KO onto the side of Tinta as Lost MTZ seem to always find a way to get the upper hand in these team fights.
That is not the position you want to be in if you're Infamous Gaming. You couldn't take down the Snorlax. And again, great job by Blissey there. That was Gohan using the safeguard to kind of protect them from the computing crush. But at the same time, you didn't get the value you needed. And look at Jose being very aggressive. Now the Aramis is going in. They want to try to bring in a little bit of burn. Disco Inferno. Glacial Stage is set. That way they can move away. Power Nap is going on in. Bliss Assistance landing as well. Big Charizard Unite gets it on. They are trying to burn down the playing field here. Glaceon is just unable to be reached. Finally, it's Mew that's able to take them out. That's 2 members of Los MTZ down. But here comes a big old Ultra Slam.
Massive heavy damage coming out there as well as they try and find the KO. Metagross is still on the board though. Buzzwole is back. Mega Charizard is finally sent back to Nurse Joy. But they did get some benefit from the Unite move at least. But boy, did that take a lot of resources, Alex, to find that Glaceon.
Oh man, I love the way this is working out here. I love the way MTZ is working it out here. Again, their defense has been showing up in dividends. Tinta trying to find a way in, but it looks like Infamous Gaming is going to try to converge on this Registeel. Buzzwole able to get the Regieleki. Metagross is here. Compute and Crush. The ring is set. They are going to go Spinaroonie, but it's Mew. It's the Mew. It's Euro. Able to steal it away. Now they're in a little bit of trouble. They're trying to get away. They don't want to let him get away. Metagross finally gets crushed down, and now Infamous Gaming gonna go ahead and give up a trade-off. The Regieleki does go in to the tier 2 in the bottom path, and since they were able to destroy it before the 4-minute mark, that means there is going to be another one, but they did not have the resources to break it down.
Oh, this is so interesting. This Glacial Stage is going to be used again. Infamous Gaming have found the KO as they are getting this levels that they desperately need. We do have 13 on the side of this Buzzwole, but right now, Los MTZ are not winning the team fights as much as they were in the earlier stages as we say goodbye to Snorlax. Mega Charizard back on the field here. Full power Sai to reduce that damage coming on in. They've broken the pad though as Infamous Gaming finds the KO onto the side of Metagross. The Ice Fang's going to come through, and Buzzwole up against the world here is going to fall back to Nurse Joy as well. If Niat can just make it out, Infamous Gaming have nearly wiped out Lost MTZ one by one there.
Oh, see, this is all of a sudden a different game than we were speaking of. Infamous Gaming is trying to find like those openings in that piece of armor. They're trying to find a weakness in the armor, and they might have been able to find it though, especially now that Charizard is level 13, 204 to 276. Infamous Gaming closing in the gap a little bit, but a big key piece here is apparently they want to bully Gohan. They don't. This is actually kind of a little bit smart
stall,
here.
bro.
The stall. I can't believe what I'm seeing. They're trying to back.
So
Naya is just gonna sit here and wait. What a play. Gohan, you gotta get out of there, buddy. This is not a way you escape.
I mean, I think realistically, no matter what, they're going to be back for the Groudon, but it does mean that, like, you have an advantage now for Lost MTZ. This is ridiculous. It's going to go one more time. They will be back with 5 seconds to wait for Groudon coming on in, but Lost MTZ does have the advantage for these objectives if they want to go for it, and in fact, just take the fight as soon as you can, I think.
Production, I'm gonna need you to find that clip of that and play the Spanish flea over it. Da, 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 da. Los MTZ has missed. The Blissey is trying to escape. It's gonna get knocked out.
As we see Charizard going onto the push here on the side of Juare. They don't use their Unite move just yet, though. The team is back, ready to go. Metagross has to get back into the fight now, having to go back for some farm. This is the difficulty. Infamous Gaming, they've got the range here, Alex, and you're going to lose a lot of health on the side of Lost MTZ.
This is where you don't want to be. Oh, we do see the engagement though. Big power and Nav and the glacial stage is that compute and crush, but the Mammoth able to escape it. You don't get the value that you had hoped for. This is not good.
Oh.
You do see the side come out. Glaceon is down, but Potatoes here. Big Ultra Swole coming out. Not able to do. 3 members of MTZ are already down. Potatoes living on his liver. Infamous Gaming is trying to pivot. Terrari's the only one here that's available. The problem is, can they try to steal it? Big heavy slam. No, it is Euro who's able to capture it. Infamous Gaming needs to run to score. They might have found the weakness in the armor.
Here we go, though. They got 50 seconds left. I don't think there's enough defense on the side of Lost MTZ. They are going to jump on down here and disrupt this scoring. It's very quick, but it's not unstoppable as they look to see if they can break them. It's 270 to 276 right now, buddy. Can they hold strong as the points look to come on through? There's a small slam coming in as well. Lost MTZ are holding strong here, buddy. We're currently tied in the game, but I think Infamous Gaming's got the first points. They're going to need to go and see if they can score some. If they can find the picks, though, they've got to find the KO and the buffs to boo as we see Infamous Gaming retreating. They don't realize it's tied right now.
Oh, it's tied, but they're trying to break it. Glaceon is already back, and there we go. It's Blissey who's able to get the come on in Space Jam. They were able to get it in another 94 for Infamous Gaming. We did get 54 from Psyduck, but I think that extra little bit from the Mamoswine was enough to put the pin in the coffin. Mamoswine, I saw you laying over on your side. You deserve it because you were putting in absolute work, and I do believe Infamous Gaming is able to take the win 386 to 330, and they are moving on to losers finals.
Bro, how close is that? Without Cebus managing to get in that massive 94 score, Lost MTZ will be taking this game away. It came down to the wire, Alex, and what more could we possibly expect from these two squads? It's been an absolute belter, but what a way to win it for your team, Cebus.
Oh man, Cebus was just absolutely insane. Unga wunga bunga. The engagement went so well, and I feel like at that final fight, MTZ wasted a lot of the resources. We saw the glacial stage come out. We saw the power nap come out. The Sai, the compute and crush, and all you got was a Mamoswine. Meanwhile, the rest of Infamous Gaming still had all the rest of their Unite moves, and they just waited. They waited it out. Aramis found their time, and Infamous Gaming is the one who comes out on top.
Listen, they are the better team, but Lost MTZ, this squad of Lost Catacados and MTZ coming together here have put on an absolute statement for the EU region. They are going to be top 4 in the Ultra Series here, Alex, and that is a massive achievement for this squad. They've not been together that long. These two teams have not joined together for that long, but this has been a brilliant session from them.
That just a brilliant session indeed. Just overall, the way they were able to just kind of piece things together. And we talked about this. MTZ's comp on paper just looked 10 times better than Infamous Gaming's. But in the end, they found the resources. They were able to get good KOs. They were able to get back into the matchup. Everything went really well for Lost MTZ moving forward. But in the end, Infamous Gaming found the weakness in their impenetrable fortress and were able to take them down, pushing them out, unfortunately for EU, which I know must sting a little bit, at least, for you, Tano.
Every time, bro, I'm on the mic, it's always some NA team, a LATAM team that's managing to do it. But nevertheless, huge shout out to the squad. And to be fair, buddy, that was going to be a tie. So at least you don't lose by having a tie game. Hey, it could be worse.
Yeah, it could be a lot worse. Yeah, if it had stayed that way, yeah, that would have been interesting, because you're right. I think Infamous Gaming might have had the first score, and then you're just sitting there like, oh, that hurts a little more now, knowing that if we had just scored first, we would have won that one. But both a great job by these squads. We have a lot ahead, but the thing is, we are now down to our final 3 teams. 2 from LATAM, 1 from North America remains. And oh my goodness, if you thought that was exciting, I can only imagine how it's going to be moving forward.
It's incredible, buddy. Like, the only team that can realistically stop this being a LATAM grand final is Spinal. We'll see whether they're capable of doing that as we hand over to our other casters here. I believe it's going to be Draku and Jonathan. Let's bring them in.
In person, I've seen your VTuber, but it is lovely to meet you, John.
Oh, I'm still a VTuber. I'm just a VTuber for a dinosaur. I'm just a dinosaur's VTuber. That's what we're going with.
I don't know. I kind of like this view better of you, Jonathan. Well, welcome everybody. Well, more like welcome me to the Engage Ultra Series. I'm kind of coming into the very end of today's broadcast, and boy, oh boy, has this got me excited for the UCS season to come. These teams,
right?
They're coming to play. It has been a very exciting last 2 days here for the INGAGE Ultra Series, and it is a wonderful honor to bring you the losers finals and then the winners finals with Alex in just a little bit. But Jonathan, you were casting, I believe, yesterday. Correct me if I'm wrong. Also a little bit today as well. How has this weekend been for you?
It has been ecstatic. I mean, I said before too. I opened day one on the stream there. I opened the stream up and I saw Tyranitar in game number 1. I was absolutely ecstatic. Those buffs coming in clutch. They won the game. Yeah. Today, open the stream. See Spinal. They bring in a Sableye. I'm like, oh yeah, 2 of my favorite Pokemon, and they're on day 1, day 2, getting some representation. And of course, they win their games. But then we also get a lot of like really tight, a lot of intense games. There was a few like 2-0s, 1-0s coming in. I mean, the 1-0s in the lower bracket there, but a lot of games, a lot of teams making it to day 2 couldn't 2-0 a lot of their opponents. It was 2-1. So a lot of stiff competition.
Yeah, it has been an incredible day. It's been an incredible 2 days. I've been kind of peeking in and out of the event. I know Tyranitar has potentially the possibility of making a big splash next week for the qualifiers at the Pokemon. I think it got like a 35% damage boost for something. I can't recall what it is. It's like an insane number, but especially in the last 2 or last balance patch, I say 2 balance patches because we had the emergency nerf Delmise, anchors away to that Pokemon. We haven't seen that Pokemon at all this weekend ever since the emergency nerfed that thing. But in my opinion, it still has some value as a more of a supportive all-rounder. But alas, there are a couple of Pokemon again that have been really prominent in the metagame. But of course, the mega evolving Pokemon, they have taken over the game. Quite literally. We've just got a release of the fish. I guess 2 fishes, right? There's Kyogre that we're not playing on this weekend, which is also super exciting. But Mega Gyarados, who is also just joined the fray of Pokemon Unite. But going back to my previous thought, Mega Evolving Pokemon are just so freaking good right now. Anytime you have one, it basically takes over the entire game. You have to, either if you have it on your team, you have to build around that Pokemon, or if you have it on the other team, you have to build against that Pokemon. It kind of reminds me of the EX Pokemon of old, the Zacians, Mewtwo's, for example. They were traditionally the first mega evolving Pokemon, but excited to see these Pokemon come out to play, and we're definitely heading into a very exciting UCS weekend next week, Jonathan.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how some of the Pokemon come in as well. Vaporeon, Mega Gyarados banned, but Elmai's new coming in, and like you said, has taken more of a supportive style all-rounder ever since that emergency patch came in, completely gutted out Whirlpool. A lot of it has been going in with Anchor Shot, trying to pull people in. We've seen a little bit of it not working to too much effect, so I think teams just need a little more time to refine that. But Glaceon has been coming back there ever since the buffs. They've been massive. They've been coming through, and now we are here into the draft. Spinal on your purple team, Infamous Game is in your orange, and Spinal has first pick with a Latias ban.
Yeah, it's so interesting coming in at the very end of the broadcast. Like, I feel like whenever I join a broadcast, we're talking about the metagame, we're talking about all this stuff, but we're already in the losers final, so let's talk about these teams, right? Spinal from NA, Infamous King from LATAM North, I believe. Of course, Spinal, a lot of very familiar names, JL Pure, Flareon's Vin, and OG. They played a lot against each other in the last UCS season, but now this might be a team looking to find a spot in the regional leagues in a couple of months. Unfortunately, no Sableye for you, Jonathan. As you can see there,
No,
Sableye being banned
they-
out by Infamous Gaming in their second slot. Mega Lucario, same thing up there. And Spinal is banning out all the supporters. So that's where we are.
Yeah. They're saying get rid of all those supporters. You're denying Sableye on JL there. That's okay. We'll take out the Latias. We'll take out the Blissey. We'll take out the Clefable. I'm starting to sense an anti-pink gang coming in, which is kind of funny because then they lock in Mimikyu.
I mean, it's not Wednesday. You can, take some Pokemon out that wears pink, if you get that reference. But Vin Diesel coming out with a really strong pick with that Mimikyu. I believe 2 patches ago, again, before the emergency patch. Shadow Claw, I believe, does more healing for the Pokemon. And a lot of teams, especially in the East, have been loving Shadow Claw Trick Room. I saw a little bit of that today as well. But really rounding out their frontline core is Spinal picking up that Blaziken and Crustle for Pierre.
Yeah, Crustal's a very dangerous Pokemon in the hands of Pure. We saw them. It was an Inteleon Crustle staring down 5 members of the opposing team. And it took a Crustle X Scissor to hit 4 so the Inteleon could get the secure on ground on. And Flareon's bringing it back, so Infamous Gaming has to be wary of this dynamic duo.
Zacian, Metagross, and Hoopa coming out to play for Infamous Gaming. Let's take a look at that T-Tar. Oh, they're hovering over it for a second here. The regular Gyarados also did get a few buffs as well, as we see a lot of all-rounders coming out to play. Let's count them out real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 10 Pokemon are all-rounders. That just goes to show how strong all-rounders are in the metagame right now. One of these teams doesn't even have a formal attacker per se. I mean, it could say Gyarados, it has Dragon Breath, but it's mostly a Pokemon that gets up and in the face of the enemy team. I think one thing I do want to point out for both of these teams, they have a couple of Pokemon that really struggle in the early game, but also Pokemon that really excel in the early game. Looking at this Inteleon, this Mimikyu tend to do really well in the early game. On the other side, we have Zacian and Hoopa, maybe Psyduck as well, and other Pokemon again not doing so well in the early game. That Blaziken, Blaziken in particular, Metagross, and that Gyarados. I really think they built around the tempo of this game, and I really like how they put it together.
Yeah, I think the Comfey is going to be an interesting choice for Spinal as well there. There's a lot of potential to come from the healing in there, but also 3 melee Pokemon, 3 people that want to be up and personal. What can Comfey do? Sweet Kiss. That can start bringing everybody in, make them unable to act, set props up for that Inteleon to start sniping them down, allow for a lot of burst damage. So when you lock yourself out from a lot of ranged attack, you're going to have to be kind of mindful of how you go in for the engage. Oh my gosh, I'm tripping over my words. It's that late in the night, Draco.
Yeah, I do actually want to piggyback off of your thought there. Sweet Kiss is actually a good shout here because the all-rounders on the side of Spinal, they all have really good secondary healing. Talk about the Shadow Claw and the Mimikyu. We were just talking about that as it was most recently buffed. We talked about Blaze passive on the Blaziken. That Sweet Kiss pulling multiple members of the enemy team in. You can apply multiple Blaze passive procs on other Pokemon as you're being pulled in. You can hit multiple Pokemon with Shadow Claw. So really good shout there. I actually expect this Comfey to go Sweet Kiss.
Yeah, well, we're going to see here in a moment there. It's going to be trying to get level 4 as soon as possible. Just hit level 3, but the Zacian from here is putting out a lot of pressure here. Already, Infamous Gaming is off to a good start, securing a lot of these wild Pokemon.
Those Zacian, both these Pokemon actually do not evolve in the top path. For Infamous Gaming has really good last hitting, really good auto attacking, whereas this Blaziken needs really level 8 to be a real Pokemon and get that stance change unite move within the bottom path. We still got our Magikarp just flopping around, but looks like Finn's gonna head down to the bottom path, hone those claws on that Hoopa before heading back over to their side of the field.
Yeah, Magikarp might be flopping around, but that effort bar is now 3/4 of the way done. We could see Gyarados by 8 minutes here, which could be really strong, but the 850 birds are up. And instead of a 4-man into the top, it's a 4-man into the bottom. No, sorry, that can't count. That's a 5-man down there.
Yeah, they quickly evacuated the top path. Zacian already level 5, having access to their primary ability moving on forward. It is going to be a medical. Can they get Vin? Vin gets chopped down to size. That's a huge pickup there for Infamous Gaming.
That is fantastic for them as well, because this is the experience that they want to be able to deny over to Spinal here. But we do have Torchic with the Comfey trying to get away. Nice little dashes there, but the problem is with that, it's still level 4. It needs level 5. Got to become a Combuskin, which it just did. But already got a nice engage down here on the bottom side turret, Draco.
Oh, huge secure there by Flareon. You can see the blue buff aura underneath them. They're going to trade Pure for that one. Matang heading into the central area. Still a Combuskin in the top path. But uh-oh, Zacian going to get the, or at least Mimikyu's going to get the revenge KO in the top path. It's going to give OG the path forward to get some scores in and potentially get closer to level 7. Really nice Blaze Kick to pull them off of the pad. OG about 50%. Got to be very careful. As you can see with the notification there, Regidrago going over to the not dragon type Pokemon as they head up to the top path as well.
And there is the Sweet Kiss on that Comfey there. That Mimikyu is going to be looking there. And the Sweet Kiss dives in with the Shadow Sneak. Great combination there as the Metagross tries to go in. Picks up the KO on the Combuskin. Taking it down. That's more time off the map. That's less time for it farming. That's a longer time until you get a Blaziken.
Yeah, honestly, this match is to be expected. Brawlers are on the field, and they have been doing all but that, brawling everywhere on the map, in the top path, in the bottom path, and we now have a Matang evolving into a Metagross with all those stacks in front of it as well. Looking straight into its eyes is that Combuskin. They need a couple more levels to at least get that Stand Change Unite move.
7 minutes now has hit and passed. That means our objectives for each lane are in. We do have that teams are not going for them yet. We have Gyarados trying to go for the bottom there, but we have Mimikyu trying to get this Psyduck. This Psyduck is just surfing, dipping, and diving. It can't fly, but it might as well because that waterfowl is going.
Yeah, nice peel there by the Hoopa, by the way. OG trying to get a stock hit. Can they get it? Unfortunately not, as both all-rounders, Steel-type all-rounders, mind you, on the top path, is able to stop that one away. Vin starting to work quickly on the Regieleki. Here comes a snipe shot. Should be able to get a quick secure, and Regieleki bouncing over to the tier 2. Metagross has joined them in the bottom path. Not a Unite move for this Gyarados, as Vin might get another KO here, and they do.
Gyarados goes down. Nasty Rock Tomb stun into that, allowing Flareons to get that snipe there. This is what I mean, a dynamic duo between Pure and Flareons. Really hard to beat. You set that up, you get the vision, then you beat them down and they go down. But Spinal has not been able to capitalize on the Regieleki. Infamous Gaming doing a fantastic job at defense.
Yeah, Spinal actually doing a fantastic job as well as keeping in the game. Unfortunately, that Blaziken still really struggling on level, staying in the top path. Infamous Gaming pushing it on forward. Here comes the Sovereign Sword trying to get some shielding, but can they stay alive? They're really close to being knocked out, and they do. Here comes the full power side to make some room for the team. Tier 1 goal zone might be going down for Spinal. They need to find a spine because they're at least losing their Tier 1.
Yeah, 147 to 69. 2 KO streak for the Gyarados. Now they're doing the invade into the central path there. Flareons tries to go for it. Crustle does a little deterrent, but it's not going to be enough. But let's take a look at the levels. 2 level 10s now for the side of Infamous Gaming, plus a level 11. And now we got double 11s and double 10s and 11. So Spinal has caught up. 5 minutes to go. 20 seconds till the Regiroulette in the top decides to spawn.
Yeah, like I was saying, doing a very good job at keeping in the game despite having a Blaziken really struggling on levels and Inteleon maybe not doing so well as well. Blaziken pulling Artemis back over to the right side of the field, followed by a sweet kiss, more like the kiss of death, a kiss of knockout. Here comes the Hoopa Unite Move to bring everyone up to the top path. Can they defend this goal zone? It's going to be up to Spinal to test their defense as best as they can. Hoopa able to get a KO onto OG as they trail back over to the left side of the field.
Zacian starting to rip on the Registeel. That's going to be attack and special attack increase if they can get it. Flareon's trying to threaten with the intel, with the snipe shot there, with the Azure Spy Vision going in. Mimikyu dives in, takes down the Hoopa, but it's going to be the Gyarados locking in the secured. Flowery Fields Forever comes out, and it's just a... Oh my gosh, look at all of that. The Crushing Compute comes down, and it's Infamous Gaming on the back foot now.
Oh my god, it is an absolute bloodbath here at the top path. Knockouts going either which way. Flareon's deep in enemy territory. Here comes a competing crush once again. Gyro Ball to roll them over. And here comes the OG. This fight has been going so long. OG has been able to rejoin the fight, get a knockout for themselves, and the Comfey has a new pocket.
Mimikyu now the first one to hit level 3. Blaziken not quite as close as it ought to be, but Regieleki in the bottom. We're already getting that on with the Zacian down there. They want to take it. They want to send it. They want to deny it to Spinal with 90 seconds left until Groudon hits the map.
Gohan retreating back over to the right side of the field. About a minute left before the final stretch, and Groudon appears once again. Spinal has been doing a fantastic job once again keeping in this game, but also testing the defense of Infamous Gaming, making sure they're not just comfortable sitting in their lead. Here comes Infamous Gaming testing the defense of Spinal this time. Can Gohan get the 25 in? No, Pierre's there for the defend. Here comes the Gyarados as well in with their Unite move. Sweet Kiss pulling a couple of members in. Vin going down. Comfey in that pile up as well. 2 for 1. Make it a 3-for-1 combo here on Sunday.
Gyarados trying to score, but the Inteleon just keeps sniping it down, not able to do it. The Metagross says, move over, let me do it. You go on defense. Not as much of a break as over, 5 points under, but they get the pad, they take it down, and now it's 15 seconds till Reggie Roulette spawns in, and 30 till Groudon is here.
Yeah, 192 to 69, about 20-ish point lead here by Infamous Gaming. A perfect place to be. At least for Spinal, they have one thing that is tried and true since year 1 of Pokemon Unite. That is the rip and flip composition that they very much have. They got really good rip from the Mimikyu Shadow Claw. Same thing with Blaziken, securing by Blaziken overheat. Snipe shot from the Inteleon. They're not really positioning for it, but if they have it, they can go for it in their pocket.
Gyarados trying to quickly get that Unite move. Dragon Current could be the way to change this game. Everybody on Spinal has it, so they know they're behind, but they're looking for a way to get into this. They're very patient now, going in. Mimikyu looking for that shadow sneak target there. Hoopa trying to figure out who to trick and when to Unite move. Bring those rings unbound coming through, but it's the Gyarados diving in.
Zero Spy Vision popping off as well. Euro trapped in a hard place in the wall between the Crustle and this choke point here. It looks like Flareon's is way in the back line trying to shoot from way in their central area. OG the first to go down. Psyduck as well, less than 25%. Really nice X's are there by Pierre to pull them away from their Inteleon once again. And the fight starts to break out here in the central area. Sweet Kiss, maybe the kiss of death. Oh, responding with a sword themselves, finds the throat of Vin Diesel.
That is 1, 2, 3, and 4 down. Now once more again, 4 down as Flareon's is the most recent to fall. Infamous Gaming is now splitting up. Blaziken going bottom, but the Metagross going top. Are they going to be able to get their 50 cap in? Because Pure is now back on the field. Can they hit the pad? Can they stop it from going in? They cannot. They're just going to jump forward, join the Blaziken, and I think they're going to do exactly what you said, Draco. They're going to go for the good old-fashioned flipping rip.
Blaziken on the field as well. They need to make sure they are in their kicking stance change. Oh, they used their overheat there. Can they make it back over to the ground to start working on it? Artemis doing their best to try to frontline for the team. And Gyro Ball finds a KO. Super effective damage onto the Crustal. Groudon brought down to 50% or less. Game 1 and a real hair sliver between the two teams. Groudon, who's going to be able to get it? I think it was the Gyro Ball. Infamous Gaming wiping Spinal off of the map. And these scores don't matter here. Game 1 going over to LATAM.
Oh my goodness. This was a great shutout by Infamous Gaming on Spinal. They were able to just keep the pressure on and keep the momentum against them, throwing them off their rhythm and just saying, listen, you might have Sweet Kiss, you might have snipe shots, but we got tenacity, we got brawling, and we also are on top of you and in your shadows.
Yeah, it's really tough, this team that Spinal has put together. They really need a really strong early game Pokemon. You know, when you think about Blaziken, it really needs level 7 to get overheat, and then further to level 8 to get that stance change Unite move. And you can see here OG really struggling on damage, 37,000 damage for this player. But again, a kudos to Infamous Gaming really finding their outs here really early on in the game, making sure their Zacian wins their top path, and then continuing to win throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job shutting down the synergy options from Spinal. Spinal got some really good plays in as well. We saw some really strong rock tombs from Pure. Flareon's able to follow up there. Vin able to follow through with some shadow sneaks as well. And JL just popping in some really clutch out Sweet Kisses there, but unfortunately the momentum was against them. I believe Spinal might have had this game if they weren't feeling the pressure and the need to try to look for a fight. I think if they pivot to a more score-based strategy, but again, Infamous Gaming, strong defense, Draco.
Yeah, I think the game was somewhat decided in the first minute and a half to 2 minutes of the game. You know, they sent all 5 members of Spinal to the bottom path. I think Infamous Gaming had the Zacian and I think one supportive member in the top path by themselves. And with 5 members and somewhere else on the map, they really need to get that value, get those levels. And unfortunately, they didn't really get anything for their Blaziken. They returned to top path, and then they had a Metagross all of a sudden looking them down as still a Combuskin, right? And so, like, they needed to find a way to get OG back online. They did eventually, right? They left them in the top path. They tried to hold their tier 1 in the bottom path. They lost that. So in terms of trading, it went really well for Infamous Gaming, right? They made sure they had the pressure on that top path player, and then as they were trying to catch up, trying to get pressure elsewhere on the map, pivoting down to that tier 1, getting that break really opened up the field for them.
But just like a Gyarados, got to have a memory of a goldfish. Wise men once said that. Can't remember who. But Ballistici's going to be banned. Now Spinal coming into game 2. At the game 1, that was just it. That's all it was. It was just a warm-up match. They're going to come back. They're going to take 2-0. That's the mentality you got to have when you're in a situation like this. They're taking out the Blissey. They're taking out the Clefable. I think another Pinkmon Hoopa is on the table too. Man, they really are anti-pink today.
Yeah, anti-pink today, definitely they are. One more ban over to Infamous Gaming, and it looks like that Sableye might be up there as well. Yeah, I mean, if you talk to Jonathan, that might be a Pokemon that does Mega Evolve somewhere, just not in this game.
Not in this game yet, but when it comes, remember, you got that could be 4 Sableyes potentially in a non-draft game, haunting your dreams, your games, your ranks and whatnot. So you got to be very, very careful there. But once again, Mimikyu worked for them in the last game. Us, according to Spinal, they're saying, hey, listen, we're going to bring it back. But Infamous Game is going to come back and they're going to say, hey, look, Psyduck and Zacian, hey, remember these guys? They're coming your way.
Yeah, Mimikyu is a really strong Pokemon. I don't know if it's a really strong Pokemon early on in draft. I feel like it's just a Pokemon that can get countered very easily. You get Pokemon that are really bulky, you just get a lot of crowd control. I mean, that's exactly what Infamous Gaming did. They didn't pick in a single attacker, and Mimikyu has some flavors of a speedster type Pokemon. It doesn't have that much HP. It does have some self-sustain with Shadow Claw, but it reminds me a lot more of a speedster rather than being a traditional all-rounder. This is exactly the same game plan that Infamous Gaming is going for. They're really trying to target out this Mimikyu pick by bulking out the roster.
They are indeed. Metagross coming back in along with the Mamoswine. Very strong Pokemon. Very late, though. And somebody who isn't very late that gets their combo relatively early, Suicune. This made it through the draft, and JL's got it, and they're ready to bring the ice and the freeze and all the pain and frostbite that comes with it, because when you've got a comp like this, you've got a Zacian that wants to go in, a Mamoswine that wants to go in, a Metagross that wants to go in. That is just lining up to keep Ice Beam.
Yeah, OG going in with one of their aces here with Lucario. I'm not super sold on the regular Lucario going into this team composition in particular. If it is going to stay a power-up punch Lucario, it leads me to believe that because it has the eject button on it. You typically go full heal if you're playing E-Speed. But even with a power-up punch, like both of the ability sets that regular Lucario can go, I don't know if it can go toe-to-toe really well with these two all-rounders, plus a Mamoswine and a Psyduck. There's just a lot of crowd control, and we'll see. I mean, I'm not a pro player, and this is one of OG's best Pokemon here, but not a super big fan of Lucario, especially in the, I guess, 8th and 9th pick for Spinal. Going in for Infamous Gaming, rounding out their composition with this Mew. Honestly, this Mew should feel fairly protected. I mean, there's not a whole lot of dive on the side of Spinal. You have 4 very tanky Pokemon sitting in front of it. I don't think Euro is going to have a single knockout for themselves this game. Like, if they're getting knocked out for themselves, sorry.
Yeah, they definitely have the tools to stay away, to keep the range and keep the spacing between them. That's going to be incredibly crucial for them when they do that. But the Miraidon too. Tale as old as time for the Ultra Series this weekend. Miraidon up against Mew. Specifically, Flareon's always finding themselves up against the Mew somehow. So this could be the counter to Flareon's. It's worked in the past. Maybe it'll work for Infamous Gaming today.
Yeah, Miraidon is just a very consistent Pokemon. Same thing with Mew as well. If it's a very proficient Mew player, they're really hard to lock down. It has a get out of a jail free card with its Unite move at level 8. Miraidon doesn't have those same, I guess, benefits. It doesn't have a get out of jail free card, but it does very good damage. It is not an evolving Pokemon, so you don't have to worry about it scaling super late. and it's just consistent. I think that's just the flavor of the week for honestly the flavor of the year for attackers. If you're a consistent attacker, then you're going to be high in the metagame.
Absolutely, but Infamous Gaming is in match point position now. One more Wayne, and they will join CACM as the second LATAM team to join the grand finals today. We can see LATAM on LATAM action, but first, they got to take out Spinal, who is ready to rumble and is already taking a nice power position within these lanes.
Look, adaptation for Lucario. At least in this early game, Lucario has a better last hitting potential relative to a Torchic. Meter match quick attack, I believe, is the dash ability. What it is off the top of my head. Here comes Vin, though, honing those claws once again on a side duck. They can use that little telekinesis push with that passive ability to push him back over to the center, Matang, taking the Natsus in the middle.
Yeah, but we're not done yet because 850 birds are here. Are we going for KOs? Are we going for the engage onto those wild Pokemon there? Get the experience. They're already gone, and we're going straight for the KOs. Mimikyu's getting that Shadow Claw off, but it's not going to do anything much. Going to chunk the Matang, though, backing it away. So all of a sudden, Infamous Gaming's momentum is now shook up.
Now, already in a better spot here is Spinal, but there's going to be 4 members of Infamous Gaming going to test OG once again. It is going to be a power-up punch, landing that onto the side hook just to get away. JL might be going down here. I'm not exactly sure what he was doing there in the top path. Maybe trying to defend the goal zone, but with OG evacuating, I think that was just a free KO over to IF Gaming.
Yeah, that was a really good bait, feint, and switch there. They were just waiting for that Mimikyu to leave, and they pushed the pad. They got it, but Reggie Drago is now here, Draco, and this is going to be some massive experience for the team that takes it.
Yeah, 30 points in for IF Gaming. Not too much in the early game for Spinal. 0, actually. Reggie Drago is going to be left on its lonesome. I think the Zacian heading into the central area. Pure is getting some vision along with Flareon's right next to a Charge Beam ready to go. Can they get this Mew once again? Getting that last hit. Not only is it a very consistent attacker, has a lot of mobility tools, it also has pretty good last hitting potential, as we see here. He's dancing them on OG. OG, I think, on a cooldown at the moment, or just wasting the time. There's a power punch to get the knockout there. Maybe want to get KO a little bit earlier. It looks like they're not going to be here in time for the birds, as Vin making some work in the bottom path.
The Crustle comes out with a nice rock tomb, preventing the Matang from going in. All of a sudden, those birds are gone towards the side of Spinal. They are not waiting for any, they're not resting on any laurels there as the Zacian gets pushed out, but it's little Luca up in the top here trying to score 30 points, gets it in the face of Zacian. Now all of a sudden, it's Suicune's turn.
Oh, able to get both of those in. OG's a little happy about that one. Here comes Lucario. Power punch followed by that close combat. Actually flipped that, reversed it, other way around. Knockout nonetheless.
Yeah, they're coming in now as well. Miraidon with the charge beam coming through. Crustle getting caught out, but doesn't get taken down. Mamoswine decided, you know what? This isn't the time for that kind of an engage. You got to wait for everybody to come back. We do have our bottom Reggie already gone and eliminated, and one more in the top, ready to be taken.
Yeah, huge adaptation here for Spinal. Finally able to get OG in a pretty comfortable position. Here comes the Aura Cannon. No Mega Evolution here, as it is only just a regular Lucario. Has been here for a very long time. Mimikyu able to get a KO for themselves. Really nice assist there for JL. You know, this Pokemon, Suicune in particular, it has been nerfed a number of times, and it is still finding its way at the early parts of draft because of how consistent it is as more of a defender like Pokemon rather than an all-rounder, as it is classically categorized as. Here comes Infamous Gaming. They will need to get a defend here. It should be easy, but let's see what Spinal decides to do. It's the first time in this set they find themselves in the driver's seat, and it looks like the Mew's going to hold down on that D-pad, make their way back home, and here comes Spinal, maybe looking at this tier 2.
Zacian's taken down, but they do manage to finish off onto that Regieleki. That's not going to be any free scores coming in. The Matang comes in with the Compute and Crush. Get on that Crustle with the wall there, but nobody else was trapped in. Gotta let him go and gotta let him back off there, but still solid defense from Infamous.
Really nice close combat, able to get the NDD as they make their way back over to the left side of the field. Next, Reggie in the bottom path, spawning in 20 seconds. Let's take a look at the field state so far. 50% of the game has been completed, 119 to 30. A very different look for Spinal as they find themselves with a almost a 100-point lead as we head into the second half of the game.
I would say the levels are even. 2 level 10s, couple level 9s, everything's going good, except that Mimikyu sitting at a whopping massive level 12 here. And that could be the difference maker, and it will be the difference maker coming into these fights. How do you handle the Mimikyu here as the charge beams are running down from Flareons?
Yeah, it is ripping through the HP bar of that Mamoswine. Effective damage doesn't matter here for that ground-type Pokemon. Registeel being cut down to size and burned by the charge beam. Can they get it here? No. Unfortunately not, as the Zacian hones that sword onto the Registeel. And here comes Infamous Gaming. They do have a Registeel buff. Here comes a Bright Future Meteor Storm and that charge beam once again. Metagross found on the left side of the field. Here comes the Aura Cannon, but is going to be stopped there by the Play With Me Unite move. So kind of a wasted Unite move there from Lucario, but nonetheless, Metagross being melted at its sides.
Infamous Gaming is now on the back foot. They got to bring out the ultimate defense as they now try to push Spinal off their pad here, but the Rebel Rouser comes out and the ultimate defense breaker comes through as they start scoring these points. 280 to 30 with 45 seconds plus 60 till Groudon spawns in and a Regidrago to make one final appearance.
Yeah, wonderful math there by my co-caster, by the way. Minute and a half remaining. Let's talk about IF Gaming. What do they need to do to get back in this game? Well, all of their Pokemon have scaled, so that's already not a very good look for them. They need to try to get to that level 13. If there's one thing they have benefit to their side of the field is they will have more wild Pokemon appearing on their side of the field. I don't anticipate Spinal to move forward with this Regieleki. They may take a look at these birds. They're going to take those quickly off of the field. Regieleki going to defend it easily, and now Spinal has to wait for the next 3 minutes to hopefully force a Game 3 scenario. The driver's seat definitely in Spinal, but IF Gaming needs to make the next move.
Yeah, Infamous does have advantage where they are 2 T1 pads up for the side of Spinal. They could easily make a push here during the double points to get something going. Go for a back cat, do something. So options are there, opportunities are there. It's just how do you go about the engage on this? With 40 seconds left there, with 15 on the bottom Reggie, I think you just go for a pit placement.
Yeah, I think they will need to, definitely. I mean, take a look at where the Zacian is right now. They're going to get caught out here, and Lucario trying to go in for the 2v1. Here comes Flareon in for the support. Can they make it their way here? Forced to use their Unite move, by the way, and gets knocked out with 20 seconds before the final stretch. This might be IF Gaming's chance to find their way into the game.
Yeah, Infamous is taking it down. The Rebel Rouser finally ticking in for Pure there, but they're going straight for the scores. They got 40 in, they're going for another 43. They're back on the map with 113, but that's still a massive, massive deficit that they got to overcome. Groudon is here, double points are here, and Spinal's in control of this pit.
Here, got a shadow tag by the Mimikyus, maybe push them off of the light screen. Pivoting on the top path, or the upper part of the Groudon pit is Infamous Gaming. Another shadow sneaks, lands onto a not-so-target they want to jump on, Mamoswine in particular. Looks like Cebus is getting some vision in lower part of their central area. Zacian just building up some of that Eos energy to make sure they have Intrepid Sword Eos energy to burn. Charge Beam just poking at Infamous Gaming, still sitting on the top path of the Groudon pit, and both teams looking at each other on either side.
Yeah, they don't have much healing on the side of this Infamous Gaming there, so any charge beams that are connecting is just going to be felt and hurt. Metagross going in on top of the Groudon, trying to bait them in. They're getting behind Pure. They're right in the middle of it. The Compute and Crush traps Pure in, but the Rebel Rouser comes through in the Bright Future Meteor Storm. So really, who in reality is the one that's trapped?
No KOs on either side here. Suicune left on a pixel here. First KO going over to Spinal as the Mamoswine is the first to go down. That is a huge centerpiece for their team as their main frontline defender is going to go down here. Spinal not opting to pivot onto the Groudon. It's already brought down to 50%. That Charge Beam ripping at it away. Zacian gets burned by the Charge Beam. Enhanced variation of the Charge Beam. And here comes Spinal. Can they find an entry point here? Here comes the Infinite Ice Spikes to freeze the battlefield. Groudon recovering back to full, and Spinal 280 to 113. Infamous Gaming cannot find an angle in.
Yeah, with their 2 carries down, the damage is gone. They have to find a way, but it's Lucario sitting on that top pad there, and already OG is down there to try to stop the Mew going in. Takes down the Mew, 9 seconds to go. Infamous Gaming is not going to be able to come back from this, and we're going to a Game 3.
North America stays alive in the INGAGE Ultra Series as there is still a LATAM team waiting itching in the wings in that grand final set. CACM just watching and learning to see what they can do to have an upper hand, even though they have one already, as they are our grand finals team. 280, 113. North America stays alive.
They do indeed. And now it all comes down to one last match. Once whoever wins this game number 3, Draco will be joining our LATAM team, CACM, up in the winners grand finals to take the entirety of the Ultra Series. And that's going to be amazing to see.
Yeah, I wish we had a moment here to take out a teleprompter to really pick apart that that final stretch fight. One thing I do want to, it was kind of off screen. It was during one of your casting moments, but there was a 1v1 between Vin and the Mamoswine kind of in the bottom path, and that is really like I was saying, the centerpiece of their team. And so after that fight was over, there was no KOs between those two players, but the Mamoswine was brought down to 50% and was out of position while the rest of their team, Infamous Gaming, was kind of scattered in the Groudon pit. And I think even though that was off screen, that small skirmish actually set up Spinal for having a really strong foothold in the central area, not allowing IF Gaming to either go for a score or onto the Groudon because their core piece was fragmented.
Yeah, without that dissuader right there with Mamoswine, without that Ice Fang to keep things going, without the engagement from that Earthquake to set up those potential fights and the brawls there, all of a sudden Infamous Gaming found themselves on the back foot with the first KO of that Mamoswine going down. That really put them at a disadvantage here, and they got to watch their positioning, or at least follow up when somebody's in trouble, because that losing a key piece right then, right there, was not the way to go about it. And unfortunately, it did set them up behind. But Spinal did a great job, capitalize on it, pushing forward, being patient, knowing that they didn't need to fight. They just said, come on in, we're waiting.
Yeah, I also want to give a huge shout to Flair. I feel like he also did a huge, spectacular job with that Charge Beam Miraidon. It's one of the more, I would say, simpler movesets to play, but nonetheless, it is so impactful. Like, it does so much rip damage onto some of these bulkier targets that might have used their abilities in like a brawl or a skirmish or a team fight. But that Charge Beam Miraidon, you have the first 2 hits of the Charge Beam, and then you have that enhanced variation, and all of those pieces just do really well for that Pokemon in these larger 4-on-5, 5-on-5, 3-on-3 team fight engagements. And I didn't get to see the damage number on that player specifically, but I anticipated at least being 75k, if not 100 that game.
Yeah, Flareon's on that Miraidon has just been demonic today, even yesterday too. You can't underestimate those attackers in their hands. They just come out of nowhere. All of a sudden, you're like, oh, we didn't really feel that. Oh, they didn't do all that much. You look at the damage numbers, you're like, whoa. Turns out we felt that a little bit more, and we got a little bit more of an electrical burn on our hands.
Yeah, another Pokemon that I haven't seen all too much was a Glaceon. I think Lost MTZ was the last team that pulled that one out in the loser semifinals rounds. But here we go, quick break as we're back into our losers final set, and this is going to be our last game of the losers final set as we're in a game 3. Winner of this will be facing CACM Esports in the grand finals of the INGAGE Ultra Series, and the other team is going to be watching the Ultra Series at home. Well, I mean, everyone's really at home, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I can't help but feel a little targeted, just like JL there. Infamous Gaming, we're now 3 for 3 bans on that Sableye. Come on, guys. I think we need to have a talk here. Like, listen, like, Sableye has got to come in at some point, and if you're afraid of it, just pick it up. Just use it. I promise you, you won't lose games with it. It's a great Pokemon there. But another great Pokemon that they banned out, Clefable. Another Pokemon, Hoopa. And Spinal taking out their own Mimikyu?
Yeah, take a look at this. A very interesting strategy here by Spinal. Not 3 supporters. I mean, Mimikyu might be a supporter if you consider supporting your team by KOing the enemy team. Then okay, then Mimikyu is a supporter. But that does leave, I can't recall what the last supporter there was. I think it was Hoopa that was up there. But Hoopa's banned out on the other side. That will leave Mega Charizard to be first selected here by Infamous Gaming. I think also Charizard, I think it is a stronger pick than Mimikyu. You know, I don't know if it's still a first pick really strong Pokemon because, like Mimikyu, it has really good options to enter team fights, engage on team fights, but not very many tools to escape team fights. So I anticipate Spinal to really build around the core with a lot of crowd control. And take a look at this. Let's pull out a Pikachu EXP share. That's not a Defender pure. And we also got OG on a Buzzwole. So I mean, like, might be one of the best Pokemon in the game, but it's not better than crowd control, and that's what Spinal is pivoting towards.
Pikachu, not a defender. You see that, Buddy Barry? You see that energy amp? You're just gonna spam those thunderstorms, and you're just gonna keep buffing you and your allies with those shields. What could be tankier than that? Crustal, apparently, Infamous Gaming, gonna deny it from the side of Spinal, and they're gonna pair it up with a Miraidon. They're gonna take Spinal's own combo and use it against them.
Let's see what Spinal's got cooking up here. We got a lot of defenders coming out with also a supportive Pikachu. Could this be a carry defender? Maybe. I think it might be a carry Trevenant. Mind you, this might be a pain split Trevenant. I feel like it might do really well into the kind of lower DPS of this Miraidon and also into this Charizard as well. So I anticipate if this Trevenant does go pain split, this Charizard is going to have a lot of trouble despite being at a fire type and Trevenant being, well, a grass type.
Yeah, Spinal's going all in on the Charizard counters there. They're going to lock that down with a potential mean look, or maybe they'll foul play into a Snarl there, into another foul play to lock it down. Trevenant, yeah, as you said, Wood Hammer, Horn Leech, Curse, they're all really strong moves that could really shut down a Charizard there, and even not possibly a Talonflame to help burst that. Spinal is here for the anti-Charizard fake shiny coming through here because we got Psyduck and we got Zacian for Infamous Gaming.
So looking like a more classic EXP share team composition here for Spinal, as Flareon's going to pick up that Pikachu in the bottom path going up against this Miraidon. Yeah, like I was saying, like when we were right before this set had begun, when a Mega is on the field, you are building your team around it, or you are building your team to combat that Pokemon. That's exactly what Spinal did. And for Infamous Gaming, I mean, they got Mega Pokemon, they got formerly known as EX Pokemon. They're going the legendary route here. I think Psyduck is also legendary in its own right, honestly.
I'm just saying, they had the option to monopolize all of the Mega Pokemon currently in the game. They banned out the Luca, but there's still 2 Mewtwo's that would love to see some action anytime soon in any of these grassroots tournaments, maybe even UCS League. Who knows? They recently got buffed. They're eager for action, but they're not getting any love.
Yeah, not a whole lot of love for the Mewtwo's. I mean, Mewtwo X has not seen the light of day in a very, very long time, and especially with Delmai's coming out to Pokemon Unite. I mean, like, you got your hook Pokemon that is literally, that's what it does, and Mewtwo X is crying in the club somewhere. Don't even talk about Zeraora, you know, that's also a pull Pokemon as well. But yeah, we haven't seen the Mega Evolving Mewtwo's in quite some time. I think it was since they have lost one of their held item slots, but we'll talk about them another time because they're not going to be here. But what is here is Spinal. What is here is IF Gaming, and we have our Losers Finals Game 3 of the INGAGE Ultra Series in your face.
Yeah, Charizard going to be that central laner for Infamous Gaming, and no surprise to see Talonflame doing that for Spinal here. But what is a little surprising there is how much this Pikachu's already dominating down in this bottom lane. Poor little Dwebble has to back up.
You know, the Pikachu is one of those Pokemon that has an early game ability that might be on par, if not better, than its late game abilities. Electroweb is just such a good ability. Like, it might be even better than like Bolt Tackle in some situations. You can knot it up, you get webbed. It is so frustrating to deal with in this early game.
It is, but we are also 9 minutes now. We're now only 12 seconds away from our 850 birds. This is the pivotal moment for which makes or breaks a game there. But we have Psyduck already caught. Oh no, it's Eevee. Eevee's causing mayhem all the way over for Infamous Gaming. Finally goes down, but Miraidon's not in the top where it needs to be.
In this picture and victory here on either. I don't even know which one to cast. Of all cast the left one, you cast the right one. We got 3 members in the bottom path for Spinal. Here comes JO running through that central area. Aramis in the top path, still getting those stacks over the Mega Charizard. 1 away, and now another 3 away before that Mega Charizard enters the field.
But we got a nice little invade coming in here. It's a free-for-all from Infamous Gaming. They take down the Buzzball as we get full screen on this action, because what mid deserves full screen action? Invades!
Yeah, a massive invade here by Infamous Gaming is going to take that red buff and steal that over to their side of the field. Buzzwell OG back on the field at level 5, has superpower available to them, and use that Mega Punch to pull that Bumblebee over to the left side of the field. Huge pivot here for Spinal into the central air. Is going to find that Regidrago already at 50%. Nice Brave Bird is going to find that Charmeleon, is going to send them to Nurse Joy, and Pikachu able to get that secure for the team.
Listen, I would say I'm surprised Pikachu got it, but it's Pikachu. We all know just how deadly Electro Ball can be, but what most people do underestimate is how deadly a Thunder can be, especially in a secure option. You got a lot of damage raining down here. And speaking of damage, Buzzwole is helping to help this Umbreon to perform some really mean, unspeakable things to the Zacian.
Yeah, a lot of crowd control just in that top path between those two Pokemon. Mean Look is going to lock down that Charizard. Here comes the Brave Bird Talonflame. Yeah, that Mean Look sets up that Brave Bird really well. But, I mean, take a look at this. The reverse Uno card has a 2 KO streak going over to that Miraidon player. Level 8 on both the formerly called EX Pokemon and now level 8 on the Mega Charizard. One away from the Mega Charizard available on the field.
But Miraidon is going to be the first with its Unite move, followed by the Talonflame, Bright Future Meteor Storm, going to be very pivotal in any sort of pad push our teams might make. Buzzwole's doing everything they can into the top side there, but Charizard's pushing them out. But Spinal just says, fine, you want the top, you can have the top. We'll take Regieleki and we'll push the bottom. Your Zacian's down here, so is your Crustle. That's okay, we'll take them too.
All right, 3-player push here, more like just getting vision on the Regieleki, bouncing to the tier 1 goal zone. I think that's Pure, one of the defenders there. On the Umbra, I know it's JL getting some vision in the top part of that bottom path. Oh, it's going to be pulled back by that Psychic, and one of the defenders are down. Pure still has their passive ability available to them, missing out on the Wood Hammer, and also the Horn Leech. Looks like both defenders are being chopped at its sides, and here comes IF Gaming.
Yeah, Mega Charizard has made its first appearance in battle right now. The Flame Sweep comes through as it's going to take them down, but they go and bring it back. The Kidnaps weren't able to connect, and we're going to take the Buzzwole down with a Bright Future Meteor Storm.
Mega Charizard about to elapse on their Mega Evolution. It doesn't even matter. They get knocked out anyway and gets put in a blender by all the crowd control that Spinal has. Let's see what Spinal decides to do here. Their Buzzwole is in the top path. I think they're not going to go for a push forward as they do see both the Zacian and the Miraidon in that bottom path. As the dust settles, we're about to head into the halfway point of the game. Infamous Gaming about 2 times more in points than Spinal. OG is going to take all the birds to themselves. Spinal pivoting up to the top path, getting ready for this Reggie to appear.
Yeah, our supporters, though, our light bulbs on the side of Infamous Gaming are finally ticking into their Unite moves. This is going to be very pivotal because it's going to allow a lot of supportive setups to do that. The Rubble Rouser with Reflect damage, Sai for some really damage reduction there from the other team. So it's going to be nice and interesting to see how Infamous is going to come into this because they're already in the lead and they're already in position to take the top Reggie.
Kind of a huge net here by Spinal, getting vision in the middle part of the map. Regirock is going to be chopped down by the steel blade of Tinta on their Zacian. Spinal taking a look in the bottom path. The Mega Stone once again glowing bright, glowing hot. It's going to take the Talonflame for a ride. They're going to be sent back to the central areas. They're going to get put in a bubble by this Umbreon, and they get KO'd off screen there by the Talonflame. So like I was saying, that Mean Look puts them in a really nice target for this Brave Bird to almost guarantee a hit onto at least one Pokemon.
Yeah, Charizard was running because they saw it was coming, but the Charge Beam's coming through. Charizard's not the only threat. Miraidon is here, and they got another Bright Future Meteor Storm in the pocket, ready to take them down, ready to chunk them down, ready to put the Umbreon Wish through the paces.
Here comes Infamous Gaming. 5-player, make that a 6-player push there if Charizard decides to join the fray here. Regieleki knocking on the door of Spinal, but they are looking fairly healthy. They are going to be able to push this one in. About 1:45 before the final stretch, they will collapse this goal zone. I actually don't know if they have enough points there. Miraidon, yeah, they do just have enough points. It wasn't a huge overcap, but it will give them exactly a 100-point lead. Spinal will close that lead, 47 coming in from the Buzzwole, and it's about a 30-ish point lead, 35 to be exact.
Reggie Drago is here for the last time here, and there's going to be Infamous Gaming collapsing on it, but Spinal is collapsing as well. They're looking for the Secure, but it's not going to come out, so they're going to be looking for the KOs right there on the Zacian. The Brave Bird takes it down, but the Grusto comes in with the X Scissor, and it's a 2 KO streak for the Psy Duck. That waterfowl says, listen, Umbreon, who's going to show you who's more foul around here?
Oh, Thunder coming clapping down on the Pikachu. No matter it being an electric type Pokemon, Pierre is going to get a taste of his own medicine as X Scissor finds the CC and finds the knockout. There is Infamous Gaming. They have a lot of momentum going into the final stretch as Groudon appears in 45 seconds. Level 13 on the Talonflame, level 13 on the Miraidon. Still waiting on some 13s for specifically the Zacian and that Charizard, but they should get there in the next 30 or so seconds.
I mean, what they got birds down there, that should help a lot there as well. But Regice could have also helped there, but Spinal says, this is ours. We really want this. So Infamous just says, you know what? This isn't the Groudon fight yet. We're going to back off. We already have some nice vision from the Trevenant in there. Pure doing good job, allowing Spinal to take that early setup.
Regice, real nice here. The Walmart Kyogre buff, even though Kyogre's not here, at least on this map right now. But like I was saying, 35 points separates these two teams. 2 minutes separates one team from victory in the grand finals, and seeing themselves going home is the other. And still looking at each other on either side of the battlefield. This time, Infamous Gaming on the bottom half, Spinal on the top.
Yeah, Zacian going for the quick pivot home. They're going to say, listen, I could use a few more points, get that level 13, then I'm going to come back. Spinal hasn't scouted it out yet, but they are slowly collapsing. They're rotating in as Infamous Gaming keeps grouping up. The X-Scissor comes in, and there's the superpower, followed up by the smackdown there, but it's not going to amount to anything. We're trying to get back on the Pikachu, but the Rebel Rouser coming out. We're going in hard as the Zacian is now in trouble. Umbreon and Talonflame looped around, found it down, and they're going to say, we can take you out.
The two frontiers of battle have formed on the left and right side of the Groudon pin. Zacian first to go down. Here comes the superpower Mega Evolution coming at you as Mega Charizard joins the fray and immediately gets knocked out by the Talonflame. And here comes Spinal on their way to the grand finals. Unless the Miraidon has something to say about it. Do they have the enhanced charge beam available to them? Vin probably having that Brave Bird ready to go. Flareons, and here comes the Unite move. Can they get it here? No! Talonflame soaring away, soaring to the right side of the field with shields in tow, and soaring to the grand finals is Spinal from North America.
Listen, I know Infamous Gaming, this is a sour moment for you, but I gotta admit, it was pretty funny to see Zacian go in there and just get instant deleted the moment they lost the Groudon. It was so close, though, but oh my gosh, with 20 seconds left, they could still come in for a buff there, but it does look like it's not going to be the case. Too many people down, not enough points in the pocket, and it will be Spinal joining CACM for the rematch and grand
run back
finals
of the weekend. CACM and Spinal will be your grand finals appearances for the INGAGE Ultra Series. And a huge congratulations to our North American team. But, you know, honestly, IF Gaming had such a wonderful grand or losers final set. Honestly, I got super excited to see that Crustle get 3 Pokemon with that X Scissor, but that Zacian was I think it was the Zacian kind of pinned down on the right side of the field and no one able to pivot around that. Siva's had a huge engagement with that Zacian all on its lonesome, getting basically 2v1 by Vin and JL on their various Pokemon. Could not get anything going off that Crustle X Scissor.
Yeah, they were not able to follow up and collapse, even though Seabit did a great job. Portinta was caught off guard as they were trying to come back from getting their level 13. The Umbreon and Talonflame did a really great job looping around and just being like, listen, it's not a Mega Charizard, but we could take this. And they absolutely full sent that. Look at the healing from that Umbreon. JL coming in with 57k and Vin capping out 67k damage on that Talon.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, it's basically just go get a bunch of crowd control Pokemon. How can we make sure this Charizard is unable to play the game? And I mean, Buzzwole, they didn't even break 20k damage, right? But the impact is not so much in their damage, it's what they provided for the team. And while Buzzwole can be an attack damage carry for the team, it doesn't always need to be. I know there have been some teams that have experimented with a more supportive Buzzwole, even having an EXP share, because if you're putting someone in a blender with superpower, SmackDown, and maybe like a year and a half ago, you were able to do SmackDown into superpower into SmackDown again, or I think it was the other way around when the level 11 buff was nerfed. But this Pokemon, again, is so powerful because it has supportive tools, but can also be a carry on its own, right? We see some of these flavors with Suicune, right? Its damage is not so high as it was before, but when it was released, it was doing crowd control. It had self-sustain. It also had damage. And Buzzwole, it has been tuned down pretty significantly, but this might be the kind of realm that those Pokemon are starting to lead into. Their kits are just so good, despite how many times you nerf them, the amount of crowd control they provide for your team is just too good to pass up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, seeing that, just seeing the Mega Charizard come in and just say, hey, listen, we're going to first pick this, and then to see just not one, but 5 counters to it. Like, you got to be at that point with Infamous, you got to be like, all right, is this what we wanted, or is this what we expected? Like, how did the draft, I'm kind of curious, what was the thought process behind that? I hope, like we can get some kind of insight on that too eventually. Like, but I'll tell you right now, it was really, really strong to see, but the Miraidon was doing really great work as well. I honestly thought that the flip from Infamous Gaming was going to go really, really well.
Yeah, and I believe we are going to be saying goodbye to you, Jonathan.
Yeah.
But before we do say goodbye to you, I do want to pivot back to you really quickly. Just get your thoughts on, the state of Pokemon Unite right now, because we're going to be going into the grand final set. But you had an entire weekend here with the Engage Ultra Series. Last words from you before we bring in Zero.
I think the state of Pokemon Unite is in a really good spot. We got a lot of attackers, all-rounders coming through. Speedsters have kind of fallen through, but the defenders and the tanks are starting to shine more. The supporters starting to shine more. We're even dropping some for 2 of each. It's going to be great, but the one thing that we absolutely need more of is Sableye. I'm telling you, it's the secret pick. It's the Pokemon of choice. You saw it right here tonight. Infamous Gaming was so scared of it, they banned it out. Not once, not twice, 3 times. We saw JL come in and dominate with it once, but that's because no one else had the faith or the bravery to bring it into a match. And as we're going to end with this, we're going to send it up to zero in on Alex.
Alrighty, Jonathan. Make like a Sableye, and I'll see you later, buddy. 0 in on Alex. How are you doing, my friend? It's been some time. You look lovely. Whoa, hey, you can't put on the glasses when I have glasses today. First of all, get them out of here.
We don't need these. I don't need them. Get them out of here. We don't need that. We don't need no vision. Sableye might have some gems in his eye, but the only gem I see is you. Because the last time we got to work together on grand finals has been a doozy. But what a set do we have here?
Yeah, if there's one thing that, Sableye brings to the field that you and I also bring to the field, it's chaos. And not just in the Unite booth, but for the entirety of the 10 minutes. Not even just the 10 minutes, but also, like, before the game, after the game, I don't know what the production thought they were going to be doing, putting us as the grand final, or even just putting us as a pairing, because, wait, production? Zero? Can you hear me?
Yeah. What? Oh, Draco, I think I'm losing you here. Oh, well,
it was a mistake for production to put us together for any part of today because of all the chaos that we bring to the field. And well, we are going to be heading into the grand finals of the Engage Ultra Series. And what a game for you to cast as well, Zero. I think there's like some sort of myth or superstition or anytime you cast a certain player, and I think you might be a little biased for this last set.
Listen, I am torn once again and I have to cast it. But yes, it's time I came clean. This is my confession. This is just as equally as when I had to confess that I was a birdist, write a twit longer and fix my wrongs. I have to come clean. It is time that I came clean.
They're listening.
No, I'm aware. I might have called Decidueye Talonflame, and Drake was like, oh, it's a Decidueye. I'm like, it's a bird. He's like, oh, it's more than a bird, you birdist. And then I had to redeem myself on Twitter. So now I have to redeem myself on this, that there is a myth, a legend coming back from the 2024 to 2025 season, that whenever I cast a game that Flareon's plays, they don't lose. Back when he was part of the Orange Juicers, I was able to cast North America, and that was the cup, the monthly cup that the Juicers were able to win, and I was casting grand finals with Sierra Dawn. And ever since then, if I cast, Flareon's win. So I'm going to keep my bias out and just try to call the game, because while I am a big fan of North America, Flareon's pure. You know how I feel about pure. Love the guy, but I also got to love what CACM brings to the table.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest event coming up into the regional leagues outside of LAIC. And of course, I know that CACM, they already had a bad taste in their mouth losing to another team from North America in Dignitas at LAIC. Well, they do not want to repeat of that a couple of weeks later with another heavy-hitting team in Spinal against CACM, number 2 at LAIC. Unfortunately, not winning that event and kind of losing in spectacular fashion. I think it was a full sweep by Dignitas. But this team definitely is a team to watch, and most likely is going to be joining their own region's regional league in the coming months.
Yeah, absolutely. CACM has shown up, and again, they did lose to Dignitas at LAIC. They don't want to be back here losing to another team by North America, so there's a little bit of bad blood. While it isn't necessarily the same team, they want to prove that they are one of the best, if not the best, in LATAM. Moving forward, we have some amazing players, and both of these rosters are absolutely stacked. You know, we saw how good Reggie can be, how swift they're able to move around with Scyther, to the point where teams are banning out Gengar. I also did get a little bit of a word, and again, was trying to keep my bias out of this. Turns out in that last match, Pikachu was a mispick. Flareon did not mean to. The team was tilted and yelling at him. I should have not said this on broadcast, but it's part of the chaos.
Hey, you know, if Flareon or if Overlord can win with an accidental Charizard pick, I think Flareon can win with an accidental Pikachu pick. Okay, so like, you know, well, I think honestly Pikachu might be a better pick than Charizard at the time that it is. But I mean, it just kind of goes to show what I was talking about on the broadcast. But like, you know, getting a lot of crowd controlling Pokemon to deal with a Pokemon like Mega Charizard, it's a really strong Pokemon, but it can be crowd controlled. It is mortal.
It is
But
mortal.
here we go. We are taking a look at the upper side of the bracket. This was your broadcast for today. Spinal winning out over Infamous Gaming, and then Spinal losing out to CACM Esports on the lower half of this bracket. CACM knocking down EU and Los MTZ, and then winning out over Spinal to make their way to the Grand Final 0.
Yeah, Spinal was definitely knocked out in a clean 2-0 sweep, and unfortunately now they have to go back. The only difference is momentum. Spinal has a little bit more momentum when it comes to how they're going and moving forward. So while Spinal does have things, you know, heated up, but let's take a look how they got here. I mean, it was mostly Infamous Gaming that went out very early. They were able to take down SOB, taking out MTZ, and Spinal did lose, as we saw in the winners final against CACM. So while Spinal and Infamous Gaming was an exhilarating 3-set, it is Spinal that was able to claw their way back to hopefully have a rematch. CACM has been sitting on the sidelines, so the question is, have they cooled off in this moving forward best of 5, where I do believe CACM has a 1-game advantage coming in from the winner side?
Yeah, big shout out to Infamous Gaming making their way through to the losers quarters, to the semis, all the way to the losers finals, unfortunately falling just shy to Spinal. A short clawing, I will say, for Spinal, just going from the winners final to the losers final, then up to the grand finals. But yeah, I believe you've been casting for a lot of this weekend, Zero. Same question that I asked over to Jonathan, you know, are there any picks that you think they're going to be pivotal, at least for this final set? What has been the best Pokemon of the weekend that is probably going to come out here for the grand finals?
I'm gonna have to give you 2 answers for that, because for
You
me,
say Serena,
at least,
I'm quitting.
That's fine. It's not Serena. It's actually ensuring that Flareon's is able to get to Inteleon. Flareon's Inteleon has been able to thread the needle in tandem when it comes to setting up plays. If they're there and they get their shots on, it's all over. But just as equally for CACM, Scyther! has been the Pokemon that Reggie just makes this Pokemon seem absolutely insane. Every caster has mentioned it, that if we could have the heat map that we had at LAIC to follow Reggie around, you'd see that they are just all over the place. And the thing is, most teams and players know to ban out the Gengar because that is Reggie's ace. So they ban out the Gengar, they get rid of Scyther, it's fine. He has Talonflame in the wings. Very much a bird joke, wings hot. That being said, I think for this as a whole, if I'm choosing Pokemon to player, it's Inteleon for Flareons and Scyther for Reggie.
Yeah, Scyther is a really interesting shout, and I think if there's like not many regions in the world is kind of defined by a Pokemon. Not that Scyther is like really defines LATAM, but I really associate this region from having a lot of very proficient Scyther players, right? Peru has one, CACM has one, NESUS is probably the best Scyther player in LATAM North, and so anytime you see LATAM, expect to see a Scyther either being picked or being banned, encountered nonetheless. But here we go, Zero Spinal, CACM in our Grand Finals draft number 1, ready to go.
I could not be more excited for the chaos that's about to unfold, and already Spinal might be listening in because they're saying, Scizor, get out of here. That means no Scyther because they know what Reggie can do. Once again, they are targeting Reggie. They have already opted to get rid of Gengar too. Mega Evolution are still available for both sides of these teams, as Mega Evolutions might be running wild.
Yeah, Mega Evolutions, EX Pokemon, they are ready to be selected. A very different draft strategy for Spinal in the previous Losers Final set where they were banning out a lot of pink, well, I guess Slowbro's a pink Pokemon. A lot of supportive Pokemon for their enemy team here, but Brave Bird, wow, take a look at this. Not the flying type Pokemon that you were talking about before, Zero, but it is a flying type Pokemon. Nonetheless, it is a bird.
I mean, the fact that Reggie is taking this so early tells me that they were worried because they did watch Spinal, and Vin Diesel does play Talonflame. So now you're taking away 3 pivotal pieces away from Reggie. Those are the 3 Pokemon that, at least in the Engage Ultra Series, we have seen him play. It's either Scyther, Gengar, or Talonflame. And now knowing that Vin Diesel does play that Pokemon, they just said, we need to take this as soon as possible. Pure going to be going on an ace of their own in Snorlax, big Snorlax believer, while Vin Diesel going to be taking the Mimikyu for a lot of bursty damage.
Yeah, I think Talonflame is honestly like a power move. Like, I don't think I ever see this Pokemon being first pick by any team, let alone a speedster being first pick. I think maybe, you know, Leafeon could be like a first pick.
Right.
Could we be saying, oh, he was hovering over this arena for like a good 2 seconds, and we could have had it there for a moment there. But UNGAGE is going to be pulling out not the regular Lucario, but the Mega Lucario with that Lucario-dite, I think that's what it's called, Mega Stone coming out to play.
Yeah, Mega Stone in full effect for UNGAGE. He might be an Unk, and he is in fact an OG, going back all the way to Season 1 when he was part of IX Gaming. Flareon's, though, picking up the ace that I was talking about in Inteleon. Now, for Frank here, picking up the Latios is actually really huge. They've been able to do so well here this entire weekend with it. If they get their stacks correctly on the Eon stacks, they can do massive amounts of damage. And surprisingly enough, Texas was able to pick up the Latios, so that we might see the Eon twins play a little bit part. Of course, their passive ability, when they're both on a team, you can teleport to one another. So increases the movement just a smidge more. And JL picking up the Mr. Mime.
This is a very similar draft in the winners finals between these two teams. CACM really playing around the Eon twins, but it makes a lot of sense, honestly. You look at Spinal's team, they make a very strong presence in the front line. They don't do a whole lot of damage. The Mega Lucario definitely, but like kind of lower DPS for the Mimikyu. I could see a world where Mimikyu goes play rough here to be more of a speedster type Pokemon, because these Pokemon, they'll stay in the front line for a very long period of time, but you know, the Latios and Latias, they love Pokemon in the front line because they can continually build and use their abilities on those Pokemon, building up those Eon stacks to scale into the late game. And once they have more than 100 for Latios and 125 for Latios, those two Pokemon are one-shotting Pokemon on the enemy team very easily and with point-and-click abilities. Fine.
Yeah, those damage is just going to hurt just a tad bit, and having the twins together just means also with the kind of recent balance patches that Latias has gotten, yes, the Dragon Cheer and everything got a little bit nerfed, but also just as equally though, the fact that it's able to even get those stacks earlier on at level 4 instead of level 5 on its initial release has made this Pokemon kind of like a pseudo attacker slash supporter. But let's get into it. It's grand finals time. Spinal is over here on your purple side. You have CACM on your orange side, and they do have a 1-game advantage in this best of 5 here at the INGAGE Ultra Series.
All comes down to this. INGAGE Ultra Series coming at you, coming to an end. 2 days, mind you. A whole lot of Pokemon Unite getting ready for the Regional League qualifiers in a couple of, actually not even a couple of weeks, but next week is your regional qualifiers where your twins are going to hang out in the top path, and here comes that Mega Lucario. They got a lot of points in their pockets early. I don't know if they're stacking, but it's going to be difficult with 9 in the pocket.
A 9 in the pockets indeed. JL's taking some damage. Reggie's already here. They're going very aggressive. UNGAGE able to live just a little bit longer though. And they do finally have been available again to be able to defend it. Very close call moving forward, but you got to be careful there. You don't want to get caught out by Vin Diesel's Shadow Claws.
Pretty conservative early game. Here comes the bird on the screen. It'll mimic you, honing those claws on the shadow claws on the birds. Here comes a 4-player push, but a 4-player defend as well. They don't have any Eon stacks. Actually, the Eon building abilities at the moment here. This is an aggressive push. Basically, 3 attackers and a Fletchinder in the top path. Defenders just holding it out in the bottom lane.
Yeah, defender holding it down, and here comes OG. Still hasn't reached that level 5. Charge Beam's going to go in, try to create a little bit of shred. Reggie's being very aggressive. They want to get a KO, but they might get KO'd by themselves. The barriers are able to be caught. Thanks to JL, they're able to flock together. That bird got clipped a little early, and right now Ramna is just having a little fun with Flareons, trying to take away any EXP so Flareons cannot evolve.
Actually, a really interesting adaptation there by Spinal. Previous team, Infamous Gaming, also did this as well. They went for a late 4-player push onto the top tier 1 goal zone. They left 3 members in the top path, got a really nice KO onto the Fletchinder, and then evacuated out of there. So a really nice adaptation by Spinal. I don't know if it was just for LATAM as a region, because IF Gaming did it before, or if it was an adaptation for CACM in the winners final.
Yeah, you know, and that's the thing. You got to be able to adapt and move. Talonflame is on the prowl now. Bravebird going in immediately. They wasted no time. JL able to eject. Tried to get a confusion off. Didn't want to make sure they got the KOs. 58 to a big old goose egg for the side of Spinal. But Spinal right now has been taking a lot of advantage. And Reggie does seem a little bit more aggressive than we've seen them. Yes, they do tend to play aggressively, but sometimes they might get bit. And Spinal is kind of preparing for that.
UNGAGE, got to be very careful here, missing out on the medium match. Here comes the Dragon Pulse, but here comes Vin Diesel with the Shadow Sneak as well. Bravebird landing on some Natus. Cheers to them. My favorite wild Pokemon, mind you. But here we go. First Reggie's on the field. 0 to 58. CACM up by about 60, and Spinal sending 4 to the top.
Finn is closing in on their Unite move. They're going to go ahead and start ripping away this Regieleki. They have OG. They have Flareons locking in, charging it up, and it's Vin Diesel who now lands the Shadow Sneak. They're going in. They get a quick KO. That's a big old boost there, and now the Regieleki is finding its way downtown, quickly going in. Nobody there from CACM to even block it, which means OG is going to have an easy opportunity to get those stacks up.
Doing some curls at the top path. The Latios in its face. Can't do enough to stop that Pokemon there. Level 7 on OG. Still need 2 levels to get that Mega Stone online. Regirock brought down to less than 25%. And here comes a Brave Bird. Should get an easy confirmation there. Regirock in the bottom path. Not a Regieleki, so at least Reggie stay conserved for this first rotation. 51 to 73. A fairly conservative start for both teams. It's going to be in favor for Spinal as their Pokemon starts to scale. Level 9 almost for that Inteleon, and more importantly, almost level 9 on the Lucario.
Wow, that barrier ended up biting JL back because Reggie was there. They said, hey, I might not have a rock tomb, but I got a wall. I could use this. And now the wall goes up. This is more of a defensive way to tactic to be able to get Reggie the stacks that they need to be able to get up. Great move all around for CACM. Frank needs to be able to get all those Eon stacks to be able to do massive amounts of damage. But like you said, Draku, they are a little bit more conservative than we've seen both of these teams be. We have made it to grand finals, so both teams know what's on the line.
CACM actually denied Spinal for additional wild Pokemon. They had enough points to break the tier 1 goals. Uh-oh, OG gets caught out in a rock tomb and make that a tomb for that Mega Lucario. They're going to be heading back to the Pokemon Center for a few more seconds. Here comes CACM pushing onto the tier 1 goal zone. Really nice heavy slam, catches a couple block, pushing them back over to the left side of the field. Azure Spy Vision and Play With Me puts a blanket over that Talonflame. I think that Talonflame also went into its Unite move. CACM, do they even have enough points here? 40 points by the Latios, but they're going to be pushed back as the Mega Stone comes online and Mega Lucario is forced back to the left side and immediately back to the Pokemon Center. The Crustle getting a KO streak of 2.
Ranma doing a great job defending, holding things down, but just as equally, Pure's doing the exact same thing for their team. They've been so good at getting behind enemy lines, putting up these blocks, but it does look like CACM is coming out a little bit more of a winner on this time. OG has to go back, retreat as quick as they can, and now Ranma and the rest of the members of CACM were able to converge fully, 193 to 88. Just such a good offensive prowess coming out of CACM.
First tower going over to our LATAM North team. Reggie Ice going over to them as well as what I called earlier the Walmart Kyogre buff going over to LATAM North. I was calling that earlier. That was kind of funny. But Reggie Drago entering the field of the bottom path. And we have another Reggie Alecki in the top path. But once again, both teams denying themselves of more experience. Another skirmish going on. Vin going to use that Unite move onto the Latias. A flame sweep for Ranma. Can they make it away here? No. Shadow Sneak is tagging them out and tagging them back to the Pokemon Center.
Wow, great job by Vin to be able to get a big power nap coming out, though, for Pure to be able to keep the Miraidon keeping close in time. Don Lux was just absolutely just eviscerated from the map. Latios and Latios working in tandem together. They're pushing away. Meanwhile, Inteleon, Flareon's just looking for a target. Big Unite move does land in a follow-up. My goodness gracious, unfortunately, that was not in the plans for OG, but this is how the Eon twins are able to work together. The way Ranma has been able to keep Pure just trapped up here, and Reggie going in themselves. They don't want to get taken out, though. 193, 1 minute remains, Draku, before the big Groudon lands on Sky Ruins.
Would love to take a breath here, but it looks like CACM is about to go in on the offense once again. Frank has a lot of those Eon stacks as the Bright Feature Meteor Store comes raining down from the heavens. It's going to send Spinal scattering here. Our Charge Beam ripping through. OG just can't stay on the battlefield. 8 on the goal zone. A really nice snipe shot from way downtown lands onto Reggie. It's going to send them to less than 25% and get to knock out their Crustle back to the Pokemon Center.
That was deep.
Another
that was
one.
a shot from very deep, and Flareon's is just getting it on. The snipe shots have been impeccable. They're going to go ahead and say, hey, we don't need to fight this off. They're only going to get a 12 over cap with this. Positioning has been the priority for CACM. They're already in the pit. Kind of like what you said, OG has not been able to stay on the map for very long, and it's time to go. Inteleon already getting some shots off, and it's time to get it on, Draku.
Flareon's is locked in. Showtime. Gonna open up the field here, followed by a power nap from the Snorlax. Grab that Pokeflute to wake them up. It might be an Eon Blast, and here comes the Azure Spy Vision, and immediately on the ground on Zero. Who's gonna be able to get this? I think it is CMC Sports. Can they get this? Scores in, though. Lots of members going down, and an early surrender by Spinal.
Oh, wow. There was no moment to breathe throughout that entire match. It was just back and forth between these two teams, and it really felt like CACM just had the advantage. It really felt like Spinal was trying to make something happen. We saw the Aura Cannon come on out, but the moment Pure fell, it really became a flip of a coin, but it did look like CACM just had everything. The damage, they had the presence, and of course they had Reggie just in case, but I do believe it might have been been Ranma who was able to get the final hit and get the secure. And then from there, as you said, when those stacks go really well for Latios, the damage is absolutely insane. And especially with the Groudon buff, oh boy, that's going to leave a mark.
Yeah, a lot of damage. And they unfortunately just couldn't get to the Latios twins. I mean, like 32,000 damage on Latios, 70,000 damage. Your damage leader of the game, just looking at the damage numbers, 69,000 for the Miraidon. Nice number there. But yeah, once they get those Eon stacks up, if you're not KOing this Latios quickly and swiftly, it will just burst you down, right? Once you get that Dragon Pulse online, it's a very difficult Pokemon to KO.
Yeah, very difficult Pokemon to KO indeed, but a great job by both of these teams. This does present a little bit of a problem though, because this also does mean that Spinal is on the verge of being eliminated. As a reminder, if you're just tuning in, this is the grand finals best of 5, where CACM now holds a 2-0 lead over Spinal. I think the choices were fine. It just felt like, specifically for me, OG was just never able to stay on the field too long. You know, not having that extra bulk that it might have. Mega Lucario is great, but it's very glass cannon-y. It can go in, do a tons of damage, but if you don't get that close combat combo off, you're not going to be regenerating enough HP. And if you don't have a dedicated healer by your side, which JL wasn't, that's going to leave a big wide open, and your weaknesses will be exposed.
Yeah, without any traditional healer, just pivoting off of or piggybacking off what you were saying, those twins just do so much damage. They do have secondary healing, right? Close combat has some healing if you're able to land it onto multiple targets. But if there's one thing that this team's EACM is probably not going to be doing, is standing next to each other, right? The attacker is obviously not going to be standing next to each other. The Talonflame is going to be in some sort of ambush position. You can maybe get multi-hits on the Crustle and maybe one of the other attackers, but for the most part, these Pokemon are kiting in and around the enemy team, but also kind of around each other, so that the other enemy team Spinal is not taking advantage of the multi-hitting, life-stealing abilities that they have.
Right, exactly. I mean, when you look at the composition again and realize that they had Latios and Miraidon, I mean, Latios is classified as a supporter, but it also works kind of like an attacker. Lucario was really only going to be able to catch up in distance to maybe the defender, the Crustle, because Talonflame was just going to be not near you, and it's just going to jump on you sporadically, so you never really could plan a counterattack. Meanwhile, you're just going to get kited by the extremely long reach of Don Lux's Miraidon, and the moment Latios are working together, I mean, there's no way OG was able to do it. The reason the all-arounder worked for Vin Diesel is the fact that Mimikyu had the Shadow Sneak. It kind of closes the gap a little bit to be able to do a lot of damage.
You know, interestingly enough, I feel like this composition that CACM Esports put together, it's not only just obviously they have the twins on their team, but they also have really good supportive tools around it. I think Crustle is probably the most difficult defender for these twins to deal with, right? When you're using your Dragon Pulse specifically for Latios, you're usually dashing forward. And a lot of times when this Pokemon was released, teams would counterpick with a Crustle because they'll wait for the Latios to dash forward to get that boosted auto empowered ability ready to go, and then boosted auto, right? They'll wait for that to happen and then they'll Rock Tomb it, right? So they're already using one of their tools to dash forward to get their boosted auto available. Now that they have the Crustle on their side of the field, you're basically just leaving the entire field open for the Latios to move around.
Yeah, there's no way to really capture it. There's no heavy dive other than Vin Diesel. Something like this, when you look at this, I mean, Leafeon comes to mind because it's able to get behind enemy lines, be the Emerald 2-step, just doing a combo with Razor Leaf and Aerial Ace. You could get a lot done, but it didn't really feel like Spinal had that available, especially just later on in the draft. I do like the Mimikyu pick. Everything, I think just the biggest weakness that Spinal had was having not enough range, and Flareon's just kind of had to take on all of the range on himself. Meanwhile, CACM had just a plethora of ranged attackers. So they were able to kite things. And like you said, the Rock Tomb would have been a good counter to stop the Latios. But when you have the Crustle, you're slowing down the enemy team. So your Latios can be destructive.
Yeah, I mean, you also have Miraidon first pick on their side too. I think if there's one thing that could potentially counter both Miraidon in the early side and potentially if they decide to go for Latios in the later half of the game, picking something like a Venusaur or like no bias intended, but like Decidueye would do pretty well here too, just because you have the range to counter these two attackers, but also to pierce through any sort of front line, right? Inteleon is great. Flareon's one of the best Inteleon players in the world, but you also just have to shoot through them in order to hit the Pokemon in the backline. Whereas if you're using a Venusaur Solar Beam or a Spirit Shackle Decidueye, you don't have to worry about that. Just aim at that Pokemon, and if it hits them, if it gets to them, it will hit them, right? You don't have to worry about shooting in and around a Crustle or a Latios.
Right, that's one of the big advantages of Decidueye. The problem is, like, Decidueye doesn't have the greatest movement in the world, and Inteleon can get a little bit away with it with the Fell Stinger. But I do agree with you 100% that a Spirit Shackle Decidueye or a Venusaur, you can just aim, fire, and there won't be anything kind of intruding, especially when it comes to converging and securing an objective. That's when it really becomes important. That being said, Reggie immediately, once again, going to be picking up the Talonflame, and it looks like JL is going to be taking one of the key pieces away. No, Flareon's taking away the Miraidon. We have seen Flareons on the Miraidon before. 2 key pieces for CACM's success taken away.
Not only taken away, but also banned out, and they're once again trying to target Reggie. Talonflame coming out to play first. Texas pulling out the duck from the south. But Ranma, let's see what they decide to go with here. Maybe going in for the Snorlax. So both teams kind of just taking swings at each other. Pure obviously took Snorlax in the last game, and they may be trying to pull out Latios, even if Latios is on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, Latios can still work really well on its own. It's one of those Pokemon that just on its own is fantastic. OG gonna go once again with the Mega Lucario. Maybe it'll find a little bit more success already seeing with the fact that they don't have big, heavy ranged attackers, but Don Lux, wow, in a power play, decides to say, hey, we did well with attackers. We can quell this Lucario. So they're going to be bringing Latios, and Don Lux is going to be on the Inteleon.
You know, I may be like, I'm gonna make a bold prediction here. This Inteleon, I could see it going liquidation here, honestly. Like,
wow.
Let me cook here a little bit, right? You have these two Pokemon that, like I was saying before, they love to hang out into mid to short range, Mimikyu and this Lucario. There's not really anything you really need to contend with at long distance. I mean, maybe Miraidon, but I feel like you get more value by using your mid-range abilities in Dragon Pulse from Latios and also Liquidation from Inteleon to do so much damage to these two Pokemon. The Miraidon and that other core can't really hang on, especially if a Talonflame is jumping on them from the side. So it's a bold prediction. It's probably not going to happen, but I can see either moveset doing really well for this Inteleon.
Listen, man, you might need to be named a Michelin star chef because you were absolutely cooking, and I can confirm this cooking is delicious.
Oh yeah, you can definitely indeed. But I love to see Pokemon like Talonflame being high prio picked. It's a speedster that was around since literally the early days of Pokemon Unite. I don't remember if it was in the original roster. I think it was.
I think it was. Yeah, Talonflame. Yeah, it was.
I think it was
had
like
to
the
be
first release ever. It was released on, I guess, the official day. I don't know
right,
what that entails to being an original cast, but yeah, Talonflame is a really strong Pokemon. Honestly, I think with Pokemon like Dodrio kind of falling out in favor times in like the last 10 balance matches, but yeah, Talonflame really strong, has a lot of visibility, does a lot of damage. But here we go, Spinal with their backs against the wall, 2-0 going over to CACM Esports in a best of 5 in our grand final.
This is where it all comes down. I don't need to pull up the improbable, but the impossible can happen sometimes. It happens in sports, it happens in regular sports, but at the end of the day, Vital needs to bring their A game. There is nowhere else to go. CACM, though, riding their coattails on the winds of victory. OG going to try to confirm as much as they can so they can be level 5 a lot quicker this time around.
Yeah, Latios unfortunately doesn't have its twin on its side of the field. They have a kind of a flying Pokemon. I mean, it's a duck. It's not a Latios. Squint your eyes, and they're probably going to say goodnight here for just a second here as they do get KO'd. Heading into the central area, though, we got 2 members of CACM Esports. We'll get an evolution into the cluster on the bubble, but Flair is getting caught out here. Can Flair save them? They cannot, so they will get a knockout as they pivot down to the bottom path.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt. That is not a position you want to be in. You don't want to give up KOs this early on. Vin has made their way top. Texas might be in a little bit of trouble. They're taking a lot of damage. The Shadow Claw, they get pushed away, but now Frank is here, and now we also see Ranma, though. Luckily, though, OG's gonna try to push him away. Vin's just trying to survive. They get taken down. Reggie's here now, too, to help. JL might be trapped, and they get targeted, too. That is 2 huge members. OG is on an island, but Pure is making their way up. Down, funk you up to try to block.
Yeah, this is not a very good look here for Spinal in this early game. And, arguably they have a lot of really good early game Pokemon. I'm actually looking at them and not a single evolving Pokemon on their side of the field. So this is the time where they should be excelling. Eon Stacks nowhere to be found for this Latios. Still level 5 or lower evolutions for this Inteleon. But somehow CACM Esports have found a couple of very key knockouts on the side of Spinal.
Right now, Pure is just kind of holding things down. The rest of the members of Spinal are here. Reggie's here, not going to even try to opt for it. And that is not a Charge Beam Miraidon at all. That's an Electro Drift Flareon. So they're going to just try to move around as much as they can. Not so much worried about shredding. Knowing that they have attackers, they want to be able to dive on it as much as possible.
With this Pokemon actually going Electro Drift, I like that adaptation a lot. It acts more like a speedster to maybe lock in on these 2 attackers in the back line. Not a whole lot of crowd control. Crustle, not really known for having a ton of crowd control, can have some huge moments with X-Scissor, but not like consistent crowd control like something like Trevenant or Snorlax, for example. In the top path, we have in kind of all-rounder plane, it's a Latios, and we have a Mega Lucario up there, but 4 members down for either side in the bottom path.
Frank is one heck of a jet, but Don looks able to get a shot on Pure. Pure gets taken out, and there goes the Latias. That's JL. It's just Vin and Flareons. They're trying to get him. Meanwhile, Texas is trying to position, but Vin able to get a very sneaky Shadow Sneak in. Don Lux is in a little bit of trouble. They get taken out, but Reggie's able to get the comeback KO for themselves. It's Vin versus Reggie, but Reggie's avoiding it away. Reggie Ice is going to be relatively low, and it is going to be leashed back, and the regenerative HP goes back to it, but they're still trying to converge onto it. Meanwhile, OG trying to get behind enemy lines.
Oh, get over here. Oh my goodness. A snipe shot from downtown. You might be the OG, but I am the Dawn, says the Inteleon player. And the Mega Lucario in that Mega Evolution was taken out almost off screen. Reggie's going to pivot up to the top path, get 40 points up there. Will extend their lead by another 40, bringing that up to 82 to 36. And this bottom path continues to be a frontier of battle.
Wow, that is absolutely brutal right now, especially those stacks for Reggie are going to be pivotal. It is Flareons that's able to finally get the Reggie Eyes, but to what avail? These shots from Don Lux are just so on target. They just don't miss. There needs to be a hit rate stat, because right now Don Lux is going to unleash the Azure Spy Vision. Flareons is trying to get behind there, though, trying to make a little bit of a push. Defenses are on. Flareons gets taken down. Points 2 go in. That's 2 KOs for Don. They're looking for more. A big shot onto the Vin Diesel, and JL is also going to be taken down. That is a 3 KO streak for this Latios, or for this Inteleon.
Really tough. I think they really wanted to break this goal zone, especially for these attackers. That is their safe haven. KO streak of 4 for the Dawn. Can we make it a 5 here? Snorlax has a lot of HP, and we'll take a power nap. So unfortunately, probably not a 5 KO for that Inteleon. Here comes the Electro Drift, finds their way onto the Talonflame. Flame Sweep pushing them over to the right side of the field, and here comes Spinal trying to make some room for their team. Here comes the Eon Stacks coming in from the Latias, gets the knockout onto the Talonflame.
Here comes Pure, big heavy slam into the block, now allowing them to get away. Dawn is trying to charge up these shots. Crustle able to get a big KO onto the Flareons, and now the Eon Stacks are being used to push them back as Texas and the rest of CACM able to defend this path. This game is a lot closer than we had for game 1. It is 115 to 108.
These bottom goal zones are fragmented. Less than 10, I think, on either side of the field, and less than 10 separates these two teams as we just eclipse the halfway point of the game. And very similar to that top path right after the birds, CACM Esports will make another push here for the bottom path, but Spinal here for the deep end as well. Trying to push forward on the other side is that Maridon just getting some scores in on their own. Here comes the Azure Spy Vision once again. They might have the vision this time as they get a couple of KOs once again. Don gets a KO streak of 1, maybe a KO streak of 2 as the Snorlax goes down, and finally a winner in this bottom path, and it is LATAM North. 40 points going in for the Latios, will bring their lead to just about 50.
That job by CAMC Esports. They are trying to just win this outright. Reggie Ice, aka the Kyogre buff from Wish.com, as the Reggie unable to get the confirm, but they get the flame sweep, unable to pull anybody, mostly using it as a spatial tactic. But here comes OG, here comes Flareon's. Regieleki is trying to find a home, trying to do big old damage. There, the Regieleki goes in, they score 5. Reggie's gonna get there, but JL able to get an overcap of 35. Reggie's in a little bit of trouble, but Dawn is there to try to protect them.
Oh my gosh, can they get away? They do! Oh no! There's the Dragon Pulse, able to get the wisps, the crystals, finding the target. I mean, it's a good amount of experience for the supporter. Level 12, take a look at the Latios on the bottom half of your screen there. One of the highest on their side of the field, KOing a level 13 Talonflame. Vin, almost level 14, and 9.0 separates these two teams. Spinal, once again, just to remind you, their backs are literally against the wall here. They need to win this game or they are going home.
This is where it all comes down. 30 seconds remain before the big, most important objective lands on the Thea Sky Ruins, and CACM wants to lock this baby up, but it does look like Spinal's trying to get some early positioning, while Don Lux is just shooting around with the snipe shots, trying to find a target.
He does find a target. It's a fairly big one. It is that Snorlax taking a lot of damage. Uh-oh, caught between a rock and a hard place. They're going to be forced back to their goals on Dragon Cheer just to give them a small shield. They are going to reset 5 seconds, and the Cave of Origin is open, and Groudon enters the fray.
This is all it takes. Positioning, it's a close battle. It is a absolute banger here, as 1 point of Eos is all that distances both of these teams. Meanwhile, Spinal is trying to come in from the choke point of their own. They do send in Pure. Oh, Melora Cannon is unleashed, but the Brave Bird is coming in by Reggie. Groudon's taking a beating. Vin Diesel's already on there. Groudon's living on his liver, and it's the Crustle! It's the Crustle from CACM. It's Ranma who's able to get the secure. Spinal waves the white flag, and CACM is your INGAGE Ultra Series champions.
They found the origin, and they are now the end. They are your grand finals winners of the INGAGE Ultra Series champion, and not by 1 point, but 3-0. They are above North America and Spinal.
That was an incredible just display. It was Ranma Crustle, the hero. We saw it in LATAM from Peru winning the grand finals at the World Championship, and Ranma here is able to lock things up for the side of CACM Esports. It was a 2-0 sweep in winners final, and now it was a 3-0, well, technically a 2-0 sweep again to send Spinal home packing, which does mean LATAM North CACM Esports are your champions with an absolute display of just so much prowess.
And mind you, not dropping a single map in day number 2. I wasn't here for day number 1. I didn't see what the bracket was, but they have not lost a single map in today's Ultra Series event. And honestly, MVP for that last one going over to Ranma, as they were able to get the confirmation on the ground on capturing that legendary Pokemon and sending up an immediate white flag up from Spinal. And not only is Scyther being kind of iconic for this region, I think there might be another clawed Pokemon sticking its ugly head. It's pretty ugly head outside of the rock. It is that Crustle being iconic for the region of LATAM South, but now for the rest of the LATAM region.
Wow, just an amazing job by both of these teams. CACM, hats off to you. Spinal did a great job. They made it this far for a reason, but they definitely needed to go back to the drawing board and try to fix things up a little bit. But at the end of the day, this is a great final last kind of big preview before we really truly kick off the season. LAIC was the big first step, but moving forward, we are going to have the open qualifiers. So this could be a big deal. CACM, write that down, put it in pen, because they are a team to be on the lookout this coming season.
Most likely we'll have to see CACM Esports. I think they might be in a different region. I could be totally wrong with that one here. But yeah, they're gonna have their respective regional leagues coming next week as well. And it's going to be a very, very exciting weekend. I think we're going to be bringing our host back here in just a little bit, but let's just go and talk for a little bit as we do wait for her to come in. What an exciting weekend, Zero. I mean, we had LAIC about a month or less than a month ago, and now we have this event coming on. We had a huge event for Unity Clash last weekend, and all of these orgs coming together, being announced as well. A huge congratulations to the Engage family for having a team being sponsored into the EU Regional League. So huge congrats to them. I can't wait to see which roster and which players they decide to pick up, but they got a lot of prospects here, and I'm sure it's already locked in. But huge shout out to the EU region for making it all the way. Unfortunately knocked down our losers semifinal round, but how exciting are we to be in Unite at the moment, huh?
Right now, Unite is flourishing. I know a lot of people will complain about it, but right now in the competitive scene, it is flourishing. We're seeing things all the way in the C region. We're seeing Japan, Korea. We got T1 in the Unite Championship Series. They're going to be a part of this. We have Dignitas, one of the oldest esports organizations, still in, finally throwing their hat into the ring. Right now, it is a beautiful time to not only be a spectator, a fan, a viewer, a caster, someone in production. Right now, it is just such an exciting time. We have some new blood, some new players coming into the scene. We're seeing rookies, new teams. We're seeing amazing progress in Pokemon Unite.
And I just got word from production to bring in our lovely host who did a fantastic job this weekend. We'll change the scene in just a second here, but wonderful job to our host, Attica. Welcome back to the broadcast. Would you like to take it away, ma'am?
I know. Yeah.
California supremacy.
Oh.
All right, I
was gonna say, I'm like, wait, did they
for a second?
did they not get the memo that the three of us, when put together, we are literally a chaotic bunch? Like this is
ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
This is impossible. But like y'all were saying, we had an incredible team behind the scenes today, but you two did wonderful with casting. Oh my gosh, these last games were absolutely incredible. And I gotta send a shout out to, I mean, the top 8 teams that we had Spinal, we had Infamous Gaming, we had CACM, Los MTZ, I can't even pronounce this one. How do you pronounce Bijorno? Is it Bijorno? Did I get it right?
You did better than I did, so I'll take that as a dub.
At least we're attempting it, right? Like, we're doing our best here. All roads lead to one of my favorite names, by the way. We had Traffy and we had SOB all in the top 8. So congratulations to everybody. Y'all did great. These have been incredible games this weekend. And of course, before I get into the entire team, what was y'all's favorite moment from what you were casting in these last couple games?
Ooh, man. Oof, that's a tough one.
I know it's a tough one. It's a tough one. Those games were intense.
Listen, I tried to hide it as much as I could, but Reggie playing Scyther was just so much fun. I'm sorry, like in my 2 days of casting, Reggie on Scyther is just so much fun to watch. It's so fun. I mean, granted, it might not be fun if you're going up against Reggie, but as a caster who does not have to face that's definitely my favorite.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Drake, your favorite?
Unfortunately for me, I did not get to see any of the Scyther play. I did see another flying type Pokemon being that talented.
It was so good.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily like a moment or anything. I don't think I have any of that sort. But I think if there's one thing that was very impressive for me was, and it always is very impressive, is whenever an Inteleon player really pops off. And I feel like we saw two of those flavors today in Spinal for Flareons and also for the Dawn on CACM Esports. When an Inteleon player really pops off, it is so exciting to see because, I mean, for us here as casters and for viewers, like, it's clear that a shot goes off and it hits somebody, right? But it's such a hard thing to do as a player, and to see them doing it at such a consistent rate and hitting the right target is always a pleasure to see, Attica.
Absolutely. It's incredible. It's a masterclass and something I will never be able to do personally. Me on Snipe Shot, never let me do that. Ban me from that Pokemon. But it does look like we have a graphic on the screen. Our winner was CACM. We do have the runner-up, which was Spinal. I love that graphic, by the way. Like, hello,
Oh, I
Astuci.
know.
Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, I'm also getting like Blink 182 vibes a little bit from it. It might just be me.
I mean, you know what? I'm feeling it.
I'm feeling it.
Last one for the second runner-up. I love these. Good icons from everybody, honestly. Great art. And of course, to everybody that participated this weekend, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for signing up. Thank you all for the wonderful games, the absolutely incredible just skills that we got to see. I could never see that in solo queue. I try my best, but I'll never get there. But
I do want to interject one last fun fact that was messaged to me by one of the members of Engage Production. CACM, fun fact, had only lost one game throughout this entire series, throughout this entire tournament. They only dropped one game, and it was against Stamina Esports. From there on out, they have gone undefeated here at the Engage Ultra Series.
that is incredible. I knew they did well.
That's poetic.
But, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I mean, those are honestly like your number one and number two, maybe number two of all of LATAM North right there. So it makes sense. I'm sure they scream each other a lot, and I'm sure they have each other's numbers very well.
That's so true. I bet they're very familiar with each other. But before we go, I do want to I want to send a thank you to the entire team that was on this production this weekend. I know you all see a lot of our faces up on the forefront of the stream, but there's a lot going on behind the scenes as well. So I'm going to start out by thanking the communities, everybody that watched globally. Y'all are absolutely amazing. Unite has the best fans and the best community we could ever have. Also specifically to LATAM, EU, and NA for all having teams that were participating in this tournament this weekend. To the management and admin that we have behind the scenes, we have Zen and Yash. Y'all were absolutely incredible. Production and observers as well. I feel like our observers did amazing, and I loved that split screen that we had going on in the matches. I know you all got to see it as well. When the junglers were going into their jungles, we had that split screen, and I thought as a viewer, that was incredible. So thank you to Mermaid, Pasta, and Razzie for organizing all of that. And then, of course, to our guests, we had All Might from Seoul. We, of course, had Bridget and Shufti. I couldn't believe they put me, Bridget, and Shufti together. Speaking of this trio, like, apparently production loves chaos. What can I say?
Yeah, I think they do.
And then finally, of course, to Cutie Patootie casters, we have two of them right here with me. We have Draco. We have Coach Zaddy over here. Never
Hey, production, we have a wrong name tag over there. Hey, can we change that to Coach Zaddy, please?
This needs to be Coach Zaddy. We can't have zero in on Alex. Yeah. It's Coach Zaddy, always. But we also had Tano, Lobo, Jonathan, Husky, Natera, and Fu all showing up this weekend. So thank you to everybody. I think that's it for me. Did you fine gentlemen have any final thoughts before we head on out?
Zero.
Pokemon Unite is amazing. It's exciting, it's thrilling, and I can't wait to see what the rest of this season has to offer.
Same.
Yeah, and the season is just starting. Before we go, though, and before I let you kick it off, Attica, I do also want to give you a wonderful congratulations as well. Oh, by the way, me and Attica have a bet right now. If there are at least 20 people who says Castica,
oh no, this is a lie. This is a lie.
Cast her first game. We made a bet, and if you can get Castica's going in the chat, she will cast her first tournament. She told me in person.
Draco's lying.
That's all for me.
Yeah, don't trust him. Don't trust
knows.
lying Draco. Not like this. But thank you again, everybody. And of course, a huge thank you to Zenith for being the leader of this whole thing. Everybody have a wonderful time zone. Make sure you're taking care of yourselves, and we'll see you all next time.
Cast a couple worlds.